Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. The last day of the month, ask for a monthly pass. On the last day, double the monthly pass and ask for the monthly pass. If you have a monthly pass, please support Xiaomo and Wulian. Thank you. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the starting point N to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please go to N to read. Recommended reading. Reckless Age Peerless Tangman Seeking Magic Mortal Shushan Biography Bright Era School Flowers Personal Expert Zhanye Peerless Tangman Latest Chapter. Chapter 1077 You Bite Me. In Shui Yu's Sea of Consciousness, Yang Kai's spirit body radiated treacherous fluctuations. He began to create scenes of illusions and forcibly poured those illusions into the sea water. From her infancy to her current age, in these illusions, she doesn't have to disguise herself, she doesn't have to always show that unchanging smile like a spring breeze, and she doesn't have to live as a man. She grew up carefree, her parents love her mother, and her brothers and sisters live in harmony. She can wear the most beautiful clothes and the most beautiful jewelry. She doesn't have to learn those boring etiquette knowledge, and she doesn't have to practice day and night, endure all kinds of torture. In these illusions, she is the happiest woman in the world. She walks the streets with a few maids every day. Occasionally, the tip of the iceberg of her appearance can make a man in a city howl. In the fantasy, she returned home and told her parents about the trivial things she encountered, and the parents listened quietly and smiled happily. She even met a man who made her heart move, but she was shy, but she could only watch from a distance, pay attention to his movements every day, and was embarrassed to take the initiative to chat. What surprised her was that the handsome and personable man actually found her, defeated all the competitors, fulfilled her father's harsh requirements, and married her back home. They became biological sons, men plowing and women weaving. Although they were not magnificent and wonderful, they also supported each other and respected each other like guests. Their children grew up slowly, and they gradually grew old, and finally turned into a handful of Lois, and the graves were close together, and it seemed that they would never be separated. In these illusions, she got a perfect life without regrets. Yang Kai took the trouble to push the layers of illusions built by his own spiritual power into Shui Yu's Sea of Consciousness, regardless of the loss of his spiritual power and his own exhaustion. As time passed, Shui Yu's Sea of Consciousness remained unchanged as before. But at a certain moment, the calm sea water suddenly tumbled, and bubbles emerged from under the sea water, burst open, and became nothingness. The breeze blowing seems to have a scent lingering on the tip of Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai stopped, turned his head to look, and saw Shui Yu standing behind him with a smile, watching him with great interest. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and immediately escaped from her Sea of Consciousness. Just opened his eyes, Shui Yu also woke up immediately, grabbed him and shouted, "Hey, why did you run away like a thief? You're already awake, why am I still staying there? Waiting to be tortured by you? There, you are the master, and I, a third-layer holy warrior, dare not stay." Yang Kai snorted. Everyone's Sea of Consciousness is controlled by oneself, so when two people have similar strengths, they will never invade each other's Sea of Consciousness, and it will always be oneself who suffers in that way. The possibility of invading the Sea of Knowledge to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. I torment you. Why do you think I will torture you? If you did nothing wrong, what am I torturing you for? Okay, I admit that breaking into your Sea of Consciousness without authorization, and spying on your secrets is really wrong, but you don't want to wake up, so I can only do this. Yang Kai got rid of her little hand that was holding onto him. Does it make sense for you to spy on my secrets now? Shui Yu gritted her teeth in hatred, her silver teeth reflecting a dangerous light. I didn't see much. Yang Kai looked embarrassed. Shui Yu didn't speak, just stared at him with a pair of eyes. Okay, I've counted how many hairs you have on your body, so what? Are you biting me? Yang Kai looked rogue. You bastard. Shui Yu was so embarrassed that she rushed over and bit on the back of Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai was unmoved, but instead said with a smile, "It's not enough to bite your hand, do you want to change the place? I have a better place for you to bite." Shui Yu's face flushed red, and the slender and fair neck was red, and she quickly released Yang Kai's hand and spat, "You are dreaming." In that fantasy, she was inseparable from the man she liked, and all kinds of poses and positions she could think of were imprinted into her mind one by one. She received a systematic and perfect education. Of course she knew what Yang Kai's words meant. Although she also understands that it is just an illusion created by Yang Kai for herself, it is not real, but she still can't bear it. After all, the woman in the illusion was created based on her, and it is no different from her appearance. As if I was really a slut, I kept asking and didn't know how to satisfy. Why are you so nasty? Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai with a strange look, as if she didn't expect this person to be such a rogue. "I saw you wrong. Where is the love of men and women?" Yang Kai pouted in disdain. "When you really try it, you will be able to appreciate the beauty of it. Even so, you don't have to add yourself to that illusion, right?" Shui Yu smiled sweetly, as if she had discovered some secret, and smiled slyly. "In those illusions, you are really handsome. Do you want me to really marry you?" "Forget it, I can't bear a woman like you." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. "Get out." Shui Yu turned her face faster than she flipped through the book, her angry branches trembled, and she kicked Yang Kai out of bed. Yang Kai stood up, patted his butt indifferently, and said, "Take a good rest for a while. When you recover, I have something to tell you." The expression on Shui Yu's face froze. She seemed to understand what Yang Kai would say, and closed her eyes without saying a word. Walking out of the room, Yang Kai happened to see Zhang Ao leaning on his side, raised his ears, and listened intently. After seeing Yang Kai, he didn't feel embarrassed at all, but instead asked, "Rescue?" Yang Kai nodded. "Amazing." Zhang Ao couldn't help giving a thumbs up. "But what are you doing in there? Why are you so lively? Aren't you her bodyguard?" "Boy, I have to say, you are too bold. Even the woman of the third young master Shui Yu also dares to interfere. You should prepare to run early. The old man wishes you not to die too early. If that guy Shui Yu gets angry, the entire Hengluo Star region will tremble 3 times. Zhang Ao may have been lonely for too long. He is a lot of age, but his heart for gossip is no worse than that of young people. He likes to see other people flirting. Too shameless." Yang Kai ignored him, went out to find Li Ka, and told him about the current situation. After hearing that Shui Yu had woken up, Li Ka was overjoyed and hugged Yang Kai fiercely with a look of gratitude. As soon as Shui Yu woke up, their last worries disappeared, and Zhang Ao on the Rainfall Star went a step further on the Alchemy Avenue. Now as long as the trouble of Xuanian sunflower water is solved, everything will be fine. What's more, the Xuanian sunflower water is still under the control of Shui Yu. Even if the Chamber of Commerce is to blame, they will only be punished a little, and it will not be as serious as they used to worry. All kinds of good news followed. How could they be unhappy? Several principals are in a good mood, and the entire branch is beaming. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Since Shui Yu woke up that day, she has been staying in the room and never came out, claiming that her injuries are not healed and need to be healed. The injury she suffered from the Xuanian sunflower water was cured by the Lihuo pill long ago, and there was no damage to her consciousness. Where did she need healing? Although she had been in a coma for more than a year, with her cultivation, it only took 2 or 3 days to recover. She is avoiding Yang Kai. Yang Kai knew that, but there was nothing he could do. Every time he went to find Shui Yu, he was stopped by a few Saint King warriors who were guards at the door. This is Master Shui's order. No one is allowed to enter the room without her permission. The attitude is good, but the tone of rejection is firm. Yang Kai can't wait to beat these people. Yang Kai was not happy, and Elder Zhang also poured blood mold. Half of the Xuanian sunflower water was taken away by Yang Kai, not to mention that dozens of large and small pill stoves were also taken away by Yang Kai. Zhang Ao is still a trustworthy person. If he loses, he loses. Unlike Shui Yu, who likes to press people with force. Yang Kai also deliberately asked for advice on how to refine the profound yin sunflower water and enhance his own strength. Zhang Ao didn't hide it, and brought everything he knew. Only then did Yang Kai understand that although Xuanian sunflower water is a good thing, if it is not refined properly, it will also kill people. Moreover, there are many kinds of auxiliary materials that need to be used for refining, and a scorching environment is needed. Only when the preparatory work is done well, can the refining be started. Those auxiliary materials that need to be used, Yang Kai actually has them, and there is no shortage of them. On the hanging continent, he has harvested many high-grade medicinal materials. There are countless types of virtual grade and virtual king grade, and each of these things is of great value. All he needs is to find a suitable environment. According to Zhang Lao, it is best to be inside the Wanian volcano, because only the scorching heat can suppress the chill of Xuanian sunflower water. However, Zhang Lao said that Yang Kai's current strength is still too low, and refining Xuanian sunflower water will at least wait until after the Holy King stage, otherwise it will not be worthwhile to refine and lose a small life. Shui Yu's refusal to see each other made Yang Kai very impatient and annoyed. On this day, when Yang Kai came out of her room again, the Saint King stage experts who were sent to guard them still smiled and blocked Yang Kai with good words. Yang Kai's face sinks like water. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for a recommended vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Guaranteed monthly pass. New January, ask for a guaranteed monthly pass. I ask all dear book friends to vote for Wu Lian and support Xiao Mo. To be continued. Chapter 1078 I am a principled man. Just when a few guards stopped Yang Kai with a warm smile and asked him to understand the responsibilities of his brothers, Shui Yu's sweet voice came from inside. Let him in. When the guards heard it, they evacuated like a dream of amnesty, and they did not forget to cast an encouraging look when they left. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. He pushed open the door with a cold face, and walked in. There was no change in the room, it was still the same. Shui Yu was a lot sadder, there was even a trace of resentment in her beautiful eyes. She did not avoid Yang Kai's angry eyes, just looked at him like this, smiling, sit down and talk. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai had nowhere to vent his anger. Women are just annoying. She is obviously stronger than her boss, but if she really wants to fight, she is definitely not her opponent. She can knead herself at will, but at this moment, she can rely on an expression to create a feeling of weakness. It's as if I've been wronged by the sky. Yang Kai picked up the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, opened his mouth, and before he had time to speak, Shui Yu's jade finger stood on Yang Kai's lips. The fingers are cold, but there is a faint fragrance on the fingertips. Don't say anything, I'll show you something. Shui Yu lightly opened her lips, her tone softer than ever before. What? Yang Kai was very vigilant, swept her up and down and said, if it's your body, it's free. Every part of your body has been imprinted in my mind, and I can remember it with my eyes closed. A dog can't spit out ivory. Shui Yu was embarrassed and angry. Do you think I'm the kind of woman who would not hesitate to sell her body to keep you? Then what do you want me to see? Yang Kai suddenly relaxed a lot when he heard that he was not. Shui Yu rolled her eyes at him, stretched out her hand and handed him a document-like thing. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and browsed carefully while drinking tea. After a while, his expression became weird, and he laughed dryly. Shui Yu, your conditions are too good, right? I will serve as a guard for you, 100,000 high-grade holy crystals every year, and a radius of 500 miles. A piece of territory. Yeah, my guards have these benefits, but everyone's treatment is different. Shui Yu calmly picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip, seemingly calm, but that light the trembling tail finger still betrayed her inner tension. If she used to have an affinity for Yang Kai, and she didn't even dislike his intimacy with her because of the soul chain, now she is sure that even without the soul chain, that kind of intimacy has already taken root in her soul. Place. When a habit becomes natural, it is not easy to change it. What's more, his sea of consciousness has been invaded by him, and all the secrets have been exposed. Compared with standing naked in front of him, letting him examine it is even more embarrassing. Shui Yu sincerely hoped that Yang Kai could stay, even though she knew that Yang Kai couldn't wait to get away from her. While pretending to taste the tea, she quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction, trying to see which one he was interested in. When he was disappointed, Yang Kai didn't seem to have any signs of temptation, just commented on the clauses and clauses of the document in admiration. I have 20 beautiful maids. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at Shui Yu. Am I not a guard? Can I still have beautiful maids? What's so strange? The guards of ordinary people are naturally subordinates, and they are not qualified to have these. Am I not qualified for Shui Yu's guards? Said, I can choose the most outstanding woman for you. You may not know that my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce also operates a slave business, and many daughters of large and small families who are bankrupt or destroyed are also waiting for a price in the Chamber of Commerce. Sold goods. They all have good education, and their qualifications and strength are not bad. As far as I know, the strongest one has already reached the Holy King realm. By Jade. Quote, while adding fuel to Yang Kai's description of all kinds of beauty, he secretly scolded the rogue, and he offered so many favorable treatment conditions, but he was indifferent, but he was interested in this one. But man, Shui Yu sighed helplessly in her heart. This is good, this is good. Yang Kai nodded sharply for a while. He has long been very longing for those beautiful maids, and when he was in Tongshuan continent, there were too many acquaintances. It doesn't matter what you do. And since it became a good thing with little senior sister, Yang Kai found that he was a little indulgent in the way of men and women, and he did not reject playing with strange women. The last time I was in Shintu's palace, I was even more unhappy once, and I still have a lot of aftertastes to this day. Do you think it's good too? Shui Yu still smiled sweetly, her silver teeth clenched, and said softly, if you think it's good, just press a handprint, press the handprint, you are my Shui Yu's person, from now on under my protection. If you are bullied by someone, report my name to ensure that you can walk sideways in the star field. I'm not a crab. Yang Kai smiled and put the document back on the table. Shui Yu looked straight at him, her beautiful eyes blinking. Yang Kai sighed, a little unwilling to look at her, and said, why? You know what I want. What do you mean by taking out a deed? Who said it was a contract of sale? Shui Yu's eyebrows stood upright. Isn't it written that the contract will be signed every 5 years? After 5 years, if you are not satisfied, you can discuss it again. I just want you to think about it more. After I sign, don't want to leave for the rest of my life. Shui Yu, let's untie the chains of our souls. From now on, you will take your Yangguan road, I will cross my single plank bridge, and the well water will not violate the river water. Yang Kai said earnestly. When Shui Yu heard these cruel words, she burst into tears, but she held back her tears and held her neck slightly. Amazingly, the tears disappeared quickly, and seemed to return to her lacrimal glands. She gritted her teeth and said, I don't care, you touched it, looked it up, and went deeper into my sea of knowledge, and spied all my secrets. You have to sign with me, or I will lose money. Big. Your secrets are the same, don't worry, I will keep them, and I won't leak them out. I won't make fun of my own life. I also know how powerful you are. Yang Kai looked sincere. Shui Yu was even more sad and angry. As expected, you even know that secret. Yang Kai scratched his cheeks and said innocently, I don't want to know either. Who knew that besides being a daughter, you also hid such a big secret? No wonder President Io keeps raising you as a man, and so does he. For your own good, don't blame him. For my own good. Shui Yu's eyes suddenly burst into cold light, and she said coldly, I haven't seen my mother for decades, and they said that in order to keep this secret, my father killed everyone who knew it, including me. Mother, this is also for my own good. Yang Kai didn't know what to say. He also spied what Shui Yu said from her sea of consciousness. It was a family affair, so it was really inconvenient to comment, and no one could tell whether Shui Yu's mother died or not, and Shui Yu was just hearsay. What if I have a dragon marrow and phoenix body? Could it be that everyone in the world can see through my physique and can't snatch me home? Shui Yu shouted, very angry, her full breasts heaved up and down, and swayed the soul, radiant. Keep your voice down. Yang Kai was startled. Do you still want to live? Why are you yelling at this kind of thing? Seeing Yang Kai so nervous, Shui Yu couldn't help but feel a little complacent. The anger just now was thrown out of the sky and looked at him with a smile. Yes, you also know this secret. Why are you not interested at all? You should know what kind of benefits the dragon marrow and phoenix body can bring to you. Of course I know. Yang Kai glanced at her. According to what the person in your memory said, any man who takes away your yuan yin will gain unimaginable benefits. The business of that moon slave in your chamber of commerce is the result of is it because of your physique's inspiration? Shui Yu nodded lightly. Yes. You can say that I am the best moon slave in the chamber of commerce, but no one knows about it. When I was in a coma, you obviously had a lot of chances, so I don't believe you don't. Be tempted. You're not so holy yet. She has the expression on her face that I have long seen through your heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. Yes, I'm tempted to die. Yang Kai nodded. When I know this secret, I can't wait to take off your clothes and take possession of you. Why didn't you do it without you? Shui Yu became interested. You know, even if you do, I won't blame you, at most it's just beating you up. She spoke lightly, as if she was not talking about her chastity, but about a woman she didn't know. Yang Kai felt a headache and thought about it. I am a principled man. Shui Yu fiercely pouted, obviously not believing it, feeling that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. According to the old guy who found out your physique, the higher your strength, the greater the benefits you will get from possessing you. You are now at the 3rd level of the Holy King. If I really start, I am afraid that I can be directly promoted to the water of the 1st layer of the Holy King. Allow, Yang Kai said lightly, but so what? I don't need your body, and it won't take me long to reach this level. Do you believe that I can do it within 3 years? Quote. Shui Yu stared blankly at Yang Kai, listening to his rhetoric. Her beautiful eyes became blurred. She kept nodding her head, and asked casually, what if I am not a Saint King stage, but a Void King stage? Yang Kai looked at her up and down, and didn't even think about it. Then you are my person now. The confusion in Shui Yu's beautiful eyes disappeared instantly, and it was replaced by endless contempt. Yin Yang said strangely, in the end, there is still no big enough benefit. The benefits you get from disgusting are too small. Yes, Yang Kai admitted frankly. What about the so-called principle you just kept saying? The disdain in Shui Yu's eyes was even stronger. How much is that thing worth a pound? Yang Kai was disdainful. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1079 In the Name of Shui Yu. After a verbal confrontation, no one could convince anyone. In the room, Yang Kai looked at Shui Yu helplessly. Shui Yu kept drinking tea to calm down the anger in her heart. The tea in the cup had already been drank by her, and there was only air left. The atmosphere was dull and a little maddening. You're so ruthless and unjust. Shui Yu suddenly spoke, looking at Yang Kai with a cold gaze. The man's persistence hurt her a bit. Yang Kai shook his head. Whatever you say, I'm leaving anyway. I've suffered a big loss this time, and I don't want to associate my life with others, especially you. You have too many secrets. Once exposed, even the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce may not be able to protect you. If you die, I will have to follow you. Shui Yu's dragon marrow and phoenix body is a very special physique, and it is no exaggeration for her to say that she is the best moon slave in the Chamber of Commerce. When those moon slaves are occupied by men, they will only give men some subtle benefits. But Shui Yu is different. With her current strength, it is enough for Yang Kai to be directly promoted to the level of the Holy King. With the improvement of Shui Yu's strength, her physique can bring greater benefits to the first man who owns her. Benefit. And this kind of improvement is not only a simple power improvement, but also a realm. There are too many strong people in this world, and many people can't break through a small level after practicing for hundreds of thousands of years. Shui Yu's body is their best tool to break the shackles. President Io was far-sighted and raised Shui Yu as a man when she was 3 years old, just for fear that such a thing would happen. At that time, Shui Yu would only bring disaster to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. How long can you restrain me? Yang Kai looked at Shui Yu indifferently, with no intention of evading. A twisted melon is not sweet, and you and I both know that a large part of the reason is the soul. The chains are at work, and another part of the reason is your daughter's heart. You have lived as a man for so long, you can only let go of yourself in front of me. Don't worry about what you care about. The reason why you want to keep me is a large part of it is because of this freedom. Shui Yu was silent. Yang Kai's words were straight to the point, and she had nothing to refute. Yang Kai's expression gradually became solemn, gradually arrogant, and his voice was also low. You only think that I am a small martial artist who entered the Holy 3-layer. You can drive me and listen to your orders, but have you ever thought about it? Since I am the first person in our homeland to enter the star field, then I am the most outstanding warrior in that place, and I am the master there. Shui Yu was slightly absent-minded, and her beautiful eyes were thoughtful. Have you captured monsters before? Have you captured the King of Beasts? A sneering expression appeared on Yang Kai's face. What is the ultimate fate of the King of Beasts captured by you? Got its bestiality. Shui Yu's mind couldn't help recalling a past event. The past of catching a King of Beasts. The King of Beasts was wild and hard to train, violent and hurt people. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make him obey her orders, and finally had to kill the killer. Shui Yu opened her mouth and found that she didn't know what to say. You can think about it carefully. I will wait for you for 3 days, and give me an answer in 3 days. I don't want to make things too stiff. Yang Kai gave her a faint look and turned to leave. From those eyes, Shui Yu saw a kind of determination, that is, if she made any choice, Yang Kai would not stay as her guard, this man would just leave. On the premise of not unlocking the chains of his soul, once he leaves, his situation will be worrying. Shui Yu knows better than anyone how much risk there will be when a warrior who enters the third layer of saints is roaming outside. How can she rest assured that her life will be carried by such a weak person with a star field on her back? With a mess in her mind, Shui Yu grabbed the cup on the table and threw it on the ground. She gritted her teeth for a long time before she choked out a few words, wolf-hearted. From childhood to adulthood, she has never been at a disadvantage when confronting people. She has always held the initiative. No matter whether the person is male or female, old or young, as long as it falls into her hands, she can only let her lead. The seniors in the Chamber of Commerce all said that they were the best heirs and the best heirs. She accepted the compliment with peace of mind. But when facing Yang Kai, she found that she was restrained everywhere. After talking, she had no room to refute, which made her very annoyed and unwilling. She hid in the room, feeling distressed, sitting cross-legged on the bed, silently practicing profound arts, stabilizing her chaotic mind. Gradually, her breathing calmed down, she began to think about her relationship with Yang Kai from another angle, the pros and cons of keeping him and letting him go. After leaving Shui Yu's room, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He gave Shui Yu 3 days. No matter what choice Shui Yu makes after 3 days, he will stay away from this woman. Perhaps because of the soul chain, this choice made him feel a little reluctant. Yang Kai was even more displeased by the heads looking at him with his head poking out from the side. Just watch the play, and don't look for a better place. Everyone's face is full of gossip, and they want to ask about the situation but are embarrassed to open their mouths. Old Ha, Yang Kai beckoned over there. Ha Lika's face turned red, and Lin Mufeng and the others strode from there, pretending to discuss something while walking, with a very serious expression. Old Ha, Yang Kai shouted again when they approached. Little brother. Ha Lika looked unhappy. It doesn't matter if others call me Lao Ha, it's not appropriate for you to call me like that, isn't it a little big or small, although I don't care, but if it's not good for outsiders to hear it. Master Shui wants some materials to practice, take me to the warehouse. Yang Kai ignored his protest. Master Shui needs it. Ha Lika was stunned for a moment, but didn't ask any more, turned around and said, come with me, there are some good things in the warehouse, I don't know if I can get into the eyes of Master Shui. Master Shui is not too particular about it. Yang Kai sniffed. Anyway, I have to leave in 3 days. This time I lost half my life trying to wake up Shui Yu, and I have been worried for so long on the rainfall star. I am really sorry for not getting some benefits before I leave. Especially Saint Crystal, Yang Kai has no one. It's not a big deal under the guise of Shui Yu's name, and by the time Shui Yu found out about it, she had already left. In front of the warehouse, Ha Lika and Lin Mufeng each held a key and opened the heavy door. Lao Ha is a real person, standing at the door of the warehouse and said, go in and see for yourself, don't be polite if you see anything, just take it, we will wait here. Yang Kai nodded and entered the warehouse carelessly. In an instant, the colorful radiance made Yang Kai almost unable to open his eyes. This is the warehouse of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce branch. The wealth stored inside is astonishing. All kinds of cultivation materials, secret treasures and medicinal pills are placed on high shelves in different categories. There are all kinds of 5-element ores, even the ethereal crystals that make space rings. Here there is also some storage. Looking at the dazzling array of things, Yang Kai took a big step and walked straight to a pile of saint crystals. The holy crystals here are piled up into hills, low-grade holy crystals, middle-grade holy crystals, high-grade holy crystals. Yang Kai only took the high-grade saint crystal, and took about 50,000 pieces before giving up. If there are so many saint crystals, it should be enough for him to use it for a while. After spending so many days in the star territory, his value to the saint crystal is also different. Some understanding, not so confused at first. 50,000 high-grade holy crystals are enough to buy a virtual grade high-grade secret treasure. After loading the holy crystal, he came to the place where the medicinal herbs were kept. Now Yang Kai has a lot of void grade and void king grade medicinal materials, but he can't use these medicinal materials for the time being. After all, the alchemy skills are not enough. There are not many materials at the Holy King level, and his current level of alchemist is just at the level of the middle level of the Holy King level. The more Holy King level medicinal materials, the better, he can make alchemy and enhance his alchemy skills. Yang Kai didn't do too much. There is also a lot of attention to this kind of thing. People who want to fish are distressed, and they are satisfied, but they will not forge a life and death feud. There is a limit in the middle. Yang Kai grasped it very well, and the Holy King level medicinal materials filled with a ring stopped. The 5 elements of ore are also needed. The 2 pitch-black round stones in the black book space are like bottomless pits that can't be filled. The ores that were purchased last time at Shuiyuexing have been used up by them, and this time they just replenished. As expected of the warehouse of the Chamber of Commerce branch, the grades of ore stored are also quite good. Yang Kai closed his eyes and filled it in, feeling that it was almost done before he stopped. When he came to the area where the secret treasure was stored, Yang Kai watched with anticipation. He had hoped to find 1 or 2 handy treasures here, preferably defensive ones. He had always held an indifferent attitude to attack-type treasures. Compared with secret treasures, he was more willing to believe in his own power. But the defense category is different. The more such treasures, the better, and the easier it is to save lives. Who knew that? He looked around and returned disappointed. There are a lot of secret treasures here, and there may be no one that catches his eye. The best grade is only the top grade of the Holy King level, and it still looks like a long halberd. Yang Kai has never been interested in this kind of weapon that opens and closes. Only those men with muscles in their heads like to use this kind of artifact to set off their mighty might. Also quite time-consuming. After searching for a long time, he had no choice but to give up, and left the warehouse angrily. Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng, who had been waiting outside, saw him walk out, and they didn't ask him what he got, let alone check the damage inside, so they closed the door of the warehouse. They also hoped that when Master Shui came, Master Shui would say a few good words for them and let Master Star exempt them from punishment. Now that Master Shui ordered something, they naturally opened the door for convenience. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little worried about the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. If the person in charge of each cultivation star was as irresponsible as Lao Ha, wouldn't the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce lose everything? To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1080. You are so cruel. In Zhang Ao's room, Yang Kai poured wine for the old man with a respectful expression. The old guy was calm, enjoying it with peace of mind, and was not at all embarrassed. When the glass of wine was full, Zhang Ao took a sip, pouted his mouth and put it down, saying, "If you have anything, just say it, don't hit the old man's baby's idea again." Yang Kai smiled. "I didn't mean it that way." Zhang Lao was thinking too much, the kid just wanted to say goodbye to the senior. Well, I have been taken care of by the senior during this time, and the kid is grateful. Regardless of whether Zhang Ao is a good person or whether he has murdered him, Yang Kai has indeed received a lot of care from Zhang Ao these days. If it weren't for his guidance, Yang Kai would not know how to rescue Shui Yu, how to wake up her sleeping spirit body. Although Zhang Ao has also gained a lot from it, it is nothing to be respectful to an old senior. Farewell. Zhang Ao was stunned. Are you leaving? Well, I'm leaving in 2 days. Yang Kai nodded. Zhang Ao's expression was strange. Are you afraid that the third young master Shui Yu will come to trouble you? It's time to go. When someone comes from Shuiyuexing, you will die if you don't leave. He still believes that Yang Kai is bold and dares to touch Shui Yu's woman. Yang Kai didn't explain it, let him guess. Boy, do you want to consider following the old man? Zhang Ao suddenly suggested, it's just a woman. Since Shui Yu is the son of President Io, she must not be ignorant. You only need to follow the old man, and then the time will come. The old man went and said to the boy that he should be able to make big things small and small things. Otherwise, how can you, a warrior who has entered the 3rd level of the Holy Land, escape the pursuit of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce? Hiding place. Why does everyone want to keep themselves? Yang Kai was depressed in his heart, but he didn't move at all on the surface. Knowing that Zhang Lao was interested in his alchemy qualifications, he shook his head and said, Elder Zhang has kindly accepted it, but this junior is determined to leave. Zhang Ao nodded slightly. If that's the case, then the old man will not be reluctant. Well, there are some things here, you can take a look. I think your kid has excellent qualifications in alchemy, but he has not received systematic education. The efficacy of medicinal materials and medicinal herbs is not well understood, and these things should be able to help you. While talking, he took out a lot of heavy books from his space ring. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he was not polite to him. He took all the books and put them into his ring. These books Yang Kai is very familiar with, they are all collected in Zhang Ao's palace, some are written by Zhang Ao himself, and some are collected by him from outside. All of them explain the medicinal properties, grades and growth environment of various medicinal materials in the star field. Books. As long as these things are thoroughly understood, Yang Kai's alchemy technique will be able to integrate with the star territory and will never encounter the situation where the medicinal materials are not recognized. He didn't watch too much last time, and was a little regretful. He felt that he might not have such a good opportunity in the future, but he didn't want Zhongao to take the initiative to send it over. Yang Kai is very grateful. Boy, tell the old man, where did you learn your alchemy skills? The spirit array you use is a little different from the spirit array in the star field. Although it comes from the same source, the subtleties are still there. There is a difference. Zhongao curiously inquired about Yang Kai's details. Zhong Lao, the place where the boy came is a low-level continent, where the strongest warriors are in the third-level holy realm, which is the current level of the boy. The highest level of alchemists is the high-level holy level, spiritual herbs and medicines, and secret treasures. The materials are all capped at this level, so I don't know too much about the materials above the holy level. Yang Kai no longer concealed it and chatted with Zhongao while drinking wine. Zhongao was surprised again and again, and felt more and more that Yang Kai was not easy. A person from a low-level continent can actually understand alchemy to such an extent that a whimsical idea has solved a problem that has plagued him for hundreds of years, so that the elixir he has refined now has a 1/10th chance of generating elixir pattern. What kind of achievement would this be if he was born on the best cultivation stars in the star field? The chat with Yang Kai is becoming more and more speculative. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai left. Zhongao didn't hold back, only told Yang Kai that the method of generating Dan marks would not be leaked without Yang Kai's permission, so he could rest assured. Yang Kai waved his hand and said nothing. Whether it is an artifact refiner, an alchemist, or even a martial artist, they are a group of self-respecting fellows. They will not expose their details. They will treat their precious martial arts and knowledge as secrets that are not passed on, and only pass them on to their own successors. It is impossible for outsiders to spy on. Once this happens, it will be endless. Zhongao has learned the method of generating pill marks from Yang Kai, and he is already very satisfied, and naturally he will not go to publicize it. For 2 days in a row, the wind and waves were calm. Zhongao had moved back to his valley, and it was said that he wanted to recultivate the 1,000 acres of medicinal fields. The medicinal materials in the medicinal fields are cultivated and mature. Shui Yu and Yang Kai also stayed in the room for the past 2 days. Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng also seemed to feel that the atmosphere was not right, and they were doing their own things carefully every day, waiting for someone from the main star to deal with the affairs here. 2 days later, Yang Kai came to Shui Yu's room without asking, just pushed the door and entered. There seemed to be a chill in the room. Shui Yu was sitting at the table with an indifferent expression. She just raised her eyes and glanced at him when she saw Yang Kai coming. Yang Kai clearly felt that Shui Yu was filled with anger, and her attitude was a little different from a few days ago. There was a cold aura surrounding her tender body. Yang Kai bit his head and sat down in front of her. Have a drink at the bar first. Shui Yu poured a cup in person and brought it to Yang Kai. It won't be poisonous, right? Yang Kai looked at her distrustfully. What's the benefit of poisoning you and me? Shui Yu looked at him coldly. Yang Kai looked at the clear wine and shook his head. Forget it, let's get down to business, don't drink this wine. He is sure that there is something tricky in this wine. With his understanding of Shui Yu, it is impossible for this woman to let go easily. Yang Kai is also prepared to tear his face and make a big fight with her. Seeing him so vigilant, Shui Yu smiled sarcastically, picked up the wine glass and drank it, and after drinking it, she threw the wine glass in front of Yang Kai hatefully, making a bang, as if it was a demonstration. So what have you thought of? How are you thinking? Shui Yu asked without answering. Don't play word games with me, it's pointless, I'll give you the answer 3 days ago. There is no room for maneuver. Shui Yu still did not give up. No. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Shui Yu gritted her silver teeth and said tenderly, okay, you're right, a twisted melon is not sweet, you and I are bound together by soul chains. If I really force you to stay, in case one day you commit suicide now, I have to accompany you to the funeral. It's too expensive. If you want to leave, then we will untie the chains of our souls. From now on, no one will care about who. Quote, you just want to understand. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard the words. Don't be happy. Shui Yu got up, walked a few steps, and lightly opened her lips. The reason why I am so willful and entangled with you may have some reasons for my soul chain, but you are right. A large part of the reason is that my daughter is playing tricks. From the age of 3 to now, only in front of you can I truly let go of myself. During this time, I was very happy. Zhang Lao told me that you want to wake me up. I lost half my life, although I don't know what happened in the middle, but since Mr. Zhang said so, he will not be false. I want to thank you, because no one has ever worked so hard for me as a woman. I was cared for as a woman for the first time. Yang Kai frowned, secretly vigilant. The more Shui Yu spoke with heart and lungs, the more he felt that there were many dangers. For someone like her, once she showed her sincerity but got no response, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. Once we untie the soul chain, without that layer of entanglement, I don't know what I will do. It is very likely that I will kill you all. Shui Yu stood behind Yang Kai and put both hands on the shoulders, leaned down and exhaled like blue. I'm mentally prepared, don't worry, I will run far away so that you can't find me. Yang Kai nodded. Your strength is too low, if I really want to find you, it's useless for you to hide anywhere. Shui Yu still exhaled in Yang Kai's ear, her icy tone seemed to show signs of melting, and said softly, I can a woman like this keep you? Yang Kai didn't say anything, and inexplicably, there was a sadness in his heart. You're so cruel, Shui Yu gritted her teeth and shouted. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a pain in his neck, a warm heat flowed out from there, and 2 drops of warmth dripped deep into his neck. He almost couldn't help but want to comfort him. After a long while, Shui Yu let go of Yang Kai, her mouth was full of golden blood, she swallowed the blood in one mouthful, gritted her teeth and said, drinking your blood today is your disrespectful return to me. If I see you again, I will peel your skin, eat your flesh, don't doubt, I will do what I say. Go away, never show up in front of me, because I don't know what I can do what. She turned her back to Yang Kai, her shoulders trembled constantly, and there was a trembling in her words. Yang Kai sighed softly, stood up, opened his mouth, still didn't know what to say. Listening to the footsteps of Yang Kai's departure, Shui Yu's beautiful eyes filled with tears and kept flowing down. She knew that she would never have the chance to live as she wished during that time, and from today, she will become the 3rd young master of Shui Yu again. The star shuttle is like light and electricity, breaking through the shackles of space and quickly galloping into the starry sky. An hour later, Yang Kai stopped and stood in the starry sky overlooking the colorful rainfall star. It seems that a layer of restraint has been opened in the sea of knowledge, which makes Yang Kai involuntarily give birth to an illusion of freedom. Yang Kai responded with a positive tone. With a bang, the invisible confinement in the sea of consciousness suddenly shattered, all kinds of worries and unbearable for Shui Yu disappeared in this instant, and Yang Kai's mood suddenly brightened. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1081 Determination. Before that, Yang Kai wasn't quite sure how much the soul chain would affect him, but when the soul chain was lifted, he realized that there were too many mysteries in this soul skill. It can not only closely link the life of 2 people, but even make 2 people feel good about each other for no reason, making them reluctant to leave each other. Yang Kai has a relationship, and secretly thought that if Shui Yu did not use it on such a young man, but on an old man with a half-neck buried in the ground, or a woman, what would be the result? Wouldn't it be possible to make the 2 of them become affectionate? Thinking of this possibility, Yang Kai couldn't help but fight a cold war. But now it's good, the soul chain has been completely lifted under the wishes of both parties, and the feelings imposed on Yang Kai have also disappeared. No matter in terms of appearance, identity or cultivation base, Shui Yu is a good woman, and a man will regret missing such a good fate. The moment the soul chain was lifted, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and tore apart the void, escaping thousands of miles away. Shui Yu said that once she is free from the shackles of the soul chain, she does not know what she will do. Yang Kai estimates that it is very possible to kill them all. She knew so many secrets of her and hugged her. With her cruel nature, it was strange that she would let herself go safely. That's why Yang Kai will first envoy Xingshuo to leave Rainfall Star, and release the soul chain together with Shui Yu at the most extreme distance, just to leave some buffer time for himself to escape, lest Shui Yu turn his face on the spot, and he can't escape if he wants to run. After 10 times of tearing the space in succession, Yang Kai was thousands of miles away. He always felt that there was a murderous intent behind him, following him like a shadow. More than 10 days later, in the star field, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his star shuttle and let the star shuttle fly with him. The star shuttle has been engraved with a star map by Yang Kai, and it is moving towards a distant position. The rainfall star has long disappeared. Looking back, I can only see the stars, flickering endlessly. After running for more than 10 days in a row, there were no chasing troops. Yang Kai felt that he should be safe, otherwise, with the resources in Shui Yu's hands, he should have caught up long ago. He even thought of various ways to escape. If he was in a hurry, he would hide directly in the turbulent void and not come out. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief, Yang Kai felt that a few vitality broke into the range covered by his own consciousness. The subtle spiritual sense that implied the space was immediately received, and before the few people were aware of it, Yang Kai had already grasped their information. 3 people, 3 holy kings at the first level, the strength is not too high, everyone is entrusting a star shuttle, and they are rushing towards their own direction. Yang Kai can feel it, they should be flying in the star field. It's been a while, and everyone's been draining a lot. Was it sent by Shui Yu, or did he pass by chance? Yang Kai couldn't judge, he just quietly concealed his aura and flew in the other direction. He was going to avoid these 3 people and not go out of the way. But to his surprise, he changed directions several times in succession, and the 3 of them had been following him all the time, like maggots on the Tarsus, and as time went on, the distance between them became more and more. It's getting closer. Up to now, if Yang Kai didn't know the purpose of these 3 people, he would have lived in vain for so many years. These 3 people are definitely the pursuers sent by Shui Yu, otherwise the target would not be so clear. Sitting on the star shuttle, Yang Kai squinted at the back and did not continue to move forward. What does Shui Yu mean? The 3 holy kings want to capture themselves at the first level. She knew her own strength. At that time, on Shui Yuexing, her cultivation level of the 2nd level holy realm killed a warrior of the holy king level. Now she has reached the 3rd level holy level. 3 such warriors, how can you catch yourself? It's not that there are no stronger warriors under her. Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng are all at the level of return to the void, and the branches at the 2nd and 3rd layers of the holy king do not come. But she only sent 3 first-level realm over here. This is to use the lives of these 3 people to make a clean break with herself, to show her deep thoughts and determination. It is also in line with her temperament. Knowing her intentions, Yang Kai grinned. That's fine. Shui Yu's actions made the last trace of regret in his heart disappear. If we meet again in the future, Yang Kai believes that Shui Yu will definitely kill her, and she will never be as charming as this time. However, Yang Kai made up his mind not to have anything to do with this woman again, and there will be no intersection in the future. Yang Kai sat on the spot, but the consciousness of the 3 people swept around, a blank look, clearly unaware of his existence. When they got close, the 3 of them seemed to have discovered a new continent. Chi became excited, and the spiritual sense that was scanning beside Yang Kai also retracted and flew towards this side quickly. Seeing these 3 idiots standing not far in front of him, surrounded by a triangle, everyone's faces were a little aggrieved and angry. Yang Kai knew that they must have been made difficult by Shui Yu and had to come. Since Shui Yu sent them to die, they must have provoked the woman somewhere and made her unhappy. Yang Kai is not familiar with them, and has never even seen them before, so there is no psychological burden to kill them. Boy, the woman who dares to touch the 3rd young master Shui Yu, you are very courageous, although that woman is nothing but beautiful, which makes me very unhappy, but in the end, her identity is there, not something like you can touch. The brothers took the order to bring you back alive. Your obedient cooperation can save you a little pain, or else your hands and feet will be interrupted and you will be in a dilemma. A big man on the left shouted sharply. Damn, I have lived for so many years, and I haven't had the experience of Envoy Xingxuo flying into the starry sky. This time I have suffered such a big loss from that woman. Boy, tell me how to compensate me. The young man on the front, he also looked at Yang Kai with a bad look. His eyes were full of anger, and he obviously blamed Yang Kai for the reason for his suffering. It is not a pleasant thing for the imperial envoy to fly in the starry sky. They usually travel back and forth between the stars of cultivation by warships, and occasionally perform some pathfinding missions, and they can return in only 3 or 5 days. But this time, they had been chasing for more than 10 days, everyone was exhausted to death, and the holy crystals consumed a lot. Such a loss naturally has to be recovered from Yang Kai. The woman only asked the 3 of us to take this kid back, but she didn't say let us take his things back. I heard that he used the woman's name to let Lord Halika go before he planned to escape. I opened the warehouse with Lord Lin Mufeng, and took a lot of good things from it, including tens of thousands of high-grade holy crystals alone. The last person said greedily. Really? The big man and the young man cast their eyes on the space ring on Yang Kai's finger, their eyes spitting fire. Tens of thousands of holy crystals, but a lot of money, no matter who they are, the 3 of them are tempted. Yes, I took 50,000 pieces of Saint Crystal. Yang Kai chuckled, raised the ring in his hand and said, put them all inside. There are some Holy King level medicinal materials, 5 elements ores, the total value is probably not much. Less than 100,000 holy crystals. Hearing what he said, no matter who the three of them were, their breathing couldn't help being a little heavy, and the greed and coveting in their eyes were almost inseparable. Boy, hand over the ring, I promise not to hurt a single hair of your hair, as long as you cooperate. The big man stretched out a hand to Yang Kai and shouted carelessly. Want? Answer me a question. Yang Kai smiled. If you have something to say, just let it go. Hurry up and go back early. I don't want to stay here for a moment. The big man looked impatient. It will consume its own strength all the time, and there are also star storms and fast-flying meteorites. If it wasn't for the coercion of the woman this time, who among the three would be willing to take on this hard work? Even Lord Halika was pissed off by that stinky woman. Seeing that Yang Kai had some intention of cooperation, the big man hurriedly urged. How did you find me? It's not that I look down on you. With the ability of the three of you, you can't keep chasing my trail. You did it so accurately. Yang Kai asked curiously. The three looked at each other and laughed. The big man didn't hide it, he flipped his hand, and suddenly a colorful ribbon appeared. The ribbon was thrown by him, as if pulled by some force, and flew directly towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he grabbed the ribbon in his hand. It seems that there is still the sweet smell of shui on it. Just rely on this. Yang Kai frowned. What is this? You ask Lao Su. Who does Lao Su ask? The big man grinned. Before leaving, the woman handed it to me, saying that if you follow her directions, you can find your position, and we are chasing it all the way. Credit. Yang Kai looked at him deeply and felt that the other party did not need to lie and deceive him. He looked at Ribbon again, and suddenly, he seemed to understand something, and gritted his teeth. That bitch. At this moment, he suddenly understood what the problem was. That woman was indeed a person with deep scheming. She used a simple conversation before parting to such an extent. The drink that Shui Yu prepared at that time was just a blindfold. There was really no medicine in it, just to numb her nerves. Her real purpose was to bite her neck when she complained in tears and grief. When she was biting herself, she definitely moved some unknown hands and feet on herself, otherwise how would she determine her position with just a ribbon? To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. 1082 response. After figuring out what method the three of them rely on to keep chasing him, Yang is happy. As long as you know the method, it is not difficult to resolve. Yang Kai casually put the colored ribbon into the space ring and looked at the three people indifferently. Since Shui Yu has already stated her position and attitude, she should also respond properly and make a break with her. A loud shout came out, and the big man on the left suddenly mobilized his strength. It seemed that he was aware of the murderous intention in Yang Kai's eyes, and he did not hesitate to strike first. The other two didn't do much, just hugged their arms and watched the show with a smile, ready to appreciate the miserable appearance of Yang Kai being ravaged. In their opinion, Yang Kai is just a 3-layer saint-level warrior, and no matter who the three of them are, they can easily take him down, and there is no reason to fail. The heavy mountain-like aura erupted from the big man's body, making the vast area of the starry sky become strange. In all directions, a huge pressure was placed on Yang Kai's body, each of which was as terrifying as a landslide and a tsunami. Yang Kai's bones instantly made a crackling sound, and it seemed that the bones were crushed. The big man grinned, and a phantom emerged from behind him. The phantom was the appearance of the big man himself. The phantom grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he became a giant as high as 30 feet. The giant lifted a soil the big feet wrapped in yellow energy stepped down on Yang Kai. The pressure of destroying the soul shot out from the giant's eyes, aiming directly at Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. As soon as he saw that the other party was actually using a divine soul skill, Yang Kai grinned and stood there with a peaceful expression, not dodging or evading, waiting for the divine soul skill to invade. If the opponent attacks Yang Kai with the power of the flesh, he might be able to deal with it, but it is really stupid to use the soul skills in such a way. Yang Kai's spiritual power far exceeds his own physical strength, at least at the level of the second-layer Saint King, plus the strange fire of consciousness. Even if he competes with the third-layer Saint King's soul skills, he can't see it, will suffer. This big man is only at the first level of the Holy King. He originally wanted to bully the weak and decide the outcome with a single blow. How did he know that Yongkai was weird? Layers of divine soul fluctuations, sandwiching the artistic conception of Dayan's comprehension, all infiltrated into Yongkai's sea of consciousness, but before those divine consciousnesses could play their due role, they were covered by a scorching power, and in an instant burnt out. The big man's calm expression changed leisurely, his body trembled and his pupils shrank into needlepoints, his face suddenly pale. The fire of consciousness and the strangeness and the strength of Yongkai itself made him suffer a big loss in an instant, and the power of consciousness that invaded into Yongkai's sea of consciousness was immediately damaged. Venus, barely able to think. At the same time as the screams came out, Yongkai's hand was already formed with a long spear burning with pitch-black demonic flames, and he threw it at him before he could react. Call out! A cracking sound rang out. Sensing that the crisis was coming, Dayan instinctively used his own strength to protect himself, a defensive secret treasure of the middle-rank Holy King level, which was sacrificed by him and blocked in front of him. That secret treasure is in the shape of an umbrella. It spins and can bounce off a lot of attacks. Dayan once relied on this umbrella secret treasure to block a lot of fatal damage. He believes that this time is no exception. As long as he can block it, he can survive, and he has two companions who have not shot. The umbrella-shaped secret treasure did not have the protective effect it should have. The spear burning with demonic flame disappeared the moment Yongkai shot it, and the next moment it appeared strangely 3 inches in front of the big man. The spear broke through the blockade of the space and quickly emerged from the void. The big man screamed in horror, piercing his body as solid as a stone. The feeling of being cold and hot spread from the spear, and the black magic flame burned all over the body. The combination of the ice cold and the heat wave made the big man do not know how to defend, no matter how he motivated his own strength. Can't put out the magic flame on himself, but it makes the fire bigger and bigger. The magic flame seems to be able to burn everything, the clothes, flesh and blood of the big man, and even the holy yuan has become fuel, making the magic flame more and more. The fire is raging. The burly man turned into a flaming black fireball. He screamed and howled, just like a headless fly. The other two, who had been watching the show with their arms in their arms, changed their expressions. They were no longer as calm as before. Everyone's expressions were extremely solemn, and a deep sense of fear and astonishment poured out from the depths of their eyes. It's not that they don't know about the Battle of Leaping Orders. To be a warrior of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, basically everyone has their own housekeeping skills, and they can also fight beyond the ranks, but even if they win, it will be a tragic victory. In the case of a difference in realm, killing a high-level warrior in the blink of an eye, this is something they dare not even think about, but now it is really happening right under their noses. They immediately realized how terrifying Yongkai was, and also knew that they might have taken on a terrible job this time. There was no discussion, and there was no eye contact. The two of them shot at Yongkai at the same time, daring not to have any reservations, just wanted to solve Yongkai as soon as possible. A secret treasure in the shape of a big drum was taken out by one person. While he was rushing towards Yongkai, he tapped the drumstick in his hand towards the drum surface. Thump! The sound of Shensheng seems to be able to reach the deepest part of the star field, and along with the sound, a heavy murderous intent slammed into Yongkai. Yongkai opened his left hand, the great heaven shield had just condensed out to block in front of him, and the invisible attack had already arrived. The great heaven shield was hit by a fierce and unparalleled attack, and the shield surface was sunk inward. Almost shattered. The other person held a long sword in his hand with awe-inspiring sword intent. From the long sword, one after another rainbow light shot out, cooperating with the sound wave attack of the big drum, and attacked Yongkai desperately. Hoshin's shield lasted for less than 3 breaths before it shattered. The Holy King stage is no longer a small role for a cat or a dog. Each of them has experienced countless battles of life and death, and spent countless hours of painstaking cultivation to achieve today's achievements. Faced with the joint efforts of the two, Yongkai did not dare to be careless. Demon flames rolled all over his body, and a pitch-black giant dragon emerged from behind. Accompanied by the high-pitched dragon roar, the giant dragon shook its head and swayed its tail, staring at eyes bigger than the house, and aggressively met the two people who were rushing towards him. Yongkai stepped on the dragon's head, and the vast sea-like power of divine consciousness rushed towards the two, and he was not idle, constantly condensing Saint Yuan, and the 9 heavens divine skills that implied the mystery of space were constantly displayed. The sword, the spear that slayed the sky, and the hand that covered the sky, each strike broke through the blockade of the space, disappeared and appeared, making the two of them hard to guard against. So far, Yongkai has also figured out one thing, that is, there is no strict distinction between good and bad things like martial arts. With the strength of one's own strength and the understanding of the mystery of power, even low-level martial arts can play a huge role. It is not like a secret treasure. A low-level secret treasure is a low-level secret treasure, and it can never become a high-level one, nor can it cope with high-level battles. On the other hand, martial arts are the flexible use of power. Even at the end of the training, martial arts are no longer needed. As long as you have enough control over your own strength, you can adapt to the progress of the battle. The development of martial arts is only to draw a standard for martial artists who have not practiced for a long time, so that they can gain insight into the mystery of their own power through the use of martial arts. Therefore, after coming to the Star Territory, the secret treasures and herbs that Yang Kai brought from Tongshuan continent are not of much use, except for the warming lotus and the world destruction demon eye, but the martial arts can still be used freely. The black giant dragon exuded an extremely fierce aura, which almost made the two Saint King stage warriors split their hearts and attacked Yang Kai and Hailong with all their strength, unable to cause any damage at all. The black dragon pressed the top, like a mountain collapsing, and the infinite pressure made them almost unable to move. The huge dragon's mouth opened, swallowing one of them in one bite, and biting the other's body in another bite. Although he could not be bitten off, the pitch-black magic flame spread directly towards him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Extinguished, went directly to the footsteps of the first big man. The screams gradually weakened and eventually became inaudible. The black dragon dissipated and turned into clusters of flames pouring into Yang Kai's body. In the vast starry sky, only two burned corpses remained. Yang Kai stood there and waited for a while, but he did not absorb the soul power of the deceased as usual. Helplessly shook his head. He knew that the souls of these two people should have been completely burned by the magic flame. There is nothing to regret. Yang Kai glanced in the direction of Yupixing, and the imperial envoy Xingxuo disappeared in place. Rainfall Star, the palace of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce branch. Shui Yu, who was wearing a big red palace dress, closed her beautiful eyes, sat on a chair, motionless. Her pretty face was neither happy nor sad, and she could not see joy, anger, sorrow and joy. Halika, Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman all stood aside, looking at each other from time to time, but did not dare to speak. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely depressed. They didn't know what happened, but Shui Yu actually sent 3 Saint King first-level warriors to chase after Yang Kai left. Yang Kai has worked hard for nearly a year to wake up Shui Yu. Halika and others have seen this for all to see. They really don't know what the master and servant are playing, and they have become enemies. Could it be that the boy always gave up? Halika and others have this conjecture. And Zhang Lao actually doesn't care about this matter. The 3 leaders of the branch are dying of worry. Just when he was suspicious, Halika's face changed suddenly. He took out a wooden sign from his space ring, looked at it carefully for a while, clasped his fists and said, "Sir Shui, the 3 black eagles are dead." Shui Yu's beautiful eyes slowly opened, and she didn't seem to be surprised. Her brows that had been tangled all the time also stretched out at this moment, as if letting go of something. She took a long breath. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Ask for a monthly pass. Today's monthly pass is a bit bleak. Xiaomo's goal is not big. He just wants to get a reward in the top 15 of the classification. Please support all the officials. If you have a monthly pass, don't hide it. Xiaomo needs it very much. Your support in Dingtian novel is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read it. Today's monthly pass is a bit bleak. Xiaomo's goal is not big, just want to get a reward in the top 15 categories. Please everyone see the official support, don't hide it if you have a monthly pass, Xiaomo needs it very much. Your support in Dingtian novel is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read it. Today's monthly pass is a bit bleak. Xiaomo's goal is not big, just want to get a reward in the top 15 categories. Please everyone see the official support, don't hide it if you have a monthly pass, Xiaomo needs it very much. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read it. Chapter 1083 seems very happy. After learning of the death of the 3 sent out, Shui Yu didn't say anything, just stood up and walked towards her room. Master Shui, Halika stepped forward and shouted. Shui Yu stopped and looked back at him coldly. Halika couldn't help but feel a sense of panic, looking at the beautiful eyes of the stars, swallowing saliva. For some reason, he saw the shadow of the 3rd young master Shui Yu in those eyes. As the person in charge of the Rainfall Star branch, Halika has naturally seen the third young master Xueyu, and has also experienced the methods of that young master. He is too familiar with this kind of look, and it is clearly the appearance of the third young master Xueyu when he is angry. Not in the mood to think about why two people of different genders have the same eyes, Halika said solemnly, Master Shui, Black Eagle and others were killed by Brother Yang. Yes, Xueyu nodded lightly. Halika, Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman suddenly changed color. How is that possible? Younger Brother Yang only has the cultivation of the third level of the Holy Spirit. Even if he can fight beyond the ranks, he can only deal with one person at most. If the three of them join forces, how can he be an opponent? Lin Mufeng shook his head. Rattle, no matter what, I can't believe Xueyu's words. Those are three warriors of the Holy King realm, not the three saint realm. This kind of thing is too unbelievable. Then how do you think they died? Xueyu looked at Lin Mufeng indifferently, who didn't know how to answer. Halika watched her words carefully, and asked cautiously, Master Shui, why do you seem very happy after hearing the news of the death of that shadow and others? Do I have it? Xueyu's expression was still indifferent. Halika shook his head and did not bother with this issue. He Ying and the others would die, because they were not strong enough and could not blame others. After thinking about it, Halika asked, Master Shui, then Yang Kai is yours. Escort, but killed 3 members of my branch, how to deal with this? What else can I do? He is no longer my bodyguard. Well, if I see him in the future, I will arrest him alive. I want him to experience all the torture on earth. Xueyu commanded, her voice as cold as scratching in a purgatory. The cold wind picked up, and he slowly walked away with his little hands on his back. The 3 people in the hall were left looking at each other. Master Shui seems to have let go of something. The middle-aged woman was thoughtful. I don't quite understand why the 2 of them were in such a mess a few days ago that they became enemies in a blink of an eye. Halika looked confused. Young people's business. Hey, let's not get involved. Since Master Shui ordered us to do it, we will do it, but it's a pity, that kid actually has such terrifying strength. If he had seen it earlier, why should he leave him there and cultivate him well? Halika also nodded sharply, feeling that it was a pity. A warrior who entered the 3rd level Holy Realm can kill 3 Holy King realms. This aptitude and such strength are also rare in the entire star field. If we meet again in the future, we can only follow Lord Shui's orders to capture him alive. The vast star field is boundless, and the stars in the starry sky twinkle like a beautiful eye that can only speak, blinking endlessly. Yang Kai has been wandering in the star field for half a year. Since leaving Rainfall Star, he has been heading towards the location of another cultivation star. Knowing the star map dotted on the sea and sky has provided him with a lot of convenience. At least, he knows where his goal is, and he will not get lost in the stars. For other people, the Imperial Envoy Xingshuo has been flying in the starry sky for half a year, and I am afraid that he has lost his way. But Yang Kai, who has mastered the star map, is not worried about this aspect. The distance between the star of cultivation and the star of cultivation is uncertain. Some are short, and the envoy can arrive in a month or 2, while some are very long. Even if they rely on battleships, they have to sail for several years. Yang Kai's goal is relatively far away, although half a year has passed. According to his estimation, it will still take another 3 months to reach it. This is the sadness of the poor, unable to buy warships, and not enough manpower to start the warships. Just relying on the star shuttle to fly in the starry sky is very time-consuming. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not waste these days. Tianling Gillen is helping Yang Kai to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth all the time. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the starry sky is very small, and it is a mess, and Tianling Gillen can't play a big role. Yang Kai has been relying on high-grade holy crystals to restore his consumption and cultivation. While cultivating and studying alchemy, he has read the books he got from Zonglao several times. Ao's own spirit formation map was also thoroughly understood by Yang Kai. After studying these, Yang Kai began to study the secrets of space. The battle with the 3 Saint King Realm warriors made him discover the magic of space power. The power of space is attached to the spiritual sense thread, which allows the thread to break through the shackles of space, showing a leap forward, and can detect farther and more secret places, and it is difficult to be detected by others. Even if it is detected, others want it is also impossible to follow the vines and counter-investigate Yang Kai's location. Yang Kai already understood these things. Now, he understands again that the power of space can be blessed on his Saint Yuan attack. In that battle, duty and divine skill relied on the secrets of space to break through the shackles of space and launch strange attacks, leaving the enemy unprepared. This unintentional discovery made his combat power skyrocket. When he entered the second level of the Holy Land, on the Xueyu star, he was exhausted from a battle with a first-level warrior of the Holy King, but now, he was able to kill 3 warriors of the same level with ease. This is the benefit of flexible use of space power. He eats the marrow and knows the taste, and naturally studies it harder and harder. Along the way, he has understood many mysteries, and the previously obscure places are now suddenly clear, and he is enthusiastically refining his understanding of space power. Since entering the star territory, he has encountered too many powerful experts, and those who really have great magical powers have also seen many, and he has noticed the huge gap between himself and those people. If you want to take root in a place and survive, your own strength is essential. Fortunately, he has many advantages that no one else can match. The fire of divine consciousness, the golden blood of the demon god, the huge storage of holy essence, the aptitude that has been tempered to the limit, all the advantages make him convinced that as long as he gives himself enough time, he can surpass the world. He has walked this way once. On Tongshuan continent, he has also gone from obscurity to fame, from being alone to commanding millions, so he is no stranger at all. Now I just walk the road that I have traveled before, and it will take a little longer, but it is not a big problem. Star Shuttle moved forward quickly, and Yongkai didn't waste any time. At a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, frowned and looked to the side with a look of surprise. More than a dozen blue rays of light were approaching quickly from there. Each blue glow represented a star shuttle. They shouted and embraced, moving like the wind. The leader was a monster man with 2 horns. I don't know which branch it is, the hair between the cheeks is very thick and vigorous, and it looks extremely rough. Around him, there are warriors of all races gathered, each exuding the power fluctuations of the Holy King realm, holding secret treasures of different shapes, and their eyes are cold. Yongkai has been immersed in his own world, and when he discovers them, it is too late to avoid them. He also did not expect that in this vast star field, he would encounter a group of warriors who were also flying the star shuttle. More than a dozen blue lights approached quickly, and after a while, they came to Yongkai's side. A pair of eyes looked at them curiously. After realizing that Yongkai was just a third-layer saint, his eyes suddenly became contemptuous, and even a few people pointed at Yongkai unscrupulously and laughed. The leading demon man was born with a pair of triangular snake eyes and held a silver spear. The spear flowed with bright lights, engraved with blue patterns, and bursts of strong water aura rippled from the spear. Come out. His gloomy gaze swept across Yongkai's body, and his consciousness glanced up and down without hesitation, as if he wanted to look at Yongkai from the inside out. Yongkai's expression remained unchanged, and he was still sitting on the star shuttle. Boy, have you seen other people passing by here? The monster race man opened his mouth and asked. His voice was like a muffled thunder, and it exploded in Yongkai's ears. Yongkai shook his head. You really didn't see it? The demon man seemed to be in disbelief, and looked at Yongkai doubtfully. That group of people is clearly coming in your direction, we tracked all the way, why didn't you see it? Did you accept it? What good are they, not wanting to reveal their whereabouts? He obviously felt that Yongkai was lying to him. Yongkai shrugged his shoulders. You are the only group of creatures I have encountered in the past few months, and I did not encounter anyone else before this. His attitude can be regarded as friendly and kind, but he just doesn't want to cause any trouble for nothing. He just wants to arrive at his destination as soon as possible and go to the star of cultivation to settle down for a while. Drifting in the starry sky all the time is really not a happy thing. The medicinal effect of Tianlingilin is almost exhausted. Dicky, this kid's courage is not ordinary. A woman next to him said suddenly. A warrior who has entered the third-layer holy realm, still does not change his face in the face of so many holy kings, either a lunatic, or a daring one, or relying on something. The woman thinks that the second possibility is relatively large. The demon man named Dicky nodded. The kid is smiling, it's not a good thing at first glance. He must have seen that group of people and deliberately didn't tell us. Someone interjected, looking at Yongkai with a bad look, and he seemed to want to attack Yongkai. Look. Dicky looked at Yongkai coldly, the light in his eyes lit up slightly, but he did not express his position. What nonsense are you talking to him? Just kill him and let me condense his soul, and see if he is lying. Another person shouted, looking rather impatient, shouting, if you don't cooperate, don't blame us for being rude. Yongkai glanced at him, he smiled, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at vansh.saran. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users please go to M to read. Chapter 1084. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight. Forget it, don't be extravagant, it doesn't look like he's lying. The monster man named Dicky suddenly shook his head, not knowing what he was worried about. He didn't mean to do something to Yongkai, and said loudly, "Kid, you are also interesting. We have been running around here for a long time, just trying to find some traces of people, but we have never found them. The holy crystal is consumed a lot, and there is not much left now. You put the holy crystal and give me some medicinal pills for recovery. I will not embarrass you." Yongkai frowned. He thought that this group of people would definitely shoot at him, but he didn't want things to turn around. Nodding slightly, he said cheerfully, "Okay." Saying this, the space ring in his hand flashed, and thousands of high-grade holy crystals flew over there overwhelmingly. When the group of people saw the holy crystal flying, their eyes were all red, and after a robbery, everyone collected a lot of money and smiled. It is estimated that they have really been wandering in the star field for a long time, otherwise, with their strength, it is impossible to be happy just because they got some holy crystals. Yongkai couldn't help recalling the two sisters He Zhao and He Miao from the Sword Alliance. In the chaotic abyss, the two sisters had to find a hole to burrow in to avoid the power of the starry sky because they used up the holy crystal and the medicinal pills for recovery. Wreaking havoc, if it wasn't for Yongkai's help, the two sisters would have died long ago. After staying in the starry sky for a long time, the holy crystal and the medicinal pills used for recovery are all life. Seeing Yongkai throw out 1,000 pieces of high-grade saint crystal without even blinking, Dicky couldn't help showing surprise. He didn't expect this young man to be so rich. To be able to scatter 1,000 pieces of high-grade holy crystals means that there are more holy crystals in his space ring. For a time, Dicky was heartbroken. Not only him, but the warriors holding Yongkai's holy crystals were also full of greed, staring at the ring on Yongkai's hand and couldn't wait to rush up to take the space ring away. A few people have quietly moved their bodies, and their strength is hidden, just waiting for Dicka's order to take Yongkai's life. The woman who spoke before was also watching Dicka's beautiful eyes twinkling with a little light, her eyes showing the meaning of consultation. There was a flash of struggle in Dicka's eyes, and he suddenly grinned and said to Yongkai, "Boy, I will kill you this time, let's go." A group of people reluctantly followed behind Dicky. Many people didn't know why he let such a good fat sheep go. He was low strength and young. There was no reason for Shengjing to let him go. But when Dicky spoke, they didn't refute, but kept moaning and sighing. A group of people gradually drifted away, until the woman could not see Yongkai. "Dicky, this is not your style, what are you worried about?" Dicky snorted, looked back, and found that everyone in the team was looking at him, as if he wanted to explain himself, and couldn't help shouting, "I've seen a lot of courageous ones, but that kid is more than courageous. You guys a blind man, don't you realize that he is not afraid of us at all? He only has the cultivation base of the 3rd level of the Holy Land, why is he not afraid of us? In this vast star field, he is alone, we will kill him if we kill him, there is no one at all. You know, why is he not afraid of us?" Someone thoughtfully shouted, "Could it be that there are other elders in ambush beside him? You fucking stupid pigs should die sooner than later." Dicky was furious. "It's really hard for you to be alive until now." The person being scolded blushed and did not dare to refute, but only muttered, no one knew what he was talking about. On the other hand, the woman was thoughtful. "Don't you want to say that the kid has nothing to fear and is not afraid of us attacking him, right?" Dicky nodded. "It should be. How is that possible? He's only in the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit. With so many of us, he can kill us all with his hands." The woman shouted in disbelief. "He can't kill us, but I'm afraid we can't kill him either. There must be an expert behind that kid, and he may have a secret treasure bestowed by his own ancestors. Once he starts, he will use the power of the secret treasure to escape. When I fished it out, I got embarrassed, and when the elders came to call me, who would eat it?" Listening to Dicka's words, the woman and the others all showed thoughtful expressions. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that Dicka's words made sense. When the strength far exceeds his martial artist, how can he be indifferent? Then you still dare to ask him for holy crystals? After the woman figured it out, she couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Isn't this a grudge against him? It's not that serious. Dicky waved his hand, it's just a little holy crystal. Since he has the protection of his elders, he naturally won't see it in his eyes. he probably knows that I'm looking for a step for myself, or else a group of people will be there. In front of him, he flaunted his might for a long time and then retreated in despair. What happened? He threw the holy crystal over without seeing him. So difficult. Will you give us some space to live? The woman pursed her lips and smiled, played with the holy crystals in her hands, and found that these holy crystals were all high-quality goods, and immediately knew that what Dicky said was true. A young man who has entered the holy three-layer realm can have such a rich property, he must have been gifted by his elders. No matter that kid, the person we're looking for must be hidden around here. You bring a group of people, we'll look for them separately, and if we find them, we'll send a message over, and we'll go back as soon as possible. I've been drifting here for more than half a year, and I really don't want to stay any longer. Down. Okay, the woman responded, picked out half of the team, and split with Dicky. On the Star Shuttle, Yongkai was calm, and the little episode just now did not have any effect on him. With his understanding of the power of space, his ability to escape has gradually increased. Now, as long as he does not encounter a powerhouse above the Void Return realm, he will not be afraid. The big deal is to tear open the space and escape directly, and no one dares to chase into the turbulent space, middle. But since 1,000 pieces of holy crystals can save trouble, he is also happy to do so. As time passed, he continued to move towards his goal. On this day, he broke into a sea of meteorites. At a glance, there were countless meteorites, big and small, as big as mountains and as small as jade plates. The continuous meteorites gathered into a huge ocean. In the starry sky, there are many, many such meteorite seas, overwhelming the sky, and some meteorite seas have to travel through them for several months before they can escape. When the warship is sailing, it will give priority to avoiding the range of the meteorite sea. These meteorites not only affect the speed of navigation, but also increase the huge danger to the warship. Excellent map masters will engrave a suitable route map according to the destination of the warship, so that the warship can travel in a safe area. When he got here, Yongkai couldn't let Xingshuo move forward, because one bad thing would hit an oncoming meteor, so he had to temporarily put aside other things and concentrate on envoy Xingshuo. Traveling through the densely packed meteorites, after more than 10 days of effort, they reached the central position of the meteorite sea. There are still endless meteorites in front of them, with no end in sight. Yongkai is not in a hurry, anyway, he has nothing to hurry. In the dark sea of meteorites, a little light suddenly bloomed from the front. Yongkai frowned, and quickly let go of his consciousness and probed over there. A wave of strong or weak life fluctuations came from there, and there were some fierce fighting sounds. There are people in this place. Yongkai felt a little strange, and looking at the situation ahead, it seemed that there was a dispute and he was fighting to the death. I can't help but think of a group of guys I met a few days ago. It wouldn't be so coincidental. Yongkai had wandered in the starry sky for half a year before and never saw a single person. Now that he met again, it was most likely that group of people. Last time, he knew from the other party's words that they were chasing his enemy. Judging from the current situation, they should have caught up. Yongkai quietly swept over there, concealing his own breath, and after a while, he came to the back of a huge meteorite, and looked over there with the help of the meteorite's shield, and found that his guess was not correct. One side of the battle was the group of warriors headed by Dicky that I saw before. There were nearly 20 of them, but at the moment there were only less than half of them left. Judging from the bloodstains of Yin Hong and the broken limbs, the missing half of the people are probably more fortunate. The situation of the group of people who are fighting Dicky and others is not much better. Everyone is doing their best, panting, all kinds of exquisite power and the power of secret treasures are shining, and many people are fighting and cursing endlessly. Both sides were tragic, and people were injured and killed continuously. Yongkai hid aside, but no one noticed that the souls of the dead warriors were all sucked into the sea of knowledge by Yongkai under an invisible force. These people are all strong in the Holy King realm, and they are of great benefit to Yongkai's realm improvement and the understanding of martial arts in heaven. Yongkai is delighted to see it, and quietly moves to the center of the battlefield, waiting to receive the soul energy of those dead people. Dicky's group of people is not a good thing. From their previous attitude towards own Yongkai can see, if Dicky had scruples at that time, those people would definitely do something to themselves. So even if they die, Yongkai doesn't care. Yongkai didn't know the people who fought with Dicky, so there was no need to stand up for them. Yongkai likes to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight and take advantage of the fishermen. The two sides don't know how long they have been fighting. Judging from their consumption level, they have been fighting for at least a day or two, and the battlefield is constantly shifting with the drifting of the meteorite sea. Yang Kai has also been moving with them, secretly praying that the remaining people will die sooner than later. With the passage of time, there are fewer and fewer people still alive. No matter which side, there are only 3 or 5 people left, and none of the powerhouses of the third layer Holy King can avoid the call of death. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that there was a person who, even if he saw the death of his companion, didn't care. He only scurried around on the meteorites, carefully examining them one by one, as if he was looking for something. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1085 A Malicious Invitation. The decrease in the number of people and the huge consumption of their own seem to make the minds of both parties gradually become rational. They no longer fight completely regardless of their own safety as before, and are careful everywhere. Yang Kai waited for another half a day, and couldn't help but feel dull. If no one dies, he can't get any benefit, and it's just a waste of time to stay here. So he quietly left behind the hidden meteorite, preparing to continue to his destination, and by the way, tempered the souls of the dozens of Saint King Realm warriors he had swallowed before. Both sides of the war were busy dealing with their opponents, and no one found him. After a cup of tea, Yang Kai had already left the battlefield 100 miles away. When he was about to sacrifice Star Shuttle, a mysterious energy fluctuation suddenly came from the rear. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that surrounded by countless meteorites, a bright ray of light bloomed, the ray of light flashed away, and soon disappeared. Yang Kai stopped, his expression stunned. The energy fluctuation just now made him feel very familiar, and it was clearly the fluctuation of the power of space. This discovery made him slightly moved. He has been in the star territory for a few years, and from the news from all sides, he clearly knows that the number of warriors who are proficient in space power is scary, and he can't find many in the entire star territory. Space power is a kind of power that is very biased. It is difficult to get started, difficult to master, and even more difficult to study to the extreme. To find something in such a place, Yang Kai really wanted to investigate to see who that person was, and to see if he could learn from other people's methods. It would be best if he could communicate with each other. Divine sense spread out, and soon arrived at the previous battlefield. Yang Kai's expression became even more puzzled. He found that there was not a single figure in that place at the moment, only a weak space force was slowly exuding. What happened? Yang Kai couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer, turned around and rushed back. After a short while, he once again came to the previous battlefield to look left and right. The place was indeed deserted, and the few people who were still fighting before had disappeared. Strangely, their bodies were not found nearby. Yang Kai followed the weak space force to search, stopped on a meteorite like a hill, and stood in front of an empty door. Thick ethereal crystal. There are also 2 grooves at the base of the gate where the holy crystals can be placed. In the grooves, the 2 high-grade holy crystals are dull and the internal energy has been consumed. Space array. Yang Kai's eyes widened and he exclaimed. He didn't expect that things were not what he thought at all. The reason why there are weak spatial power fluctuations here is not because someone tore the space, but because the space magic circle was opened. The 2 holy crystals that were consumed by energy should also be the reason why the space magic circle was opened. How can there be a space array in this place? In this way, when the 2 sides fought before, the warrior who did not participate in the constant search for something on the meteorite, the goal was this space magic circle. Where is the other end of the space array? The 2 missing people must have been teleported away through the space magic circle. Yang Kai stood in front of the space magic circle, his expression changed, and his mind changed sharply. After a while, he stretched out his hand and placed the 2 pieces on the base of the space magic array, took out the holy crystals that had lost their energy, and placed 2 intact high-grade holy crystals and poured them into the true essence, urging the space magic circle to let them run. A bright light suddenly appeared, and layers of ripples appeared in the center of the gate standing in front of him, gradually becoming unreal and illusory. Yang Kai's thoughts penetrated the gate, matching the power fluctuations of the space magic circle, and with the effect of the magic circle, tens of thousands of miles in a blink of an eye. He didn't see anyone, but only saw a strange land with lush vegetation, bright sunshine, and a thriving land. At a glance, he knew that it was a rich continent. Yang Kai took back his thoughts, and without hesitation, walked towards the gate of the space array. As soon as his eyes widened, he appeared on the continent he had seen before. The spiritual energy is pressing, Yang Kai is slightly moved, the spiritual energy of this continent is even richer than that of Rainfall Star. Although it cannot be compared with places like Hanging Continent, it is definitely not comparable to other cultivation stars. The pattern of the heavenly ghost orchid in the chest finally played a huge role. Under the big mouth on the pattern, a large stock of spiritual energy actively rushed towards Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a relaxed and happy look, and he even thought of retreating here until the medicinal effect of Tianling Gillen lost its effect. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid is too rare. If it wasn't for Shui Yu's face, Holly Ka would not have given this treasure to Yang Kai, although the medicinal effect can only last 2 or 3 years and then gradually disappear. But so far, only half the time has passed. Yang Kai really doesn't want to waste it. With the thought together, Yang Kai secretly screamed bad. When he was in the starry sky, he could perfectly hide his aura so that no one could find him, but he couldn't do it here. Even if he could restrain his aura, Tianling Gillen had been devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This kind of anomaly is very easy, will be noticed. Sure enough, his worries had just been born, and the warriors who arrived here first flew over from not far away. There are not many people, there are only 3 or 5 people on each side, and they seem to be very strange, why there are still people breaking into this place. After a short while, the 2 people from the previous battle gathered together and looked at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing which side he belonged to. The monster man named Dicky looked stunned, he smiled and said, "Boy, why are you?" The woman who had been following him also looked at Yang Kai strangely, her beautiful eyes were full of vigilance, she thought that Yang Kai had followed them all the way to come here. Don't get me wrong, I don't know them, I just met them once in the starry sky. Yang Kai ignored Dicky and explained to another group of people who were staring at him. The leader of the group is also a man who looks only 40 or 50 years old, but his strength is the same as Dicka's, and he has 3 levels of Holy Kings. He walked out of the team and asked in a deep voice, "How did you find this place?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I was just passing by and saw a cluster of light in the meteorite sea, so I followed the light to take a look. I didn't expect it to be a space magic circle, and I got in out of curiosity. You can do whatever you want, no need. Ignore me, I'll take a look and leave." When he was talking, he was secretly vigilant. Although the number of the 2 sides is small, there are strong people in the 3rd level of the Holy King, and both sides are wary of him. One bad thing is the end of being besieged. He had to lower his stance, thinking in his heart how to let them fight for a while, and it would be better if no one died, then he would have a lot of time to investigate this continent and see if there was anything good. The man who spoke before stared deeply at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to look into the depths of his heart. After a long while, he nodded, and his eyes suddenly flashed, becoming kind and smiling, "I believe in you." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded. "Boy, since you're here, don't even think about leaving." Dicky smiled strangely. "Before in the starry sky, I didn't want to cause trouble, so I didn't bother to attack you, but when you get here, I'll see where you run away." Quote. He said so, and shouted at the middle-aged man, "Gui Che, you and I now consume a lot of holy crystals and medicinal pills for recovery. This kid is a fat sheep. The last time I met him, he directly 1,000 pieces of high-grade holy crystals are scattered, and each piece is very good. I think there are more holy crystals in his space ring, how about you and me half?" This proposal is not bad. The middle-aged man named Gush nodded lightly and looked at Yang Kai with a chuckle. Yang Kai is also looking at him with a smile, his expression is indifferent. Dicky laughed and said, "Gui Che, although I look down on you, but you are still a cheerful person, I still appreciate this very much. That's it, you do it or I do it. Why don't we do it together, to avoid suspicion?" Gush shook his head slowly, "I won't do it." Dicky was stunned for a moment, and before he could understand what Gush meant, he saw him cheerfully rushing to Yang Kai and said, "Little brother, do you want to come with us?" "With you?" Yang Kai frowned, "What do we do together?" "Let's explore this place together. No one has been to this place for a long time. There are many good things waiting for us to develop. You follow us, and your benefits are indispensable. How about it?" Gui Che sincerely invited. Hearing what he said, everyone was stunned. They didn't know what Gush would do when he invited a warrior who only had the strength to enter the 3rd layer of the Holy Spirit. Not only the people on Dicka's side, but even the people around Gush were also suspicious. Only the monster strongman Dicky, who looks rough, but his mind is extremely delicate, instantly understands Gush's plan. He smiled strangely. "Gush, are you too shameless? I want this kid to replace you. Go to some dangerous places to explore the road and say it straight, what is the ability to lure him for profit? Boy, don't listen to his words. I can guarantee that as long as you agree, not only will you not benefit, but you will die in the end. Burial. When Dicky broke the mystery in one sentence, everyone suddenly realized. Goosh was not at all embarrassed, but his expression became more sincere. Yes, I have this idea, but little brother, your strength is low, how can you get benefits without paying a little price? You still have a chance to follow me, too. I won't let you go to dangerous places. If you follow Dicky, well, you won't survive tomorrow. Can I act alone? Just pretend you didn't find me. Yongkai looked distressed. Everyone laughed and looked mocking. Well, it looks like if I don't choose one side, I'll die right away, right? Dicky and Goosh didn't speak, and the former smiled strangely, with obvious intentions. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1086 Hidden Strength. Yongkai's eyes swirled around Goosh and Dicky, and after a while, he pointed at Goosh and said, I'll be with you guys. The ghost nodded in satisfaction. Dicky had an indifferent expression on his face. Although it is good to have a coolie to explore the way, Yongkai's strength is too low, and he really doesn't look down on it. The cultivation of the third layer Holy Realm, as long as he encounters a decent danger will give away his life, what can he do with him? The only thing that Dicky felt a pity for was the Saint Crystal in Yongkai's space ring, but this place is full of spiritual energy, and it doesn't matter if you want Saint Crystal or not. He snorted and said to Yongkai with a yin and yang, Boy, you will die very ugly, don't blame me for not reminding you. Following you will only die faster. Yongkai retorted mercilessly. He is not afraid of either side of the two sides, can't he hide if he can't fight? The ghost of the Holy King 3-layer wants to capture him as a fool's dream. The reason why Yongkai compromised is to explore the mysteries here through these people. They were all looking for this place and obviously knew something about it. I'm waiting to collect the corpse for you. Dicky reached out and nodded at Yongkai, then waved his hand again, shouting, Let's go. Saying this, he led the people around him and flew away in one direction. There were not many people around him, and he obviously didn't want to fight Goosh and them again. Let's go too. Gui Che didn't mean to block, he said with a smile and walked in the other direction. The other three followed closely, and Yongkai also followed their pace and fell behind. There was nothing to say all the way. Goosh and the others didn't seem to be in the mood to speak. The previous battle had caused them countless casualties, and everyone was still immersed in the grief of losing their relatives and friends. Naturally, they were too lazy to pay attention to Yongkai, a small foreign character. Yongkai was also so happy, he followed behind the four of them, silently observing the surroundings. Among the four, in addition to Goosh, who is a third-level Holy King, there is also a man with scars on his face who is also a third-level Holy King. Goosh calls him Ganji. There is also a woman dressed as a young woman, with a pair of peach blossom eyes, watery and reverie, and the last slender young man, who looks like Yongkai's age. Both of them are 2-layer Saint King. Martial artist, Yongkai does not know their names for the time being. With such a lineup, there is absolutely no chance of winning against Yongkai, but if you want to escape Yongkai, you have full confidence. He looked carefully. The young man with a slender figure like a bamboo pole was the one who had been looking around on the meteorite before, and he should have found the space array. Walking along the road, the young man took out a piece of animal skin paper that looked very ancient from time to time. Many inexplicable patterns and lines were engraved on the animal skin paper, which should be a map. Under the leadership of this young man, everyone moved forward all the way. This continent is full of spiritual energy, and the materials are naturally very rich. There are hundreds of thousands of medicinal materials everywhere. Yongkai is delighted to see it, and he picks it up. Goosh didn't stop him. Instead, he gathered the medicinal materials with a few others and put them into his space ring. Yongkai gave them a few pointers, telling them what kind of medicinal materials should be collected in what way to maintain the most complete medicinal effect, which immediately made the four of them look at him with admiration. Are you an alchemist? The woman who looked like a young woman couldn't help but asked. Yes. Yongkai nodded. The number of alchemists is very small and rare. Generally speaking, alchemists mainly practice alchemy, their own cultivation and realm are second, and their combat power is also very low. Listening to Yongkai's words, the four of them relaxed a lot on his vigilance. What grade of elixir can you refine? The young woman was even more curious. Holy grade high grade pill. It's not bad. Goosh inserted a sentence with a smile. The cultivation base of the third level holy realm can refine holy level high-grade pills, and it seems that you can refine holy king level pills in a few years. Such an alchemist will be looted by many forces, the boy will work hard. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. I'm very surprised, why is your body absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth all the time? And it's very fast, what kind of medicine did you take? The martial artist named Ganji looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, with a confused look on his face. Not only him, but the others as well. Yang Kai's body is obviously abnormal. He obviously has no trace of running the exercises, but the surrounding spiritual energy is still flowing into his body, helping him to enhance his cultivation. This made them very curious and very excited, and naturally wanted to find out. I didn't take any pills, it's the credit for this. Yang Kai took the initiative to open his clothes, revealing his chest. 4 pairs of eyes stared at him, and saw a pattern of ghost babies there. The mouths of the ghost babies opened and closed, swallowing and swallowing. In the middle, a large amount of heaven and earth aura was sucked in. What is this? The young woman couldn't help but reached out and touched it, but found nothing unusual. Tianling ghost orchid. Gui Chei's expression changed slightly, he snorted lowly, and he could see the mystery at a glance. Tianling ghost orchid. The other 3 also exclaimed in unison. The slender young man's eyes were blazing with fire, and he said excitedly, that kind of strange treasure that assists cultivation. He took Tianling ghost orchid. Yang Kai nodded calmly. Where did you get this thing? Gui Chei hurriedly asked, is there any more? Heavenly ghost orchid is extremely rare, and even he has a coveted heart. With this thing, he can save several years of cultivation time and make his own cultivation more effective. No, it was given to me by a senior. As Yang Kai spoke, he sorted out his clothes. He was not afraid to expose the existence of Tianling Gillen, because this kind of exotic treasure would be gone after taking it, and others would even consider it. Dig up your own flesh and blood, and you can no longer use it. Sure enough, upon hearing Yang Kai's answer, the 4 of them all showed an expression of tyranny. A warrior who entered the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit actually used such a strange treasure to assist in his cultivation, and he did not retreat well, and ran around the world. In a strong place, if you don't retreat until the medicinal effect of Tianling Gillen disappears, you will never leave the retreat. For a time, the 4 of them looked at Yang Kai with resentment and anger in their eyes, and Gui Chei was trembling with anger, as if they wanted to kill Yang Kai to vent their hatred. There are so many resources here, maybe you can find 1 or 2 Tianling ghost orchid. Yang Kai said casually. The young woman rolled her eyes at him. The growing environment of Tianling ghost orchid is extremely harsh. How can it be found so easily? I'm afraid there is no such thing here. Don't be long-winded, the boy will lead the way ahead. If there is any danger that is invincible, come back quickly. Ganji was obviously dissatisfied with the medicinal effect of Yang Kai's waste of Tianling Guilin, and pointed to the front and shouted at him. Yang Kai nodded indifferently and took the lead. This place is a little different from the Hanging Continent. Although they are all rich in spiritual energy and rich in materials, there are clearly traces of monsters in this place, and these monsters are all high-level monsters. Some 6th-level people also showed up in groups, with a ferocious momentum. Goosh and others obviously didn't know much about this place. Although the animal skin paper in the young man's hand was used as a guide, the patterns on the paper were messy, and no one could see it thoroughly. They could only cross the river by feeling the stones. Yang Kai was exploring the road ahead, but he did not encounter too much danger. He could easily kill the 6th order monsters who were alone. Once he found the traces of the 7th order and 8th order monsters, he would immediately turn back and tell the situation. Ghost to them, let them deal with it. Such a cautious move made the group of 4 feel contemptuous, and felt that this kid was an incompetent person who was greedy for life and feared death. Yang Kai has been hiding his own strength, and only exerted the level of an ordinary 3rd-layer holy warrior. When fighting those monsters, he was also helping out. Goosh and others observed him for many days, but found nothing suspicious, and gradually relaxed their vigilance against him. A warrior who entered the 3rd layer of the Holy Spirit is indeed not qualified to let them care too much. Goosh invited Yang Kai before, and he had already stated that he wanted to explore the way, which can be regarded as upright. However, he obviously overestimated the danger of this place. Apart from monsters, there is no other danger here. With the passage of time, Yang Kai has gained a lot. In addition to the medicinal materials he collected, there are the teeth, sharp claws, fur and inner core of those monsters. Goosh didn't do things too well. Every time he killed a monster, it would be distributed according to their respective credits. Naturally, the least amount was distributed to Yang Kai, and it was also the least valuable. Yang Kai has no complaints. He gradually got acquainted with this group of people, and although he knew that they had bad intentions towards him, no one could tell him. This group of people doesn't seem to come from the same faction. Although everyone obeys Gush's words, it can be clearly seen that Gush and Ganji are on their own, and the remaining young woman and the slender youth are a group. They support each other and help each other in battle. Yang Kai doesn't quite understand why people like them gather together, and what are they looking for in this place. He never asked, just for fear of causing suspicion among the four. After another battle that seemed to work together, Gush was distributing the spoils. The inner alchemy of the 8th order monster was thrown to Ganji, and the blood of the monster was collected in several jars. His teeth, claws, and fur were all spared, and they were cut into their own pockets. Yang Kai held a jar of fresh blood and put it into the space ring with a nonchalant expression. The blood of monsters is also very useful. It can be used for alchemy, it can be used to arrange formations, and sometimes it is even needed for refining. After the war, it is natural to rest. These four people took a lot of holy crystals from Yang Kai before, and each of them was divided into 200 or 300 pieces. Now they are recovering with the holy crystal silent movement technique. Yang Kai recovered the fastest, and it took a while to recover completely. An hour later, the young woman also opened her eyes, put the unused holy crystal back into her space ring, walked to a small lake next to it, and washed her cheeks with clean water. Yang Kai looked at it and found that the other three were still meditating, so he walked towards the lake, squatted down beside the young woman, and took a puddle of clear water into his mouth and drank it. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1087 Red-Tailed Scorpion. Although Yang Kai is not very old, he is barely considered a veteran of flowers. From a woman's demeanor, temperament and words, he can infer the woman's personality, whether it is charming, slutty, cool and elegant, or hot, etc. When he saw this young woman for the first time, he thought she was a slutty woman. Generally, women with peach blossom eyes are unwilling to be lonely. That kind of love and charm is the best portrayal of their character. So in the first period of time, he never got in touch with this woman, because he was afraid that she would tease him. But after getting acquainted with her, Yang Kai found that the personality of this woman named Luo Yao was different from what he thought. She was not Bai Ya like Zixing, there was a hidden dignifiedness under her charming appearance, and her personality was quite calm. This combination of appearance and inner contradiction is very attractive. Yang Kai found that the slender man followed behind Luo Yao many times, staring at her big buttocks and willow-like waist without eyes. Blink. Even Gush, when distributing the spoils, deliberately distributed more things to her. Ganji, a desperado who looks like a fierce fighter, has also taken care of her many times during the battle. It can be said that Luo Yao is the most comfortable person in this group of people. Young man, is there anything you want to ask? If you want to ask, just ask, what are you doing in a secretive manner? Luo Yao washed her face and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It can be seen that Yang Kai is close to own intention. I just want to know, what are you looking for here? How did you find that space magic circle? Yang Kai saw that she opened the mouth and stopped hiding. The place where the two talked was not too far away from the other three. If Gui Che and the others really wanted to hide the news, they would naturally stop it. Now the three of them are still recovering from meditation, which means they don't care about it, which makes Yang Kai a lot more courageous. The many days of concealing strength and showing weakness finally had an effect, and this group of people was no longer on guard against themselves. Find a place to temper the body. Luo Yao said bluntly. A blurred light appeared in her beautiful eyes. As long as we can find it, our body will become stronger. Although you are an alchemist, you can be regarded as a warrior, you should know the benefits of a strong body, right? Yang Kai nodded. Of course he knew the benefits of being physically stronger. It can be said that he has the right to speak than the four people here. If it weren't for a strong physical body, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to store so much Saint Yuan, and he wouldn't be able to step up to fight. A strong physical body is the foundation of a warrior. No matter how mysterious a warrior's martial arts skills are, how much Saint Yuan is strange, if there is no physical support, then he is just an insignificant little character. Where can I temper my body? Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder. I don't know. Luo Yao shook his head. It's our first time here too. You should have heard from Gui Che that day that no one has entered this place for many years. Found it from the classics in a map left by Ping Zhu. Books. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. My ancestors came here before. The tall and thin man named Ji Ping also recovered completely, walked to the lake and interjected. He has gained a lot of benefits and left some clues, and I can only find them by following those clues. The space magic circle hidden in that sea of meteorites. Luo Yao chuckled, looked at Yang Kai and said, young man, don't think that the space magic circle is easy to find. You also came in through the space magic circle. You should know that the space magic circle was placed on a meteorite. The magic circle, the array moves with the sea of meteorites, changing its direction all the time. If you miss that period of time, it will be very difficult to find it again. Fortunately, Ji Ping's ancestors calculated some information and determined that the sea of meteorites will be in a certain place. Within a certain period of time, we passed by a certain range. Even so, we searched in that huge area for nearly a year before we finally determined the target. What's terrible is that Dicky and the others got the wind from who knows where, but they also chased it. Let us die a lot of people. This hatred will be reported in the future. Ji Ping snorted coldly, his thin face was full of viciousness. He looked at Yang Kai and said unceremoniously, boy, I let you know this because I saw that you have been honest during this time. You cooperate obediently, and when you find that place, it will naturally benefit you, and you can also temper your physical body to make it stronger. I know, I will keep myself safe. Yang Kai said seriously. Half an hour later, everyone recovered completely. Ji Ping continued to look at the animal skin blueprint in his hand, guiding everyone in the direction, and encountered no serious danger along the way. On this day, Gui Che, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and looked at the front solemnly. Tens of miles ahead, yellow sand was flying all over the sky, like a giant yellow dragon, connecting the sky and the earth, covering a huge area. Looking around, the front was also a barren area, seemingly lifeless. An inexplicable and dangerous aura came from there. Goosh and others released their spiritual thoughts to investigate there, but they found nothing. The spiritual thoughts could not penetrate into the yellow sand at all. There seemed to be something blocking the passage of the spiritual thoughts. Intrusion. Gui Che turned his gaze to Yang Kai, motioning Yang Kai to check it out. Yang Kai nodded without saying a word, and proceeded cautiously towards the place covered by the yellow sand. After a short while, he came to the edge of the flying yellow sand, used his strength, guarded his whole body, and stepped into that area. The flying yellow sand, like sharp weapons, crazily bombarded Yang Kai. Even with the protection of Saint Yuan, he was sore from the beating. He tried to open his eyes and looked around, but he could only see a distance of 1 foot away, inside the scene. Gui Che and the others noticed the danger here. How could Yang Kai not detect it? The divine sense implying the mystery of space was released, breaking through the blockade of space, and jumping forward. Yang Kai quickly checked everything here. The area covered by the yellow sand was about 30 miles in radius, and there was a strong energy in this 30 miles. Wind and earth energy fluctuations. The two energies are intertwined and woven into an impenetrable web. The reason why Goosh and others cannot use their spiritual sense to detect is because of this reason. Yang Kai originally thought that this place was a natural spectacle, but when a fierce aura suddenly approached him from a certain direction, Yang Kai didn't think so. There was an evil wave of life hidden in that breath, and there were clearly living creatures in this world where the yellow sand was flying. He stood motionless on the spot, staring wide-eyed in the direction of the source of the breath, trying to see what was approaching him. The ground began to tremble, and the fierce aura was getting closer and closer to him, and Yang Kai even smelled a stench that made people almost faint. I can't see anything, only the earth continues to collapse, forming more yellow sand, which is swept into the sky by the strong wind, making the vision even more blurred. Indistinctly, two huge pliers were covering his head towards him. The pliers seemed to be able to pinch off the space when the pliers opened and closed. When the crisis came, Yang Kai quickly pulled back. The moment he left the yellow sand coverage, he saw there were two scarlet eyes, staring at him through the wind and sand. The invisible pressure spread from the wind and sand, and Yang Kai was almost out of breath. The wind and thunder wings spread out behind him, and Yang Kai's speed increased to the maximum in an instant, more than 10 miles in an instant. A purple pliers passed through the wind and sand, clamped at the position where he was originally, and pinched himself off, leaving a phantom. Yang Kai was sweating all over his body, and approached Gui Che and the others without looking back. Not long after, he came to Gui Che's side, his face turned pale. What did you find? Gui Che hurriedly asked. Ganji and Luo Yao Ji Ping also stared at Yang Kai closely. A ferocious beast. Yang Kai frowned. It can control the power of wind and earth. It has two large pincers, its eyes are red, and it seems to have a high tail. In the wind and sand, its figure is completely hidden, even standing next to it, you can't see it, it's a very dangerous beast. Is the surface of its body purple? Gush asked anxiously with a look on his face. Yang Kai thought for a while, nodded and said, yes, when I left, its pincers stretched out, it is indeed purple, do you know what it is? The other three also looked at Gush eagerly. Gui Che suddenly grinned, and said to the three of them in a somewhat ostentatious way, red-tailed purple-armored scorpion, have you heard of it? Hearing what he said, the three people's eyes lit up one after another, and they all showed excited expressions. Ganji shouted, no way. Is it really a red-tailed purple-armored scorpion? Judging from what Yang Kai saw, plus my judgment, it should be the red-tailed purple-armored scorpion. Now I found a good thing, haha, even if I can't find the place to temper the body, a red-tailed purple-armored scorpion, the purple-armored scorpion is worth the trip. Gush laughed endlessly. But the red-tailed purple-armored scorpion is a 9th-level monster, which is equivalent to a strong man in the void-returning realm. Can a few of us kill it? Luo Yao's peach blossom eyes showed a worried look. There should be no problem. Ganji thought for a while, the monster is a monster after all, and it has lived here for many years without any experience in battle. If it only relies on instinct to fight against us, it will only lead to death. That's true. Ji Ping had no objection, his face full of eagerness to move. That monster is good. Yang Kai showed a suspicious look. Gush grinned. It's even better than 10th order monsters. The monsters next to them probably don't have anything valuable except the inner alchemy. Although the claws, teeth and fur have some effect, they are not very effective. But this red-tailed beast, the purple-armored scorpion, is different. Its carapace, tail, and double pincers can all be used to refine secret treasures. The secret treasures produced are definitely of false grades. Blood and scorpion venom can be used to make alchemy, and inner alchemy can even enhance the strength of warriors. It can be said that the whole body is full of treasures. The most valuable thing is its inner alchemy, because it is a monster with dual attributes. It has perfectly integrated the two attributes of wind and earth. If so, that person is very likely to spy on the mysteries of another field, do you think so? Now Yang Kai was also moved. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1088 Birdwood. Generally speaking, a warrior's body can only store energy of one attribute, not because there is any restriction, but because he can't eat as much as he wants. One attribute, one field, is enough for a martial artist to spend a lifetime studying and comprehending. But most warriors can use the power of many different attributes, or with the help of martial arts, or with the help of secret treasures, such as Yang Kai himself, who can use the evil power of the Yang attribute and the unyielding golden body before. He can also use the two powers of Fengli and Fengli's wings. The four kinds of power have their own masters and their own. The Yang attribute power and the evil energy in the unyielding golden body are the main direction of attack in Yang Kai's life, and he has been delving into the mystery of it, and finally let the two merge to become a monster that can burn everything in the world. The monstrous magic flame. The power of wind and thunder can only be used a little when the wind and thunder wings are sacrificed. The inner alchemy of the red-tailed purple-armored scorpion was born with the two powers of wind and soil, perfectly integrated, and its value is not insignificant. The four Gush gathered together, everyone was fighting high, their eyes were shining brightly, discussing their respective positions and responsibilities when they will fight later. The red-tailed purple-armored scorpion is a 9th-level monster, which is equivalent to the void return realm of a warrior. If the four holy kings want to kill it, they have to bear certain risks. Big grasp. None of these four people is a fool, so naturally they will not get involved in dangerous matters. Yang Kai didn't participate in it, his cultivation at the 3rd level of the saint made him not qualified to participate in this battle, and he didn't force it, just stood aside, looking bored. An hour later, everything was negotiated, and Gui Che took the lead with a grinning grin, and rushed towards the area covered by the yellow sand. Ganji and Ji Ping looked solemn, not daring to be careless. Luo Yao also giggled coquettishly, and landed last. The expressions of the four people were all different, they didn't pay attention to Yang Kai at all, like a rainbow light, they quickly disappeared. After a while, Yang Kai noticed that the violent energy fluctuations were coming from there, and the wind and sand that was already connected to the sky became even more violent. Even if it was dozens of miles away, Yang Kai could still smell the wave that belonged to the red-tailed purple armor. The stench of scorpions. The brilliance of martial arts and secret treasures bloomed, occasionally mixed with the shouts and roars of the four people, and the battle seemed fierce. Yang Kai squinted his eyes and looked over there, but he couldn't see anything, he could only see erratic figures walking in the wind and sand. With the passage of time, the fierce aura gradually became weaker, but the energy fluctuations emitted by Gush and the other four became stronger and stronger, obviously preparing to take down the 9th level monster with all their might. Feeling that the time was almost up, Yang Kai flew over there unhurriedly, with a smile on his lips, very comfortable. When he arrived at the place, he found that on the yellow sandy land, there was a house-sized beast lying there, motionless and lifeless. Gush and the others were almost all wounded, and they all stood there gasping for breath. The guy named Ganji was especially miserable. There was a foot-long wound on his thigh, and the blood and flesh rolled up. You could clearly see the white bones and thick buttocks. Meridians. This wound almost hurt the lifeblood of the crotch, and Yang Kai felt palpitations for him when he saw it. It was too late to deal with the loot, and the four of them took out the pills and took them one after another. Yang Kai came to the monster beast without hesitation, circled around it a few times, reached out and knocked on the hard carapace in amazement. He also saw that what Gush and others said was true. The carapace on the red-tailed purple armored scorpion, the pair of pincers, and the tail are all excellent materials for refining weapons. As long as they are supplemented with some suitable ores, find only an outstanding craftsman can refine a secret treasure of false grade. No wonder they all became excited when they heard that they had found a red-tailed purple armored scorpion. After working hard for half a day, the four talents gradually recovered, and the consumption of this battle was enormous. Gush first consulted the opinions of the other three people before walking up to the red-tailed purple armored scorpion, tearing off the connection point between its carapace and the weak point of its abdomen with his hands, and groping inside for a while. After a while, a fist-sized, he took out the inner alchemy that was showing blue and yellow rays of light. Gush laughed loudly. The value of this inner alchemy will not be less than 50,000 top-grade holy crystals. Well, I will keep it first, and find someone to sell it when I go out. Everyone will share the holy crystals equally. Saying that, regardless of whether other people are willing or not, they directly put it into their own space ring. Yang Kai could see clearly that Ganji and the others all frowned, obviously displeased, but no one objected. Gush used his strength again, and dismantled the red-tailed purple armored scorpion into 8 pieces. He took the hard shell from the back of the monster himself, which can be used to make an excellent defensive armor. Ganji got the tail of the scorpion, and the 2 huge pincers were shared equally by Jiping and Luo Yao. Yang Kai stood watching from the sidelines. Since he didn't participate in the battle, he naturally didn't have the right to distribute the spoils. Even the small amount of blood, Gui Che took it into his pocket, as if it wasn't Yang Kai who came to find out the situation just now. Although this kind of distribution is somewhat selfish, it is barely fair. Even if a few people had some complaints, they didn't say it out loud. As for Yang Kai's opinion, they don't care. Let's rest for a while, Gui Che ordered, and everyone sat up in meditation. Jiping took out the animal skin paper again, studied it carefully, and frowned. Suddenly, Jiping yelled loudly. Everyone was alarmed and looked at him one after another, seeing him beaming with joy, dancing with hands and feet, looking extremely excited. What did you find? Ghost asked hurriedly. I think we may not be far from our goal. Jiping's face was full of joy, and the slight dissatisfaction with Gush's distribution of spoils just now had long since been thrown into the clouds. Hearing what he said, several people rushed to Jiping's side, and Yang Kai also touched it, and moved to the side to watch. The animal skin paper is full of all kinds of strange symbols. The top position is a huge fork, which should be the target they are looking for, and on other positions of the animal skin paper, there are also some symbols that represent special meanings. Look at this yellow area. I didn't know what it meant before, but now I understand that it represents the place where the red-tailed purple armored scorpion is. Jiping pointed at the animal skin paper and said his own words. Find. If this mark is where we are, isn't this green place the jungle we passed through before? Gui Che thought. Then this is the lake. Luo Yao also pointed to a place to express her opinion. It should be right. They can all be matched. Let me see. As long as we keep going, we will find that place in a few days. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was overjoyed. There still seems to be danger ahead. Yang Kai interjected, pointing to a mark on the animal skin paper. That mark was a big bird flying in the sky, and at a glance, he knew it was not something to provoke. Bird monsters are destined to be more difficult to deal with than those on land. They move quickly and have a flexible body. Among monsters of the same level, the combat power that bird monsters can display is much stronger than those on land. Let's take a step and see. If the place is really dangerous, we will bypass it. Gui Che took a deep breath. After resting for a while, everyone continued to move forward after everyone had recovered to their peak. The big bird pattern on the animal skin made everyone in the group tremble and vigilant, and looked up from time to time, but until they were about to walk out of the area, they didn't find even a single monster, which made everyone who was ready to fight very confused. I don't know if I went the wrong way. Suddenly there was a bright arc in front of them, and a gust of thunder and lightning rippled, making everyone's expressions change. Looking around, I could only see a not-so-tall tree standing there more than a dozen miles away, and on the sparse leaves, there were constantly long or short electric lights flashing. The 5 people's spiritual senses were all released, and they checked the situation within a radius of tens of miles. After confirming that there was no danger approaching, they approached the tree under the guidance of Goosh. After a while, everyone stopped and stood in front of the tree, staring blankly, deeply moved. The tree in front of him, which is only 1 person tall, contains a frightening aura of thunder and lightning. The few dozens of leaves seem to be all formed by lightning, and the brilliance circulates endlessly on the leaves. Every leaf looks extremely hard, like a crystal. Made of pure jade, it is translucent. What kind of tree is this? Luo Yao asked curiously. Among the group of people here, apart from Yang Kai who is ignorant, the other 4 are basically well informed, but none of them recognize this tree. Is there no record in the ancient books of your ancestors? Ganji turned to look at Ji Ping, who slowly shook his head. There is no record, maybe when he came here, there was no such tree. It's impossible for such a spiritual tree to be born for no reason. Are you hiding something? Ganji looked at Ji Ping in disbelief. Ji Ping snorted coldly, and said displeased, "Ly, do I need to hide it?" This is Chinmu, Goosh said suddenly, his eyes filled with excitement. Chiumu. The 3 of them were surprised. Ji Ping quickly came back to his senses, looked at Goosh and said, "You mean? The flying bird pattern on the animal skin map should be a thunder attribute bird monster. It died, and it died here. Its body and inner alchemy gave birth to this bird tree." The expression became more and more excited. Ji Ping also seemed to remember something, and said in a deep voice, "According to the ancient books of the ancestor, he did see a big bird covered in lightning, and according to his records, it was a thunder luan." There was a sound of gasping, and the expressions of fear appeared on the faces of everyone. Gui Che and the 3 of them looked at Ji Ping with changed eyes. Ji Ping shrugged his shoulders. "If I had told you this news earlier, you wouldn't have come in. Anyway, now that Lei Luan is dead, we wouldn't be in any danger. I'll settle the score with you after we get out. You know Lei Luan is here, but you still dare to trick us in." Gui Che gritted his teeth. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Chapter 1089 Body Tempering Divine Pond. Listening to the 4 of them quarreling, Yang Kai finally understood that the so-called Lei Luan is a 10th order bird monster, and the number is extremely rare. Wood grows out. Poultry wood will only be generated in places where very powerful birds and monsters die, and the probability is very small. 10,000 dead high-level birds and monsters may not be able to breed a single poultry wood. This requires the right time and place, indispensable. And the characteristics of each bird wood are different, it all depends on the attributes of the birds and monsters that breed them. Lei Luan is a monster with the attribute of thunder, and the birds and wood it breeds after its death are naturally also of the attribute of thunder. Although everyone was a little aggrieved by Ji Ping's concealment of Lei Luan's existence, and Gui Che even asked him to settle the score after he let it out, but the huge value of this bird tree still made everyone tempted. Entering this place, except for Yang Kai who only harvested some herbs and insignificant benefits, everyone else has made a lot of money, and now there is a bird tree with thunder attribute in front of them, and it is a 10th order monster thunder after the death of Luan. The bird wood was bred, and the great joy and excitement made them have no time to look for Ji Ping's bad luck. They started digging one after another and pushed aside the surrounding land. A concealed cold light flashed in Ji Ping's eyes, and Yang Kai turned his head, pretending not to notice, and helping. After a while, a huge deep pit appeared on the spot. Inside the pit was a huge skeleton with a body length of more than 100 feet. Judging from the skeleton, it was indeed a bird and monster, but its flesh and blood had long since disappeared. Dan was nowhere to be found, and even the bones were rotten, turning into dust when touched. All the energy of the 10th level monster Lei Luan has been transferred to the bird tree. Gush circulated the holy yuan, guarding the whole body, and carefully pulled out the poultry tree that was 1 person tall, not even daring to damage the roots. Seeing that he was going to put this treasure into his space ring again, the other 3 immediately stopped doing it and shouted one after another. Gush ignored it, and stubbornly took the bird tree as his own. Although he kept saying that he would redistribute it after it got out, anyone could see that he wanted to take the bird tree to himself. The originally happy atmosphere suddenly became a bit weird. Yang Kai stayed out of the matter, secretly guessing that if there were no greater benefits waiting for them, the other 3 would definitely attack Gush without hesitation. But the final destination is not far away, they can only suppress the anger in their hearts, and make plans after receiving the final benefits. The atmosphere in the team was very strange. Yang Kai followed behind without saying a word, very inconspicuous. The further you go, the more desolate it becomes. It seems that starting from the area where the red-tailed purple-armored scorpion was located, the land has become barren. For some reason, the land that should be full of vitality has become barren, and even the aura of heaven and earth has gradually disappeared. On this day, while walking, everyone suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation coming from ahead. At the same time, the blood in everyone's body was agitated uncontrollably, making all 5 people in the group flush red. The accumulation of blood makes people excited and violent, everyone's eyeballs gradually turn red, and their breathing is heavy. I found it. Ji Ping was stunned for a moment, and without hesitation, he sent Xingqiu to follow the source of the energy, and the others followed closely behind, not to be outdone. The weird energy fluctuations became more and more intense, more and more able to encourage the flow of blood, and Yang Kai even heard a violent heartbeat in his chest. This situation is very abnormal, and Yang Kai was immediately alert. In a short time, several people all rushed to the sky above a pit. The pit was filled with bright red liquid, which looked as thick as fresh blood. The liquid reflected sparkling waves under the sunlight, making this the vast expanse looks both eerie and beautiful. Quenching Shenqi, Gui Che turned to look at Ji Ping. Ji Ping nodded heavily, his eyes filled with joy. How to use it? Ganji asked eagerly. They had worked hard all the way and paid a huge price just to find this pool, more solid. This is the foundation of a martial artist, and the various benefits obtained along the way cannot be compared with this fundamental improvement. It doesn't matter. Ji Ping laughed loudly, and was the first to fall into the blood-red pool. The water in the pool splashed everywhere. Ji Ping only raised his head, and he groaned, as if he was enduring some kind of pain. But soon, that kind of pain disappeared, replaced by endless joy. His face was full of ecstasy, his body seemed to be greatly nourished, and the aura of the 2nd layer of the Holy King could not help but explode. Anyone can feel that his blood power is rapidly increasing. Gush Ganji, Luo Yao and the others were still a little wary at first, for fear that Ji Ping was hiding something at the last moment, but seeing him jump down so recklessly, they didn't hesitate anymore, lest the benefits would be taken by Ji Ping alone. After they got it, they all fell into the so-called body-tempering god pool. The pool is not too big, only about 30 feet in radius, and I don't know what kind of mystery is hidden in it. Anyway, the 3 of them all showed joyful expressions as soon as they entered it. Yang Kai stood there without moving. Ji Ping opened his eyes and glanced at him, shouting, "Boy, go to the edge, you can't bear the middle position." "Can I come in too?" Yang Kai showed a look of surprise. Ji Ping laughed loudly. "I told you when I came here. Honest cooperation will naturally benefit you. Of course I mean what I say." Yang Kai frowned. He didn't want to go down hastily, but he also knew that he couldn't evade it, so he could only follow Ji Ping's words and fell to the edge of the pool. As soon as you entered the pool, Yang Kai's expression changed. From all directions, waves of fierce pressure bombarded him, causing him severe pain all over his body, as if his internal organs had been severely injured, and his face suddenly turned pale. But in the next moment, this pain disappeared and was replaced by endless comfort. An inexplicable force overflowed from the pool and penetrated into his body. Under the effect of that force, Yang Kai clearly felt some subtle changes in his blood. Just like Ji Ping before, his blood power is rising, and his breath of life is also getting stronger. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in his mind and checked himself. The holy yuan flows quickly in the meridian, the golden blood swells in the blood vessel, and the power coming from the outside is absorbed by the blood. A wonderful thing happened. Among the light golden blood all over his body, a bit of purer golden blood suddenly appeared. This point is only the size of a needle tip, which contains extremely surging flesh and blood essence and unimaginable energy. Yang Kai looked dull. This newly born blood is somewhat like the blood of a great demon god, so it can be said that it is infinitely close. Because of the proud golden body, Yang Kai's own blood has been slowly turning golden over the years. It was not very obvious at the beginning. The blood that flowed out from the injury was only dark red mixed with a touch of gold, of golden moths. But with the improvement of cultivation base, the golden brilliance gradually covered up the original deep red. Until a few years ago, the blood in Yang Kai's body was no longer red, only golden brilliance was shining. But he knows better than anyone else that although his golden blood has a strong recovery ability, it is still several grades behind the golden blood of the great demon god. He didn't know how to make his golden blood more pure and powerful, so he could only practice constantly and improve his cultivation level, hoping that when his strength became stronger, his golden blood would also become purer. This time, following Ji Ping and others into the so-called body tempering god pool, he had an unexpected harvest. Yang Kai understood in an instant, this body tempering divine pool is not for tempering the body, but for tempering the fresh blood in the warrior's body. The fresh blood can be tempered to make the power of qi and blood strong, and it can also make the body become solid. Ji Ping may have misunderstood the true function of this place. This kind of tempering is better and more thorough than simply tempering the body. At this point, Yang Kai didn't hesitate anymore. He opened his body and mind to accept the strange power from all directions. His mind was always observing the newly born golden blood. The golden blood that was as big as a needle tip slowly became the size of a grain of rice, and then become the size of soybeans. A new drop of golden blood finally formed. Yang Kai was deeply moved when he realized its specialness. The power contained in this drop of gold is not the same as the previous golden blood, almost 1,000,000 times the gap. This is the real golden blood of the demon god. Another drop of golden blood slowly formed, repeating the previous changes. In an hour's time, 3 new drops of golden blood formed in Yang Kai's body. He didn't know how much benefit others got, but he would definitely not be inferior to himself. Just as he was enjoying it, Ganji's exclamation suddenly came from his ears. Where did Ji Ping go? A cry woke up all the people who were immersed in the joy of their own changes. They looked around, but Ji Ping was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai's face sank, and he quickly released his spiritual sense to investigate, and soon, at the bottom of the pool, Yang Kai noticed Ji Ping's life breath. I knew there was a problem a long time ago. Gui Che roared, and dived quickly, wanting to go deep inside to see what kind of tricks Ji Ping was playing. As soon as his figure disappeared, Ji Ping suddenly jumped out of the pool, suspended in the midair with his whole body wet, looking at the crowd intently. His face was full of a tricky smile. Yang Kai didn't even think about it, so he wanted to jump out of the pool, but before he could make a move, there was a huge pulling force from under the pool, as if there were 2 invisible big hands, grabbing his ankle, making him move no. At the same time, the blood-red pool water bubbled up one after another, and the sound of bursting was endless. A strange force thousands of times more ferocious than before seeped out of the pool water and squeezed into everyone's body forcefully. The drop of demon god's golden blood that had just appeared in Yang Kai's body grew at an unimaginable speed and quickly took shape. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1090 Why are you still alive? In the Quenchi Shenchi, Gush, Ganji, and Luo Yao all had pale faces and trembling bodies. Even if they were experts in the second and third layers of the Holy King realm, they still couldn't bear such a strong pressure. Yang Kai was also in great pain all over his body, and he couldn't help but have the illusion that he was about to explode and die. But the continuous growth of that drop of pure demon god's golden blood in his body has effectively relieved his pressure, so when he turned his head and looked around, he found that among the 4 people, only himself was in the best condition. The other 3 were already on the verge of collapse, in pain. Ji Ping, what are you doing? Ganji growled angrily. Ji Ping was condescending, and glanced at him lightly. His eyes were full of sarcasm. He said nothing, looking at him as if looking at a dead person. Gui Che sternly shouted. Ji Ping, you'd better pray that I can't get out of trouble, otherwise I will definitely tear your muscles apart and leave you dead without a place to bury you. Ji Ping laughed, and said without fear, I have opened the altar at the bottom of the Shenchi. You are the sacrifices of the Shenchi. No matter how powerful you are, you can't leave there. Altar. Gush's face changed, and he said hoarsely, you really have something to hide. Ji Ping sneered continuously, if I tell you the whole story, I'm afraid I will be the one who is being sacrificed now. It's not that I don't know how sinister you are, why do you think I brought you people in? I don't know that one person can monopolize such a great benefit. It's such a big joke. Now that things have happened, I'm not afraid to tell you that there are all kinds of unimaginable mysteries in this body tempering pool. It can indeed temper the body, but if you want to temper the refining is thorough, and there are not enough sacrifices. After you die, just like Lei Luan, your physical body and cultivation will be turned into energy, and I, like that bird tree, will become a dead man in your death. Powerful. Hearing what he said, the complexions of the few people became even paler, and only then did they realize Ji Ping's true intentions and fully recognized his sinister face. Although Gush and Ganji are not wise people, they are not mediocre either. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for them to fall into such a simple and obvious trap. The benefits let their vigilance become lax, and they were only immersed in the joy of harvesting. When they came to the body-tempering divine pool, Ji Ping jumped down first, and they all followed closely. They didn't understand this until something happened. Everything is in Ji Ping's plan. It's too late to regret now. Everyone is struggling hard, wanting to jump out of the body-tempering god pool, but the more they struggle, the greater the drag force under the pool. Everyone can only expose one head floating on the water, while accepting the body-tempering divine pool crazily tempered its own blood, while waiting for death to come. Ji Ping, do you want to plot against me? Luo Yaochai looked at Ji Ping sadly, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. The ferocity and pride on Ji Ping's face slowly subsided. He looked at Luo Yao with some pity, and after a while he sighed and said, although we have only known each other for a few years, I don't want you to die. I still like you very much. Yes, I also want to enjoy the effect of this body-tempering god pool with you. Luo Yao's expression brightened, a smile bloomed on her charming face. She thought that Ji Ping really wouldn't let herself die. Unexpectedly, Ji Ping shook his head slowly, but it's too late to say anything now. The altar has been opened, you can't get out, and I won't go in, and the number of sacrifices is too small. My ancestors back then when I came here, more than a dozen people were treated as sacrifices. My ancestors were not very talented. When they came here, their cultivation was only the same as that kid. He pointed at Yongkai. Only the third order saint realm is the existence with the lowest strength in that team. Anyone can bully him. Anyone can order him, and when he discovers the benefits of this body-tempering divine pool, he will not have his share. The crowd pushed him out and occupied the Shenqi. But who knows, it was this kind of ostracism that saved his life. It is recorded in the classics that if there is no credit here, even if he practiced to death, he would only be a warrior at the second or third level of the Holy King. That is his limit, but do you know what his highest achievement is? Returning to the void at the third level, only one step away, you can reach the Void King realm. Ji Ping's voice was high and emotional, and he waved his hands exaggeratedly. Although my Ji Ping's aptitude cannot be said to be excellent, it is much better than his old man's back then. Advance to the level of King Realm, and one day I will be able to reach this realm. Void King Realm. Gui Che suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter was rampant, but there was blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears. Can you cultivate to the Void King Realm? The Void King Realm is too worthless. Ji Ping was not annoyed, and said leisurely, you will witness it. When you become a part of my body, you will be able to witness it with me. Luo Yao, although I am sorry for you, you should also be with them and become a part of my body together. A part of my body. Well, I will set up a memorial tablet for you to commemorate you well. There will be a long time to come, and I believe I will meet a woman I like. Madman, you are a lunatic. Luo Yao's face turned pale and hissed coquettishly. Whatever you say. Ji Ping withdrew his pity, looked down coldly. With a group of dying people, he really had nothing to say. All he said just now was just to vent. The situation of the few people in the pool was getting worse and worse. Except for Yongkai, the blood in the other three's bodies seemed to be boiling, breaking through the meridian, tearing the flesh and blood, oozing out of the skin, and the dark red blood flowed into the quenching body god pool. Dyed the already bright red Shenqi even redder. Yongkai only felt uncomfortable, and his life was not in danger. A person's body capacity is limited, just like storing holy yuan in the dantian. Other warriors can no longer store it when they reach this limit. If they are forced into it under the action of external force, it will only cause endless troubles, and it may also burst the dantian, making people die. Yongkai is different. He used to be able to condense yang liquid, but now he can store the excess Saint Yuan into every inch of flesh and blood. His physical body has no bottom line. The effect of tempering the body of the god pool is just like those holy yuan obtained through cultivation. Ji Ping opened the altar below to maximize the effect of the god pool. However, Yongkai was able to transform this tempering into pure demon god golden blood. He wished that the more fierce the tempering, the better. Now there are as many as 10 drops of demon god golden blood in his body, and each drop contains the human spirit. Palpitating energy. There was a miserable howl, and Ganji suddenly went crazy, bursting out like a tidal wave of power, and frantically attacked all around. His eyes were red, and blood flowed from the eye sockets, and his appearance was horrible. Bump! There was a muffled sound, and a huge splash emerged from the body tempering god pool. After the water in the pool fell, Ganji's place was empty. On the water in the pool, there were only a lot of pieces of meat and severed limbs floating. Gradually it sinks underwater and is then dissolved by the pool water, becoming a great nutrient. As soon as Ganji died, the body tempering divine pond boiled more and more. A large number of bubbles emerged from the bottom. Yongkai clearly felt that the power pouring into him from all directions became stronger, and he almost cried out in pain. What Jiping said about the sacrificial offering was not a threat, but a real one. After Ganji died as a sacrificial offering, the effect of the body tempering divine pond would become stronger. The next moment, Luo Yao's screams resounded through the sky. The charming, dignified young woman followed Ganji closely and followed in his footsteps. Before dying, Luo Yao's beautiful eyes burst out with unforgettable hatred, staring at Jiping, as if wanting to imprint his ugliness into the depths of his soul. The two of them exploded to death one after the other, and there were no bones left, and the effect of the body tempering divine pond was suddenly raised to a higher level. This time, even Gush, the strongest, couldn't hold on any longer, and he didn't care about embarrassment, so he hurriedly said, Jiping, save me, I will give you the space ring. Jiping was indifferent, looked at him indifferently, and said lightly, you are dead, I will go down and look for it when the tempering body Shenchi calms down, and I will take away all the things in your space ring. It's all mine. You will suffer retribution. Gui Che roared again and again. Jiping laughed wildly. I'll just wait, but you won't have a chance to see it. As soon as the words fell, Gui Che exploded completely, and the space ring he was wearing flew into the air, fell into the pool again, and disappeared. Jiping looked eagerly, but he was not in a hurry to collect it. After waiting for a while, he suddenly asked with a strange expression, how can even the soul be melted? He has been on guard against the few dead people escaping from their souls, and he is also prepared to kill them all once they do so, and will never let their souls leave. What he didn't expect was that there was no trace of the souls of the few people escaping at all, and they seemed to have become sacrifices and died together with their flesh and blood. Talking to himself, he suddenly turned his head to look at Yongkai, frowned and said, Boy, why aren't you dead yet? Yongkai had blue veins on his forehead, endured unimaginable pain and torture, shook his head and said, I don't know, maybe my strength is too low, maybe I'm still on the edge, do you want to come down and check? Jiping snorted coldly, do you think I'm an idiot? Yongkai nodded heavily, you are indeed an idiot, you only care about what's in front of you, and you don't even know you're being attacked from behind. Jiping's expression changed, he turned his head abruptly, and saw a blood-stained man with 2 horns on his head, hiding his breath, approaching quietly from behind. Dicky. Jiping's face suddenly changed, his soul was filled with ghosts. After seeing the state of this strong monster, he calmed down a lot. Dicky didn't know what dangers and battles he had encountered. There were wounds all over his body, and he looked embarrassed, and he was only alone. All the companions who had followed him had disappeared. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. The chrysanthemum is not guaranteed, ask for a monthly ticket. The chrysanthemums were exploded one after another, it was too tragic, I ask all the book friends to help me, I don't want to explode, just don't want to be exploded. Crazy for a monthly pass. To be continued, the chrysanthemums have been exploded one after another. It is too tragic, I ask all the book friends to help me. I don't want to explode people, just don't want to be exploded. Crazy for a monthly pass. To be continued, the chrysanthemums have been exploded one after another. It is too tragic, I ask all the book friends to help me. I don't want to explode people, just don't want to be exploded. Crazy for a monthly pass. To be continued, Chapter 1091 Altar. Yongkai followed Jiping and a group of people to walk in this place for many days. Although there were some ups and downs, he did not encounter too much danger, because Jiping had the classics left by his ancestors in his hands, and it was safe to know which direction to go. But Dicky is different, they wanted to find the treasure here wholeheartedly. They encountered all kinds of dangers and killed them all the way. I wanted to sneak up behind Jiping and kill him, but I didn't expect to be seen clearly by Yang Kai. He glared at Yang Kai viciously, annoyed that he ruined his own good deed. How did you find this place? Jiping asked coldly. Dicky snorted heavily. I'm not deaf, there's a cry coming from here, can't I hear it? Saying this, his expression became ecstatic, and he looked at Jiping and said, what you said just now is true. Can this body-tempering divine pool really improve people's physique? Your ancestors really cultivated to the 3rd level of void return. So what? Jiping didn't deny it either. Dicky had obviously been here for a while, and he definitely heard what he said to Goosh and others, so it's pointless to deny it now. Okay. Dicky was overjoyed. I brought people to look for you for more than half a year. I didn't know what you were doing before. I only knew that you could take advantage of it. Now I finally know. Jiping, you are not my opponent. If you want to survive, just leave obediently, or don't blame me for being rude to you. A trace of panic flashed across Jiping's face. He only had the cultivation of the 2nd level of the Holy King, but Dicky was a little higher than him. He knew that he was no match for him, but soon, the panic disappeared. Jiping smiled and said, are you not in a good condition now? If you can kill me easily, there is no need to talk nonsense, but I don't know if the two of us really fight now, who will survive in the end. Quote. Did you see it? Dicky smiled freely, without any embarrassment, nodded and said, since you saw it, then I won't make a fool of myself. There are only 2 of us left here, and I'm afraid no one can do anything about it. No one else, how about discussing it? What do you want? Jiping looked at him angrily. Although he knew that Dicky had also brought someone into this place, he never expected to meet him at the last moment. He wished he could kill Dicky immediately, but he was a bit cautious and didn't dare to act rashly. We don't make trouble for each other. Anyway, this pool is so big, we 2 go in it together to temper our bodies, so that everyone can benefit from it, and it won't hurt the peace. Dicky proposed with a serious face. Okay, that's what I think too. I've come to this point. I really don't want to fail. It's okay to share some benefits with you. Jiping nodded readily. Then it's settled. Dicky chuckled lightly. Jiping nodded again. The 2 looked at each other with a distance of more than 10 feet, and they both had satisfied expressions, as if they had really negotiated. Suddenly, a dark golden armor appeared on Jiping's body. He waved his fists, and fierce forces burst out from the front of his fists. Those energies gathered into substance, like sharp swords, and roared towards Dicky. Past. The silver light in Dicky's hand flashed, and the silver spear appeared leisurely. The patterns on the spear seemed to come alive, and a strong breath of water surged out, and angry waves were generated, meeting Jiping's body like a tsunami. Attack. The battle was about to break out, and the 2 people who had reached an agreement earlier attacked each other with killers at the same time. Yang Kai, who was hiding in the pool, sneered. He knew that it was impossible for these 2 people to coexist peacefully, because Jiping would not give Dicky time to recover. Once Dicky recovered, he would definitely not be an opponent, so it was necessary to fight Dicky at this time. Whether he was sure or not, he had to give it a go. Although Jiping's cultivation level is a bit inferior, but Dicky's condition is not good. If he doesn't fight to the end, no one knows which side will win. Yang Kai looked at it for a while and then lost interest, let go of his body and mind and no longer resisted the pulling force from his feet, allowing that force to pull him into the pool. He wanted to see what mysteries were hidden in the pool. The dark red pool water is tumbling, as if boiling, and the various mysteries contained inside are tempering Yang Kai's blood all the time. He squinted his eyes and sank all the way. It took a long time before he felt that he had touched the bottom of the pool. After arriving here, the pulling force disappeared. It was dark underneath, and nothing could be seen, and the dark red pool water blocked all light from penetrating. Yang Kai had no choice but to take out a strange lighting stone and hold it in his hand, let go of his divine sense and looked around. Not far away, there was a strange power fluctuation. He knew that it should be what Jiping said, the location of the altar. He didn't rush to the altar, but started looking around at the bottom of the pool. After a while, Yang Kai found a space ring lying quietly at the bottom of the pool, and his spiritual mind probed into it to check it out, and Yang Kai grinned. In this space ring, there is the thunder attribute bird wood bred after the death of the 10th level monster Lei Luan, the carapace of the red-tailed purple armored scorpion, countless medicinal materials, and the inner alchemy of the 7th and 8th level monsters. This is Gush's space ring. Yang Kai stuffed the ring into his bosom with satisfaction, and put it away carefully. The space ring is very special, because it forms an independent space inside, so it conflicts with the mysterious demon tome. All space rings cannot be put into the mystic demon tome, but the cosmos bag can. Yang Kai doesn't know what it is why. There are the most good things in Guxia's space ring. Yang was so happy to find it, and continued to search nearby. The body-tempering divine pond is not very big, it is only about 30 feet in radius, but it is more than 100 feet deep. It is not difficult to find a few rings in such a place, and soon, the space rings belonging to Ganji and Luo Yao were also taken into Yang Kai's arms. Above the pool, intense energy fluctuations came, occasionally mixed with Jiping and Dika's scolding and shouting. The two were obviously still fighting hard to separate. Yang Kai paid attention for a while, and felt that they would not be able to do it for a while. Withdrew, and then slowly swam towards the location of the altar. In a short time, he came to the altar, and looking around, there was an altar-like thing standing there quietly, with an extremely complicated array on it, surrounded by things like holy crystals, shining the brilliant spar light, and the energy fluctuations are sensational. Yang Kai took a closer look, and suddenly found that these saint crystals could no longer be called saint crystals. They are better than the best top-grade holy crystals, and the energy contained inside them is hardly comparable to that of holy crystals. Is there a higher level of energy combination above the holy crystal? Yang Kai was slightly moved, he didn't know how to call these crystals. On the altar, the lines of the array pattern are like the palm lines of people, densely packed, crisscrossing, appearing extremely complicated. This place is obviously not naturally generated, but artificially arranged, but it is not known which strong hand it came from. Countless light spots, like fireflies all over the sky, are flowing on the altar, which is so beautiful that it makes people's hearts sway. The streams of energy gathered by the light spots seem to be running endlessly. On the altar, there are full of genius treasures that Yang Kai can't name, each of which is unique and rare. It is under the effect of this altar that the effects of those genius treasures will be activated, and Yang Kai's blood will be tempered, in order to breathe the purest demon god golden blood. He was ecstatic, and immediately sat cross-legged on the altar, wanting to accept more ferocious tempering. Unexpectedly, as soon as he sat firmly, the whole altar was shaken, and the body-quenching god pool seemed to be stimulated by something. The water in the pool suddenly became shorter, and gathered fiercely towards the altar. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, he didn't expect such a situation at all. He tried his best to get out of the altar, but was bound to the place by the upside-down pool water, and he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. With his divine thoughts released, he clearly noticed that the water level of the entire body-tempering god pool was dropping crazily, not because the water in the pool was getting smaller, but because the water in the pool was being compressed due to the involvement of the altar. This kind of anomaly also alarmed Jiping and Dicky, who were fighting to the death. They stopped their hands one after another, and looked towards the tempered body god pool in shock. After discovering that the Shenxi pond seemed to have a big hole, and the water in the pool dwindled rapidly, Jiping yelled crazily, rushing towards this side recklessly. He worked so hard, and he did not hesitate to plot many people, just to temper his body, and his wish is about to come true. Although Dicky is obstructing him, he will not compromise, but if the body-tempering god pool is gone, then you will never be able to achieve your goals. He left Dicky and chased the falling water like crazy, but couldn't touch it. Dicky was also dumbfounded, and stood there in a daze. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 100-foot-deep body-quenching pool dried up, and all the water in the pool was compressed into a small ball, congealed into a blood-red crystal like a silkworm chrysalis that was as deep as 1 foot. When Jiping chased him down, he happened to see Yang Kai, who was trapped in the silkworm chrysalis crystal like a dead person, but the altar that should have existed was gone. He stood there, his eyes glazed over, as if he had lost his soul. After a while, Jiping suddenly yelled and crazily attacked the blood-red crystal. The full force of the Holy King's second-level realm erupted, making Dicky standing in the distance feel terrified. He had no way of taking Jiping's desperate outburst by himself. But the strange thing is that the blood-red crystal is as solid as gold, and Jiping's attack can't destroy it at all, not even leaving a trace. The ground suddenly trembled, and huge gullies appeared on the flat ground. The monsters who had been living here since the crisis, rushed out of their shelters and fled in all directions. Dicka's expression also changed, he didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly fled away. Jiping also stopped his movements, let go of his divine sense, sensed that something was wrong, and finally regained his sanity, and finally bombarded the crystal vigorously once, and was about to leave. But it was too late. From the crystal, there was an endless attraction. In this inexplicable world, all living things, even the vitality in the vegetation, were drawn by that attraction, turned into little fluorescent lights, and moved towards the blood. The red crystals converged. Jiping watched helplessly as his skin became wrinkled, his flesh withered, and his vitality faded away. In a very short period of time, time seemed to flow through his body for 1,000 years, making him senile, and finally fell headlong on the ground, turning into the dry bones on the beach. When the strong wind blew, the dry bones also turned into powder. Before he died, he happened to meet Dika's horrified and inexplicable eyes. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1092. In the vast star field, a battleship carefully avoids the ubiquitous meteorites and heads towards its goal. The battleship is not big, only less than 20 feet long. It is the smallest warship in the star field, and it can barely be regarded as a low-grade Holy King class in terms of grade. The hull of such a battleship is not very strong, and it can be seen from the pitted dents on the surface, which are left by meteorites while sailing in the star field. For other high-level battleships, such a situation is absolutely impossible. This small battleship sailed in the star field like walking on thin ice. It seemed to be fully loaded with cargo, so the speed was not fast. Inside the hull, there are about 60 warriors with different levels of cultivation, each performing their duties, and they seem to be bored inside the battleship. This trip they were ordered to go out to mine ore, and they stayed on a mine star for half a year. It was not until the battleship was finally filled a few days ago that they set off to return. There were 100 people when they came, but there were nearly half of them when they went back. For some reason, there were many ferocious star beasts on the mine, and many of their companions were killed by those star beasts when they were mining. They were satisfied to come back alive, and they had nothing to complain about. They have worked hard for half a year, but they can get many years of freedom in exchange. They are very satisfied. After returning this trip, there will be a lot of rewards, and they can learn more advanced exercises and martial arts, and even have more advanced secret treasures. Waiting for the triumph of the battleship in such imagination. Wu Yi is the supervisor of this battleship, and she has a cultivation base of the first level of the Holy King. At this age, such a cultivation base is considered to be quite aptitude on the gloomy star. The elders of the clan even asserted that as long as if you are willing to practice hard, you will definitely be able to reach the level of returning to the void in the future. Her strength is not considered the strongest on the battleship, the strongest is the accompanying one of the clan's priests, the cultivation base of the third level Holy King, but she is very old. In addition to sitting on the battleship, to ensure the safety of the battleship other than that, other things are ignored, even Wu Yi is not qualified to order this priest to do anything. There are also some other Holy Kings. After all, it is impossible to mine without strength. Wu Yi is standing in the power room of the battleship at this moment, looking at the starry sky with twinkling stars through the transparent window. Her beautiful eyes are full of longing. Gloom Star is her homeland, but the aura of heaven and earth in Gloom Star cannot be compared with other cultivation stars in the star field. The resources are poor and the materials are scarce. There are no high-level geniuses and earth treasures, let alone powerful experts. Among the gloomy stars, the one with the highest strength is only at the second level of void return. I heard that they are already 2,000 years old, and they are very old. I don't know if they can still fight with others now. Moreover, Gloom Star is a relatively remote location in the entire constant Luo star field. It can be seen from the situation of the countless death stars nearby. If you want to find a mine star for mining, you have to sail for several months to arrive. During this period, everyone was even more frightened, fearing that they would encounter too much danger and cause the ship to be destroyed. It is precisely because of the remoteness and barrenness that those big forces in the star field rarely pay attention to this area, and even the villains in the spine of the galaxy and the abandoned lair, who are all evil and extremely murderous, will not come here to plunder. Although the Gloom Star is also part of the star field, it seems to have gone out independently and been forgotten by the world. Wu Yi really wanted to leave the gloomy star and go outside to have a look. While she was still young, she went to see the splendor of the nearby cultivation star. I heard from those who have been to other cultivation stars that there are many, many dark places outside. Things that the stars can't see. There are strong people in the Void King realm outside. There are all kinds of unimaginable beauty. The speed of cultivation on those cultivation stars is extremely fast, and there are so many saint crystals outside. There are also various kinds of pills. Compared with those people on the cultivation star, Wu Yi felt that he was just a country bumpkin who had never seen the big world, an out-and-out local turtle. She yearns for everything outside, but the status quo in the clan restricts her wings to fly freely. Since she was sensible, she has been contributing to her clan. This trip to mine star mining, everyone knows the danger incomparably, it is already smooth sailing if 5 out of 10 warships sent out usually come back. No one dares to take on this job, an errand. They felt that since they were women, it would not matter if they accidentally died outside, and would not damage the foundation of the family, so they agreed so readily. If it were another man of the direct line, those elders would definitely not allow it. A group of short-sighted people, no wonder they can only wait to die on the gloomy star. What happened to the woman? Wu Yi snorted softly, clenched her fists lightly, and swore in her heart that one day she would leave Gloom Star, get out of the cage that suffocated her, to find her own freedom, and to see the wider and more exciting world. Miss. A warrior who had entered the 3rd level of the holy came over in a hurry, his eyes greedily lingered on Wu Yi's upturned buttocks and silky back curve, and quickly lowered his head again, looking away. Strabismus. What's the matter? Wu Yi turned around and looked at him. I just saw Yufeng ran out with someone, what did they do? Master Yufeng just found a piece of blood red ore nearby. He thought it was something valuable, so he took people out to get that ore back. Who knows that's not the case? The warrior hurriedly reported. What's the situation like? Wu Yi suddenly became curious. She was standing by the window just now and saw Yufeng leading a few people to fly out with the imperial envoy Xingchuo. She did bring something back, but she didn't know it was a piece of blood red ore. It's better for Miss to go and see for herself, and my subordinates can't tell. The warrior laughed dryly. Wu Yisho frowned, thought for a while and said, let's lead the way. Staying in this battleship all day, she is going crazy, now some novel things can naturally arouse her interest, maybe Yufeng thinks so too, that's why he left the battleship rashly, broke into the starry sky and killed the blood red bring back the ore. Somewhere on the battleship, a large group of people gathered around a 3-foot diameter spar that looked like a blood-colored silkworm chrysalis. They were amazed. Although they were extremely curious, no one dared to approach this spar except to bring it back. Outside of Yufeng. Yufeng looked at his companions all around with contempt, and snorted, it's just that there's a dead person inside, what are you afraid of? Saying so, he even patted the huge blood-colored spar. Yufeng, what good things have you found? A crisp and pleasant voice came from the side. Everyone couldn't help but look serious when they heard this voice. All the fools showed their best side. Yufeng he even straightened his waist and acted mature and reliable. The crowd separated automatically, and the charming clothes came in style. The fragrance brought by the body permeated the small room, making the group of people sniff the air greedily and exaggeratedly, all with joyful expressions. Wu Yi shook her head incessantly. She was the only woman on the entire battleship. These wolf-like men might have been lonely for a long time, and she didn't care about the ugly appearance of her subordinates, because each of these people was thicker than the other. No matter what, no matter how reprimanded, they all smile at you with a shy face. It seems that being reprimanded is also a kind of honor, and Wu Yi has no temper. After a long time, she turned a blind eye to this situation, and the more she paid attention to them, the more presumptuous they became. But Yufeng quit, rushed to the most exaggerated guys and beat them to the ground with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and said with a fierce look on his face, whoever dares to be disrespectful to Miss, I will kill anyone. Be honest with me, no big or small. While speaking, he breathed heavily, like a drowning fish. Okay. Wu Yi waved his hand, walked to the silkworm chrysalis-like blood-red spar and looked, is this what you found? Yes, miss. Yufeng rushed to Wu Yi's side, pointed at the spar and said, I thought it was some kind of treasure, but when I got closer, I realized that it was not what I thought, and there was a dead person inside. Poor guy, I don't know how long he's been dead. I saw him drifting in the starry sky, I couldn't bear it for a moment, so I brought him back, and planned to find a place to bury him in Gloom Star. Wu Yi nodded lightly. It's a good thing to have kind thoughts in your heart. Seeing your usual irritable appearance, I didn't expect you to have such a side. After being praised, Yufeng opened his mouth and almost grinned to the base of his ears, and said shamelessly, actually, I'm just a bit rough, but I'm very gentle in my heart. There was a burst of unscrupulous contempt. Wu Yi wanted to laugh, but she was too embarrassed to do so, covered her mouth with her small hands, restrained her smile, and changed the subject, are you sure the person inside is dead? Yufeng was stunned. Could it be possible to survive if it's all like this? Wu Yi seriously looked at the person who was sealed in the blood-colored spar. He looked young, only about 30 years old, and he was not bad. Jujube is much better, even with his eyes closed at the moment, there is an inexplicable charm emerging from that stern face. The divine sense was released, and she wanted to carefully see if there was any vitality revealed, but what surprised Wu Yi was that the blood-colored crystallization actually blocked her own spiritual sense detection, which made her very surprised. Go and invite Changqi to come over and let the old man see whether this person is dead or alive, Wu Yi said in a deep voice. Immediately, someone led them out. Changqi enshrined him as the most powerful person on the battleship. He was at the 3rd level of the Saint King realm. If he wasn't old, he should have the hope of breaking through to the Void Return realm. He has seen a lot, and he might know what is this blood-red crystal. What are you doing here? Yufeng laughed loudly, ran up to the crystal, patted it lightly, and said, even if this guy is alive, I'm afraid he won't be able to get out. No amount of strength can break this crystal, leaving no trace of it, and I don't know what it is. Works, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1093 Broken. While laughing, Yufeng patted the blood-red crystal lightly, uttering wild words with conviction. Wu Yi nodded in agreement. Yufeng has the cultivation base of the 1st level of the Saint King, he is much older than himself, and he was promoted much later than himself, but he has reached this level anyway, since his attacks can't help there are traces on this crystal, which means that this crystal is indeed very strong. Who would have thought that as soon as Yufeng's words fell, there was an inexplicable faint cracking sound. Looking along the sound, Yufeng's laughter stopped abruptly, as if someone pinched his neck, and his eyes Zizi almost stared out of his eyes, and rushed to Wu Yi with a brisk step, protecting her behind him with a dignified expression, and looked at the blood-red crystal with great vigilance. The warriors who had been gathering around all this time also felt like they were facing a formidable enemy, and they no longer had the relaxed look they had before. Wu Yi poked her head out from behind Yufeng's burly body, and after seeing clearly what had happened, she couldn't help exclaiming, Yufeng, did you break it? At this moment, on the seemingly extremely hard crystal, crisscrossing, dense cracks like spider webs appeared, and the cracks quickly spread in all directions. In less than a few breaths, the originally crystal clear crystal became full of cracks. The cloth seemed to be shattered at any moment. Yufeng complained, I didn't use much effort. Who knew it was so inaccurate? It wasn't like this when we were outside. No matter how we bombarded it, we couldn't leave any marks on it. Young lady, stand back, something is wrong. Wu Yi nodded slightly, and stepped back a little, but those big eyes couldn't move their eyes away, and kept staring at the bloody crystal, wanting to see what would happen to it later. The regular offering is here. Someone shouted excitedly. Everyone looked back and saw Priest Changqi with a goatee on his chin walking quickly. A group of people saluted one after another, and when Changli came to stand beside him, Wu Yi asked, Chang Priest, do you know what this is? Something. Why is someone sealed inside? Changqi frowned and waited and looked, his divine sense kept probing, and he shook his head after a while and said, Miss, forgive me for my poor eyesight, but I can't see what kind of material this is, maybe it's not something that can be produced near Gloomy Star. From outside, Wu Yimei's eyes lit up. Should be. Cha-cha-cha. There was another sound from the blood-red crystal that was already full of cracks. Under the eyes of everyone, the blood-red crystal suddenly exploded, and the debris flew in all directions, causing a group of warriors to curse and hurriedly covered their faces. The person who was sealed inside fell to the ground, opened his eyes leisurely, seemed to want to stand up, but was extremely weak, and fell to the ground. Alive, many warriors suddenly changed color, and even Wu Yi, who was extremely curious, turned pale all of a sudden. People who thought they should have died a long time ago are still alive and well at this moment. This is really beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. One after another divine thoughts covered that person in all directions. After realizing that the person who came out of the blood ruby stone had no strength in his body, everyone was relieved. Without power, there is no harm, so naturally there is no need to be vigilant and afraid. This is not an ordinary person. Changqi slowly shook his head. It is impossible for an ordinary person to be sealed in a spar and still be safe and sound. He is very likely to have temporarily lost his power. I don't know what his own cultivation level is. To a certain extent, if he recovers. Yu Feng's expression changed. He took a step forward, Sheng Yuan rolled in his body, and shouted, I'll kill him. The realm of the person in the blood-red crystal is unknown, and the origin is unknown, so Yu Feng naturally dare not take it lightly. You don't need to kill him, do you? Wu Yi quickly stopped, seeing that he is not very old, even if he has some skills, his cultivation level will not be too high, just restrict his freedom. Miss is very curious about him. Changqi glanced at Wu Yi thoughtfully. Isn't the priest often curious? Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled, ignoring Yu Feng's stop, walked straight to the man, knelt down and asked, Do you understand what we are saying? Seeing that person gave a positive response, Wu Yi asked again, what's your name? Where are you from? Yongkai, he came from the Rainfall Star. Yongkai answered honestly. Rainfall Star? Wu Yi raised her eyebrows. Sure enough, it came from outside. Rainfall Star is several years away from here. How did you come here? Yongkai shook his head slowly. I just remember going to a place, entering a blood-red pool, accidentally touching some restrictions, and then passed out, and when I woke up, I was here. Wu Yi was thoughtful. Doesn't that mean that you drifted all the way here? I think so. What is this place? Yongkai frowned. He was not used to being asked this way. Boy, answer the question honestly. There is no place for you to talk here. Yufeng yelled at Yongkai, raised his huge fist, and looked like Yongkai would beat him up if he didn't cooperate. Here, it's near Gloom Star. Yongkai shook his head again. Gloom Star, he had never heard of it. It's understandable that you haven't heard of it. Gloom Star is relatively remote, and many people have never heard of it. Hee, you are quite courageous, and you don't seem to be afraid at all. What are you afraid of? I think you don't seem to be malicious to me. Yongkai grinned. That's not sure, it depends on you. Haven't you heard of women's needles in the bottom of the heart? Maybe I will let someone kill you in the next moment. After all, we know nothing about you, so I don't feel at ease. A stranger stayed on the battleship. Wu Yi said lightly. The smile on Yongkai's face immediately subsided. Wu Yi giggled and seemed very satisfied. That's right, well, let me ask you, what is your cultivation? Entering the holy third level. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. A martial artist who has entered the third order holy realm really doesn't need to be too nervous. Although Yongkai is suspected of lying, but at his age, even if he lies, his strength will not be too high. Where to go? I still have a lot to ask, but you seem to be very tired. Let's stop here today. Yufeng, take him down to rest, and give him something to eat. Wu Yi saw that Yongkai's face was not quite right, so he held back the curiosity in his heart, and ordered Yufeng lightly. Yufeng nodded, picked up Yongkai, and walked in one direction. Not long after, when he came to a room, Yufeng kicked open the door, threw Yongkai in, and said fiercely, Boy, stay here honestly, don't try to play any tricks. If you ask me to see you have what kind of plot is wrong, I will take your life immediately. Understood. Yongkai nodded, I will be very honest. Yufeng turned around and was about to leave when suddenly he turned to Yongkai and said, What's in your space ring? Some holy crystals and pills. Yongkai replied. Yufeng looked around and found that there was no one around, and when he was about to say something, Yongkai had already thrown the space ring over. Yufeng took it, swept it with his divine sense, immediately smiled, nodded at Yongkai and said, Student, wait, I'll find you something delicious. Saying so, he disappeared. Yufeng grinned and strode towards one direction, although Wu Yi's insistence on keeping Yongkai made him a little uneasy, but being able to harvest so many saint crystals made him very happy. Turning a corner, I happened to see Wu Yi standing there with a smile. Yufeng quickly pinned the space ring behind him, with a smile on his face. Bring it. Wu Yi stretched out a hand to him. What do you want, miss? Yufeng pretended to be stupid. That person's space ring, is it in your hands now? Wu Yi smiled sweetly. Yufeng sighed, drooping his head like a defeated rooster, walked up slowly, put Yongkai's space ring on Wu Yi's hand, and said weakly, Miss, can you stop being so smart? We men have no status. We are not robbers. What are we doing by stealing people's things, and making enemies with people for no reason? If there are people like you in the clan, will the clan survive? Wu Yi reprimanded unceremoniously. When Yufeng heard it, his head was as big as a bucket, and he kept clasping his hands and begging for mercy. Wu Yi didn't care, and reprimanded him severely, until Yufeng seriously admitted his mistake and promised that he would never do it again next time. After Yufeng left in despair, his divine sense penetrated inside. There was a look of surprise on her pretty face. No wonder people say that there are so many saint crystals outside, and a warrior who has entered the third level of the holy realm has so many top-grade saint crystals. It's really unreasonable. If it can't be snatched, it shouldn't be a problem for him to give it to me. No matter what, I've saved his life. Talking to himself for a while, Wu Yi put away the space ring with peace of mind, and prepared to talk to Yongkai about the ownership of this space ring when he saw Yongkai next time. In the room, Yongkai looked indifferent. The space ring worn on his hand was just a cover. After all, in the star field, basically as long as there is some strength, everyone will have a space ring. The one in Yang Kai's hand only contained less than 500 high-grade saint crystals and a few bottles of commonly used medicinal pills, so it doesn't hurt to lose it. However, what the man named Yufeng did made him vigilant. He quickly touched his bosom, and after finding the 3 space rings, he let out a heavy breath. Although I don't know how much time has passed, the 3 space rings that originally belonged to Onatsu and others have not been lost. He listened carefully, and after confirming that no one was watching him outside, Yang Kai quickly transferred the contents of the 3 space rings to the mysterious demon tome. If the things in these 3 space rings are lost, Yang Kai will feel distressed. After doing all this, Yang Kai had time to check his own situation. Since he woke up, he found that his body was empty, with no holy energy left, and he seemed to have lost his cultivation, which made his hair stand on end. If a martial artist has no cultivation base, he is equivalent to an ordinary person. After a careful inspection, Yang Kai calmed down. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wajong Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1094 Who is pitiful? The Saint Yuan in the body did not exist in the slightest, and the strength accumulated for so many years was completely consumed at once, which made people panic, but the foundation was still there. Yang Kai tried to operate the cultivation technique, and found that he could still recover from the power between heaven and earth. Absorb aura and turn it into a powerful nutrient for yourself. As long as the foundation is there, it is only a matter of time to restore strength. With the help of pills and holy crystals, this time will not be too long, at most a few days, but I want to have it again as inexhaustible as before. Inexhaustible power has to be accumulated again over the years. The power of spiritual consciousness has not been lost much, but has been strengthened a lot. Spiritual mind probed in the body, and Yang Kai quickly became pleasantly surprised. In his own body, the flowing golden blood seemed to become purer and more condensed. And there are nearly 100 drops of the most orthodox demon god's golden blood. Each drop of demon god's golden blood contains extremely terrifying power. This is the real golden blood of the demon god, blood that is comparable to the blood in the body of the great demon god. Compared with these 100 drops of golden blood, the blood that flowed in his body before only has a strong recovery ability. But these 100 drops of golden blood contained Yang Kai's understanding of the Tao of Heaven and martial Tao, and his understanding of various forces, which seemed to have infinite uses. The depression and slight anxiety in my heart were instantly replaced by ecstasy. The body-tempering divine pool didn't know what was going on. Yang Kai was sure that he should have triggered some kind of restriction on that altar, causing the entire pool to be compressed into a blood-red crystal. When drifting in the starry sky, however, his own blood is still being tempered powerfully, which is why he is in such an exciting situation now. Shengyuan will not disappear for no reason. It is very likely that it has melted into the blood and nourished the birth of these 100 drops of golden blood. The fresh blood becomes purer. Yang Kai believes that the power of qi and blood that erupts when he fights will be exuberant, and the power of qi and blood is directly linked to the recovery power and vitality, which means that his recovery ability and life force are better than before. Much more tyrannical. In order to verify his conjecture, he condensed the strength he had just recovered, and drew a long, deep wound on his palm. The golden light shone, and the blood didn't even flow out of it, and the horrific wound healed quickly, and it disappeared in less than half a cup of tea, and there was no trace left on the palm. Yang Kai took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. In the past, although such an injury was not serious, it could only be regarded as a minor injury, but at least it would take an hour or two to fully heal, but now, half a cup of tea is enough. The recovery power was indeed several times stronger. After checking his body and confirming that the current situation is only a short-term problem, Yang Kai let go of his heart, took out a piece of saint crystal and held it in the palm of his hand, performed his exercises, absorbed the power of the saint crystal, and stuffed it into his mouth. A lot of pills were used to dissolve the effects of the medicine, and feeling that his own strength was slowly accumulating and recovering, Yang Kai had an illusion of being reborn as a human being for no reason. The Tianlingilin mark on his chest had long since disappeared. From this, it can be deduced that he was definitely unconscious for a long time, and he couldn't judge how long it would be. The woman said that this place is near Gloom Star, and it is several years away from Rainfall Star. That is to say, she may have been sealed for several years. During the time of being sealed, the energy in the blood-red crystal combined with her own Saint Yuan, he has been tempering his own blood, and when the crystallization energy and Saint Yuan were all exhausted, the altar seemed to disappear, so after the crystal was shattered, Yang Kai did not see the altar. Those genius treasures placed on the altar should also be turned into nutrients and penetrated into his blood. Although the actions of this trip were a bit muddled, they still gained a lot of benefits. Although Yufeng was a little rude, but he was still a real person, he really found something to eat and gave it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was not polite, he ate the food and recovered a little bit of strength. Although it doesn't matter if you don't eat all the time when you have reached the third level holy realm, everyone has a desire for food, and the things Yufeng sent also have some recovery functions. After eating, it will be great for you beneficial. After a whole night of effort, Yang Kai consumed 3 high-grade saint crystals and accumulated a lot of saint yuan in his meridians, but it was incomparable to the peak period. The next day, there were footsteps outside the door, and the woman I had talked to before didn't wait for a response. She pushed open the door and walked in, and an attentive guy moved a chair and followed behind, putting down the chair with a flattering face. After Wu Yi sat down, he waved to the warrior, indicating that he could go out. The warrior looked hesitant and said, "Miss, will there be any problem if you are alone with him?" "What's the problem?" Wu Yi glared at him displeased. "Ly, or do you think you are better than me and can protect my safety?" The martial artist immediately turned pale, dared not even say anything, walked out respectfully, and closed the door smoothly. Glancing at Yang Kai who was sitting on the ground and leaning against the wall, Wu Yi chuckled lightly and said, "Come back to life." Kindness. Yang Kai nodded, he didn't know what this woman would ask him. He also felt that the fighters on this battleship did not have any malice towards him, even though Yufeng clamored to kill him at the beginning, it was just him. Be vigilant and careful. Look, you have been drifting in the starry sky. If my subordinates hadn't rescued you this time, maybe you would still be wandering outside. If you accidentally encountered some powerful star beast, it would swallow you up in one bite. Possibly, Wu Yi whispered softly, and said alarmingly, if you are swallowed by a star beast, then you will be miserable. Yang Kai saw that she was playing with a space ring while talking, and she didn't know what she wanted to do, so he laughed dumbly and said, "You guys saved my life, I should thank you, but I don't have anything." The only space ring was taken away by that person named Yufeng yesterday. So, are you willing to give me the space ring as a thank you gift? Wu Yi was overjoyed. That's great, then this ring and the contents inside are all mine now, you can't go back. I don't want it. Yang Kai shook his head. Only then did Wu Yi take out all the things in the space ring with peace of mind, put it into her own ring, and then threw the empty ring back to Yang Kai. You are really rich. There are actually 500 pieces of high-grade holy crystals in the ring. Do you know that such a wealth is easy to miss? Fortunately, you encountered my battleship. If it is someone else's battleship, it is very easy, you may not even have your life now. Is this considered rich? Yang Kai pinched his nose. Isn't that counted? Wu Yi was a little sad. That's right, people outside of you do have a lot of saint crystals, but our gloom star is different. There are only a few saint crystal mines, and they are controlled by a few big forces, so it is impossible for our family to do more, so we can only risk our lives to search for mining on the outer mine star, and many people will die every time. Where are you so poor? Yang Kai was stunned. Since he came to the star field, he has never worried about the matter of the holy crystal. On the hanging continent, he robbed the people of the Purple Star and the Sword League and got a lot of holy crystals. The warehouse of the Luo Chamber of Commerce branch. He really didn't know that someone would be sad about 500 high-grade saint crystals, and it seemed that the status of this woman was not low. You said you came from Rainfall Star. As far as I know, that cultivation star is owned by a faction called Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, right? Kindness. Is the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce big? Are there many masters? Is the most powerful one in the Void King realm? I heard that there is a palace built by Shengjing there, and I heard that people there eat pills as snacks. Is that true? Wu Yi's barrage of questions made Yang Kai a little confused. He hesitated for a while and asked, have you never been outside? Wu Yi shook her head. I can only move around the Gloom Star, it's too remote. I heard that the business of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce spreads all over the entire star field, but there is no Gloom Star, it's really annoying, and they look down on us too much. Quote. Why can you only move around the gloomy star? If you think about it, why don't you just go outside and have a look? Yang Kai suddenly felt that this woman was a bit pitiful. She clearly had a heart yearning for the outside world, but was blocked by some unknown reasons. Bound. Do you think it's so easy to go outside? Wu Yi rolled his eyes at him. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare straight at him. Without a suitable star map, without a solid battleship, and without sufficient resources, how can we support a voyage that lasts for several years? Few people here can go outside, and basically people outside will not come here. Gloom Star destined to belong in forgotten places. Hearing what she said, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of Tongzhong continent. There are many similarities between the two. The location is extremely remote, but Gloom Star is obviously better than Tongshuan continent. People at least know the situation in the star field, and Tongshuan continent is a completely closed world. Even exploring there is no qualification for the star field. In the vast star field, such existences as Tongshuan continent and Gloom Star are definitely not special cases. It is very likely that there are many such cultivation stars in unknown corners. For a moment, Yang Kai had a feeling of being connected to this woman, thought for a while and said, "Actually, your situation is much better than mine." Quote, "Where is it?" Wu Yi was puzzled. "Do you know where I was born?" "In the land where I was born, the strongest is only the third-level saint realm." Wu Yi's small mouth became round. "Don't believe it." Yang Kai smiled, "But this is the truth. We don't even know about Star Shuttle, we don't know about battleships, we don't know that there are other stars of cultivation in the star field. We sit in the sky and think that we have reached the third level of the holy. It is the pinnacle of martial arts. If I hadn't accidentally obtained a Star Shuttle, I wouldn't have been able to come to this wonderful world, but no one in that land except me can enter the star field. Live ignorantly on that continent." Wu Yi stared blankly at Yang Kai, and said after a while, "You guys are so pitiful. Tickets, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 1095 Black Rock Beast. There must be a comparison in mourning. Once you find that others are more pitiful than yourself, you will not be sad anymore. Yang Kai's words made Wu Yi feel a sense of superiority. Compared with the homeland of this man named Yang Kai, Gloom Star is simply a paradise on earth. She admired Yang Kai for rushing out of the Tongshuan continent and entering the star field alone. Her two beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. She obviously appreciated this kind of fearless behavior. If there is a chance, she presumably does the same. It's a pity that various restrictions trapped her here. Chatting and chatting, the atmosphere became harmonious. Wu Yi was not hostile to Yang Kai. Yang Kai is also a person who goes with the situation. Naturally he will not be careful to harm her. Until Yufeng came to report some things, Wu Yi just left with unsatisfied intentions. After she left, Yang Kai continued to take out the Saint Crystal, took the elixir, and operated the exercises to restore his own strength. Time passed, and a month later, Yang Kai had recovered to the third-level Saint realm, but the Saint Yuan in his body hadn't accumulated much, at least it was negligible compared to before. He constantly absorbs the energy in the holy crystal to replenish the power storage in his body. Accustomed to the inexhaustible power, no matter how much he uses it, he will not collapse. Now this state makes him a little uncomfortable. The energy in the Saint Crystal quickly transformed into Yang Kai's powerful capital, and the Saint Yuan agitated and flowed in the meridians. His heart was like a mirror, and his spiritual thoughts shuttled through the meridians, examining the 100 drops of the purest demon god's golden blood. The 100 drops of golden blood were bred because of the combination of that altar and his huge Saint Yuan. There are only 100 drops, and when they run out, if he wants to generate it again in the future, what method should he use? The altar in the tempered body divine pool is no longer there, and Yang Kai couldn't fully remember the complex formation diagram carved on the altar. Even if he wanted to copy it, it was impossible. Just as he was thinking this way, the golden blood flowing in his body seemed to be stimulated by something, and began to frantically devour his own saint essence. Yang Kai, who had just recovered not long ago, suddenly turned pale, and couldn't help but feel a sense of exhaustion. Concentrating on the investigation, Yang Kai was startled. The Saint Yuan in his body suddenly lost more than half, and these disappeared Saint Yuan were swallowed by his own golden blood in a very short period of time, and a little more pure golden blood was born in the golden blood that swallowed the Saint Yuan, only pinpoint-sized gold. It was a drop of pure demon god's golden blood that hadn't formed yet. Yang Kai thought about it for a while, thinking of a possibility, quietly let go of his own suppression, and let the golden blood continue to devour the Saint Yuan. The holy yuan obtained through hard training decreased sharply, but the needle-like golden blood increased in size. Sure enough, Yang Kai couldn't help gushing out a look of ecstasy. As expected, golden blood can be produced by consuming holy energy, which confirmed my previous guess that the reason why my boundless holy energy disappeared completely was because of the breeding of 100 drops of golden blood. In the future, if I want to condense pure golden blood, I only need to consume Saint Yuan. However, the amount of consumption is a bit large, even the big Yang Kai feels distressed. After recovering the Saint Yuan obtained for a month, he can only condense a drop of golden blood the size of a grain of rice. This means that he has to practice and accumulate for at least 3 months before he can use all the Saint Yuan to transform into a drop of pure golden blood. Although distressed, Yang Kai was determined. Because Saint Yuan can be obtained through cultivation, taking pills, and consuming Saint Crystal. As long as you find the right place and method, it is not difficult to obtain Saint Yuan. However, the golden blood of the demon god cannot be obtained casually. Now there is a gap between the two. The process of being able to transform is what Yang Kai likes to see. Although it is a unilateral transformation, it is not as flexible as Yang Yi, but in this way, the demon god's golden blood will not be completely consumed. There are still hundreds of drops of golden blood in the body. Yang Kai is not in a hurry to breed again. In the current situation, accumulating Saint Yuan is the most important thing. The mood is good, and the speed of cultivation seems to have increased a lot. In one day, Yang Kai consumed 10 Saint Crystals and absorbed all the energy inside them. Wu Yi is here again. During this month, as long as she has some free time, she will run to Yang Kai. The news about the outside world brought by Yang Kai makes her obsessed. No matter it is big or small, she listens with gusto. The more I yearn for it outside, I wish I could order the battleship to change direction now and head towards that wonderful world. Seeing her sitting in front of him with big thorns, putting on a look of listening carefully, Yang Kai felt a headache, and said speechlessly, Wu Yi, I have only been in Starfield for a few years, I know it, I saw it, I've told you everything, and there's nothing to hide. Yang Kai really can't stand her anymore. A person's curiosity can be so strong, he doesn't know if it's her sorrow or his own sorrow. Think about it, there are always some things that I haven't told me, as long as it's outside news, I'll listen to anything. Wu Yi refused to let go, staring at Yang Kai with great interest. When she said this a few times before, Yang Kai searched his mind and thought of a few small things, satisfied Wu Yi's curiosity, and sent her away. Yang Kai is not going to compromise today. This little girl is a wolf who can't get enough to eat. If she compromises again today, there will definitely be a next time. It's gone, it's really gone. I've even told you about flirting with women, how can there be anything I haven't said? Let's just say this, I want to know how men and women outside treat their feelings differently from Gloomstar. Wu Yi became interested, and ignored Yang Kai's dark face like the bottom of a pot. At the critical moment, Yu Feng ran to save Yang Kai's life. Seeing him flustered, Wu Yi's face became serious. What happened? A group of black rock beasts followed outside the battleship. Wu Yi suddenly changed color, stood up hastily, rushed to the window and looked out. After seeing the situation outside, his face became even uglier. He didn't care about digging out any information from Yang Kai, so he ran out with Yu Feng in a hurry. After they left, Yang Kai also looked at the window, only to see a large group of dark monsters gathered around the battleship. The number was at least 300 or 400, and this was still within Yang Kai's field of vision. Yes, I don't know how many are outside the field of vision. Black Rock Beast. When Yang Kai chatted with Wu Yi during this time, she heard that this kind of monster lives in the star field. Its vitality is extremely tenacious, and it likes to eat ore. Therefore, traces of black rock beasts can often be seen on meteorite seas. Death stars are mineral stars. Wu Yi and the others called this monster a star beast. The level of the black rock beast is not high, the weaker one is only the 5th level, which is equivalent to the immortal ascension boundary among warriors. The highest is only the 7th level, which is the level of the Holy King, and most of them are at the 6th level. What makes Wu Yi a headache is that the black rock beast is a monster that lives in groups, and what it likes to eat most is not only ore, but also battleships. The hulls of battleships are tempered with various rare ores, which are most suitable for the appetite of black rock beasts. They have rough skin and thick flesh, and are difficult to kill. Many warships sailing on Gloomstar did not die because they encountered star storms. Most of them are due to encountering the black rock beast. The battleship was devoured by this kind of monster, and the warriors in the battleship lost their shelter, so there would be casualties. Over the years, all the major forces on the Gloomy Star have suffered heavy losses because of this kind of star beast, and once they jointly wiped it out. But the black rock beast is like springing up bamboo shoots after a rain, and after one stalk is cut, another stalk will emerge, and it cannot be killed no matter what. It can be said that the black rock beast is the biggest enemy of warriors on the Gloomy Star, and it is also a difficulty that prevents them from going deep into the star field and integrating into the wonderful world. If this difficulty is not resolved, it is impossible to integrate into the star field. Wu Yi's battleship is only a low-grade Saint King class, and it can't resist the sharp teeth of the black rock beast at all. So when he heard that there was a black rock beast following him, Wu Yi immediately changed his face. Yang Kai stood on the spot and thought for a while before walking out. In a month's life, although he failed to integrate into this battleship, no one came to embarrass him. After all, his real cultivation base is not high, and Wu Yi also allows him to walk around on the battleship, as long as he does not go to some confidential places. The place is fine. In the corridor, the martial artists rushed towards the emergency, all of them murderous, and under Yu Feng's yelling, they ran in one direction in an orderly manner. Many people were cursing, shouting that they would fight the Black Rock Beast to the death, vowing to live and die with the battleship. Everyone turned a blind eye to Yang Kai. At this moment, the battleship shook violently, a sensational energy fluctuation came out, all warriors grinned. Yang Kai looked out the window, and saw a pure white light, striking from a certain part of the battleship. The chalk shot out and blasted into the Black Rock herd. Dozens of Black Rock beasts swarming together turned into a blood mist at this moment, and where the light passed, the space became empty, leaving nothing behind. Crystal Cannon, a kind of secret treasure that every battleship will carry, is completely powered by the Holy Crystal. Although the power is huge, the consumption is also huge. With the financial resources that Wu Yi and others have, I am afraid they can only be stimulated once. Sure enough, the explosion of the crystal cannon made the blood of all warriors on the battleship boil. The hatch of the battleship was slowly opened, and under the leadership of Yu Feng, everyone rushed out. Even Wu Yi is no exception. She is covered with a fiery red treasure armor. The clusters of flames on the treasure armor are beating like souls, exuding the energy fluctuations of the lower grade of the holy level, and the pretty face is full of determination. Color. After these people left, the hatch closed slowly again. Yang Kai swept the battleship with his divine sense, and suddenly found that there were only less than 10 people left on the entire battleship plus himself. These 10 people are the minimum number of people to maintain the operation of the battleship, and the rest of the people have all entered Heian among the herd. The battle was fierce. Accustomed to seeing the prosperity of the Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, suddenly seeing a group of people desperately defending a small battleship of the Saint King class, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little delicate. If it was Shuiyu instead of Wu Yi who sat on the battleship, she probably would not go out to fight for the battleship. Her safety was much more valuable than the battleship. But then again, if Shuiyu's battleship would not fire the crystal cannon just once, her kind of crazy woman could only fire the crystal cannon continuously until the Black Rock herd was bombarded to pieces. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1096 Golden Spear. Outside the battleship, the radiance of secret treasures and martial arts dazzled the eyes, and the power of various attributes was released by those warriors, blasting into the densely packed Black Rock herd. Even if the Black Rock beast's skin was extremely hard, it couldn't withstand such a violent attack. In just one round of sweeping, more than 20 Black Rock beasts of the 5th and 6th ranks were smashed into pieces. The fighters on the battleship are very regular in their actions, showing a way of grouping together. They will not rush out of their own camp to seek the bad luck of the Black Rock beast, but under the command of Wu Yi, they will act in unison. Wherever they go. Their number is not many, only 50 or 60. Compared with the huge Black Rock herd, they seem so insignificant, so they can only use this method to gain some advantages. Prayers and shouts of cheer sounded in Yang Kai's ears. Those who stayed on the battleship were cheering for their companions. Their cultivation was the lowest among all the people, and they were not qualified to participate in such a battle. You can only stay on the battleship to maintain the operation of the battleship. A scream came, and a martial artist who had entered the holy 3rd level was the first to be torn into pieces by the rushing Black Rock beast, and died instantly. Immediately someone filled his position and forced the Black Rock beast back. The next moment, dozens of attacks came, killing the Black Rock beast on the spot. Wu Yi's scheduling is very regular and effective. It can be seen that this is not the first time they have dealt with such a battle. Everyone has rich experience. If this situation continues, even if there are few people on Wu Yi's side, they can also achieve the final victory. But Yang Kai was keenly aware that everyone fighting outside was worried about something, and seemed to know what kind of action the Black Rock beast would make next, and that kind of thing was not something they could resist. There was another shrill scream, and a warrior on the outermost side of the formation was rushed to the side by several Black Rock beasts, biting him for a while. His hands and feet were all crushed, and he became the second person to die. After those Black Rock beasts killed the warriors, they did not devour their flesh and blood, but spit out the flesh from their mouths. The Black Rock beasts only ate minerals, not flesh and blood. Shish! Streams of green liquid suddenly spewed out from the mouth of the Black Rock beast. In an instant, Wu Yi and the others were wrapped in this green liquid in all directions. Everyone looked awe-inspiring, and quickly avoided under Wu Yi's command. A warrior who was accidentally stained with the green liquid screamed, and a puff of smoke rose from his body. The majestic armor worn on his chest was quickly melted, and even his body was corroded, leaving only bones. This emerald green liquid is clearly extremely corrosive. Yang Kai changed color and couldn't help worrying about Wu Yi and the others. Now that his strength has not fully recovered, at most he can only display the level of a warrior who has entered the holy third level. If Wu Yi and others are defeated and the battleship is destroyed, then everyone on the battleship will suffer. Perhaps not many survived in this vast herd. Yang Kai suddenly felt that he should do something. Boom boom boom. A series of muffled sounds came from the ship, and Yang Kai saw that the black rock beasts avoided the position of Wu Yi and the others, jumped onto the battleship, sprayed the green liquid from the beast's mouth, began to corrode the ship, and then gnawed battleship. The sound of clicking, like spring silkworms eating mulberry leaves, was so dense that people couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. Wu Yi and the others did not hold together anymore. They formed groups of 3 or 5, followed closely by those black rock beasts, jumped onto the hull of the battleship one after another, bravely killed the enemy, and protected the safety of the battleship. People died constantly, and dozens of black rock beasts gathered around everyone. Yu Feng and the other 3 guarded Wu Yi's side, and together with her, he swayed his Saint Yuan. Wu Yi practiced fire attribute Kung Fu, waving a few rings in her hands, dancing her graceful waist like a water snake, clusters of flames converging and attacking like a dragon, which made those black rock beasts quite cautious and dared not attack easily. Before that, the few black rock beasts that approached were all strangled by her. They seemed to be terrified of fire. More black rock beasts noticed this side and rushed towards this side quickly. Yu Feng and the others tried their best, but they couldn't stop the surge of beasts. What's more, among this group of black rock beasts, there were still a few 7th order beasts. The 7th level monsters are equivalent to the warrior's holy king realm. 2 of the 7th level black rock beasts are entangled with Yu Feng, and the other ones greet other warriors guarding Wu Yi one after another, making them flawless. The ring in Wu Yi's hand erupted with a stronger flame breath, and bombarded a 7th order black rock beast charging aggressively. The flames splashed, and the black rock beast retreated howling in pain, but it was not killed. The black rock beast has rough skin and thick flesh, and its defense is extremely strong. Wu Yi can kill the 5th and 6th ranks, but there is no way to kill the 7th rank black rock beast in a short time. Under the attack of the flames, the black rock beast seemed to become extremely furious. It opened its bloody mouth full of irregular serrated fangs, and faint green corrosive acid could be seen gathering in its mouth. It hid behind several other companions. While Wu Yi was in a hurry, it bit towards her waist. As long as this bite is firm, with the bite force of the black rock beast and the corrosive power of the acid, Wu Yi will be seriously injured if he does not die. She could see clearly, but couldn't resist. Yu Feng and the others were also furious, but they couldn't move their hands to help. A sense of desperation rose from his heart. Wu Yi had a desolate look on his face, helplessly watching the 7th order black rock beast biting towards him, helpless. At this moment, a drop of golden light suddenly appeared in front of her. The golden light appeared without warning, without any trace. The moment the golden light appeared, it turned into a spear, and a sensational sound came from the spear. The energy fluctuated, and the strength of that power made everyone's faces change. With lightning speed, the spear slammed at the 7th order black rock beast with its mouth wide open, smashing a big hole in its head, smashing its entire head. The momentum of the golden spear remained undiminished, and it pierced through more than a dozen majestic black rock beasts. None of the rough-skinned and thick-skinned monsters could resist its attack, no matter whether they were 5th or 6th ranks. They exploded into a ball. The blood mist disappeared from everyone's sight. The stunned Yu Feng forgot his own danger, and looked at the golden spear approaching him foolishly, feeling a sense of coldness in his heart. He thought he was dead. But what surprised him was that the golden spear seemed to be spiritual. The moment it rushed in front of him, it suddenly turned, brushed past his body, and swallowed a black rock beast behind him. A group of people looked around in a daze, all at a loss, not knowing who made this golden spear. Wu Yi even searched around. The golden spear resolved the fatal situation, allowing her to escape. She looked around with lingering fear. Her pretty face was full of doubts. She wanted to find the owner of this spear. She had no idea that there was such a powerful character among her subordinates. Such a spear alone was enough to make that subordinate the main force of the family. Wu Yi naturally has the value of a warrior with this method. She searched for a while, but found no suspicious person. Suddenly, she saw Yang Kai standing behind the window somewhere on the battleship. Yang Kai was waving his hands at her. He didn't know what he was talking about, but he was nervous from his demeanor and mouth shape. Wu Yi still deduced that he was cheering for himself and others. Wu Yi shook his head, and didn't pay too much attention to Yang Kai. While cooperating with Yu Feng and others who pulled out his hands to attack the black rock beast again, he quietly observed the golden spear. Since the appearance of this strange golden spear, the tide of battle seems to have changed. The group of warriors who had fallen into the absolute disadvantage seemed to have been beaten with chicken blood, mobilizing their own strength more and more desperately, and gradually regained the disadvantage. The golden spear swims in the battlefield, as if it has its own life and eyes. Every time it strikes, it will kill several black rock beasts. Every time it strikes, it can save the life of a warrior. The timing is quite good. Everyone has discovered this peculiar golden spear and realized its ferocity. Some smart people hid behind the spear and began to pick up the leaks, hunting and killing those injured black rock beasts. Everyone followed the order to attack behind the spear. This is an indestructible spear. With it opening the way ahead, it is only a matter of time before the black rock herd is killed. The black rock beasts that jumped onto the battleship were gradually cleaned up, and the black rock beasts seemed to have sensed the threat from the spears, gathered in one place, and looked towards this side, but did not dare to attack casually. Wu Yi also raised her hand to signal for everyone to rest for a while. Their number is too small, there are hundreds of monsters in the black rock beast herd, if they rush in rashly, there will be casualties. The scene was at a stalemate all of a sudden, the black rock beasts were afraid to step forward, and Wu Yi and the others did not move. The stalemate was still broken by the golden spear, and for some unknown reason, there was a shocking energy fluctuation from the golden spear, and the spear, which was originally only 3 feet long, suddenly became longer and thicker, and it became a thing in the blink of an eye. A giant spear with a length of 50 feet. With a shake, the giant spear suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, as if it never existed. Just when everyone was looking for the trace of the giant spear, a group of golden light exploded at the location where the black rock herd of beasts gathered. The golden light enveloped the huge herd of beasts, and many 5th and 6th order monsters disappeared instantly. It disappeared as if it had been evaporated, and even the 7th order black rock beast began to howl, its black hide rolled up, and bright red blood flowed from its body. The golden glow disappeared, and the huge herd of black rock beasts shrank a lot. At least dozens of black rock beasts died in the golden glow. The remaining black rock beasts didn't dare to stay any longer, and led by a few 7th level monsters, they ran away like hell. A group of warriors stood there in a daze, until they watched the black rock beast disappear into the starry sky, and then burst into cheers when it disappeared. Everyone's face was filled with deep joy and the joy of remaining alive after the catastrophe. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1097. A little effort. The warriors were shouting, celebrating their victory, and there was a faint smile on the corner of Wu Yi's mouth, and a pair of beautiful eyes were circulating on his subordinates who were too familiar with him, with a sense of scrutiny, as if to see into the depths of their hearts, to see if they have hidden anything. There was a thoughtful look on their charming faces, and after a while, they waved and said, "Go back." She flew towards the battleship first, followed by many warriors. The hatch of the battleship opened slowly, and those who stayed behind rushed out, standing in the passageway to welcome the triumphant return of their companions. They have never experienced such a battle before. The black rock herd they encountered this time is the largest one they have ever encountered. At first, everyone had given up hope, but they did not expect to win in the end. The price was not high, only a dozen people died in this battle, and not many were injured. Such victories are worth celebrating. Yu Feng, send someone to repair the damaged part of the battleship, gather all the people involved in this battle in 2 hours, I have something to say. Wu Yi ordered lightly. Yu Feng, who was grinning and bragging to a companion about how brave he was just now, immediately understood and nodded, understood. Seeing that he found a few people who were familiar with repairing warships and flew out again, Wu Yi walked towards her wing. The battle was won in a daze, so she naturally wanted to figure it out, but before that, she had to first clean up the blood on yourself. In Yang Kai's room, he sat cross-legged, his spiritual mind circulating within him, examining the 100 drops of golden blood. Even with his eyes closed, there was an expression of excitement and surprise on his face. He never expected that a drop of golden blood would be so powerful. Just now when he saw Wu Yi and others fighting in embarrassment, he had a sudden idea and used a drop of golden blood. he just wanted to do his best to help a little, and take a look at the power of golden blood, but he didn't want the result to surpass him. The surprise directly resolved the crisis of Wu Yi and the others. That drop of golden blood condensed into the heavenly punishing spear of 9 heavens divine skill, which implied the mystery of space power, so even if Yongkai was in the battleship, he could drive it like a finger. What satisfied Yongkai the most was that even though the drop of golden blood had left his body, it still seemed like a part of him, an extension of himself, like his hands and feet, like his own eyes, when he used it without the slightest blockage. A drop of golden blood is the crystallization of Yongkai's 3 months of painstaking cultivation. The Saint Yuan obtained by 3 months of cultivation can only be transformed into a drop, and it is understandable to have such a power. This kind of golden blood is thousands of times more precious than the previous Yang liquid, and its power is definitely not comparable to that of Yang liquid. However, this kind of thing uses 1 drop less than 1 drop, unlike Yang Yi, which can be replenished casually, which makes Yongkai feel distressed. He really wanted to know, besides being used for attack, what other uses does the golden blood have? If the great demon god is still alive, maybe he can get some inspiration from him. After all, the great demon god must have studied the golden blood more profoundly than himself. Unfortunately, this guy is already dead, and now he can only rely on himself to find out the answer. When Yongkai was researching the golden blood, in a hall of the battleship, all the warriors who had participated in the battle gathered here, and many people gathered together with smiles on their faces, discussing whether the young lady wanted to reward something, with anticipation and excitement on their faces. Only Yufeng and Changqi guessed Wu Yi's intention to bring these people together when their eyes met. After waiting for a while, a seductive dress in a green long skirt came over, with a dusty aura that made everyone stare straight at the eyeballs, and the faint smile on the corner of the mouth was alluring, as if it was going to seduce people. His soul is involved in it, making people fall into it, unable to extricate themselves. Yufeng didn't hide the admiration in his eyes. He slapped the heads of several ugly companions beside him fiercely, and said through gritted teeth, "Restrain me a bit, let's see what you stupid pigs have become. How is it? Brother Yufeng, you are not much better yourself, what are you doing beating us?" Someone hugged his head and cried out for injustice. "I'm appreciating, it's different from you guys, do you know what appreciating is?" Yufeng snorted coldly, said so, with a smile on his face. He ran to Wu Yi, flatteringly said, "Xiao Yu sister, everyone has already gathered, you can speak now." Wu Yi nodded lightly. A pair of beautiful eyes were circulating on her group of muddy men who couldn't support the wall. Everyone she liked could not help but raise their heads and hold their chests up, restraining their dirty demeanor. He looked dignified and majestic. Yufeng graciously moved a chair over. Wu Yi sat down, and then said, "You are amazing, why didn't I notice it before? I always thought you were a bunch of gangsters waiting to die, now I know I was wrong. Yeah, big mistake." Many people didn't hear Wu Yi's teasing meaning. They grinned and said that the young lady thought highly of themselves. She was extremely humble. Wu Yi sneered softly, watching them boasting, pretending to be humble, but all of them were ugly with their tails raised to the sky, suddenly slapped the chair, and gritted his teeth. "I don't know what kind of virtue you are. You think I'm really praise you? A bunch of brainless guys." Even being reprimanded by Wu Yi like this, everyone is still laughing and laughing, not angry at all. Being reprimanded by a beautiful woman is also a kind of honor, and everyone knows that although Wu Yi said so, she didn't think so at all in her heart. "So who, stand up yourself, don't think that you are hiding deep enough, Miss Ben has already caught your handle, don't think that you did it without anyone noticing." To the crowd, everyone looked at her and felt that she seemed to be looking at themselves. Everyone's faces immediately became serious, and they immediately remembered the golden spear they saw during the battle, and understood why Wu Yi had gathered everyone here. The young lady clearly wanted to find the owner of the golden spear. Clatter. A dozen or so people stood up from the crowd at once. Everyone had an embarrassed expression, hesitating to speak, and some shameless said, "Miss, I actually don't want to say it, but since if you found out, then I can no longer hide it." Wu Yi supported her forehead. Her pretty face was full of helplessness, because she also found Yufeng among the dozen or so people. She felt that she still underestimated the brazenness of these bastards. The crowd immediately fell into chaos. More than a dozen people kept saying that the golden spear was their masterpiece, and they kept making noise without giving in. "Miss." The old priest Changqi walked to Wu Yi, with his hands in his sleeves, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Don't you know what kind of people this group of people are? The golden spear will definitely not they made it." Wu Yi sighed. "Who would that be? On our battleship, apart from these guys who can't stand on the stage, there is only one Yongkai. But when he was fighting the Black Rock Beast, Yang Kai was still in the battleship, and the strength is only at the 3rd level of the Holy Realm, so it is naturally impossible for him to do it. Changqi thought for a while and said, perhaps, some expert passed by unintentionally, and maybe he helped us. A master. Wu Yi frowned. Does the priest often know which master in our gloomy star uses that kind of secret treasure? Changqi shook his head. Miss, that golden spear doesn't seem to be a secret treasure. Isn't it a secret treasure? Could it be a martial skill? It's not like a martial art. The old man pays more attention to the spear when he is fighting, and finds that the spear is full of amazing energy and blood. Although it is in the form of a spear, the old man always has a feeling that it is flesh and blood, bodily illusion. I also discovered the power of qi and blood. Wu Yi nodded, but why did this person help us without saying a word? At least let us know who is helping. Quote. Changqi smiled slightly. There are many experts who like to do things anonymously, maybe in his opinion, it's just a little effort. But his little effort saved dozens of lives. Miss, you don't need to worry. As long as that person is from our dark star, we will know one day. We will just go and thank you at that time. Our family is not someone who doesn't know how to repay kindness, it's just Xiaomo. If my sister knows who it is in the future, you must be careful when contacting him. Such an expert is moody, maybe he didn't take this matter to heart this time. What the priest said is true. Wu Yi nodded lightly, glanced at those crooked melons and cracked dates who were still arguing endlessly, and insisted on grabbing the credit for her. Her nose was almost crooked, and she shouted, if you do it again, go on like this shamelessly, and all the rewards for going back this time will be confiscated. As soon as the words came out, dozens of people fell silent, and no one dared to say anything, and they all felt very embarrassed after looking at each other. There is still a month to go back to Gloom Star, be careful, don't make any mistakes. Wu Yi reprimanded, then got up and left. After she left, Yu Feng sniffed, looked sideways at the crowd and said, okay, don't argue with anyone now, you stupid pigs, why did so many people stand up all of a sudden? This kind of credit makes me. It's fine if you can't lead it alone, it's a shame for me, Yu Feng, to be with you. The dozen or so people rolled their eyes, ignored Yu Feng who was very angry, and went their separate ways. In the room, Yang Kai was meditating and practicing. Wu Yi rushed in angrily, and sat down on the chair he usually sat on, his full chest heaving up and down, which was spectacular. Yang Kai raised his eyelids to look at her, closed them again, and continued with his own business. After waiting for a while, seeing him motionless, Wu Yi took the initiative to say, I'm so mad. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that he couldn't continue to practice. This chick is good at everything, but she is too active. Every time she comes, she will pull herself to talk non-stop, as if she hasn't spoken for hundreds of years. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1098 Dark Star. Seeing Wu Yi sitting there with a straight face, waiting for himself to ask, Yang Kai sighed, and said in an unclear and unwilling way, who messed with you? Those stinky men. How come everyone's IQ is so low, and they are ashamed to take credit for themselves? Yang Kai, is it the same for people outside? Yang Kai thought for a while and said, I don't know about other people, but I know that men will become very stupid in one situation. What's the situation? When facing a woman they like, they often pretend to be stupid to attract women's attention. Wu Yi thought for a while, then suddenly laughed, nodded and said, what you said makes sense. In fact, they are not usually stupid, they are smarter than anyone else, but every time I pass by, they seem to be showing off the lower limit of IQ. If you don't do this, how can you highlight your shrewdness? You mean to say that I'm actually stupid? It's just that I'm smart with their help. Wu Yi suddenly became unhappy. I don't mean that, you think too much. If you are not smart enough, no one will dare to let you take charge of this battleship, and those people will not entrust their lives to your hands. That's about the same. Wu Yi snorted, very satisfied with Yang Kai's answer, and suddenly said, do you know that when we were fighting outside just now, I thought we were bound to die, so a large group of black rock beasts, I have never encountered it before. If we let them destroy the battleship, we people will not survive 30%, but suddenly a golden spear appeared to help us resolve the crisis. Yang Kai, you said that the owner of the golden light, what kind of person is it? You have been watching the battle, haven't you noticed any suspicious people? Quote. No, Yang Kai shook his head. Wu Yi stared at him deeply, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally said, If that person is willing to reveal his identity, I will definitely thank him. Yang Kai sat on the spot, watching his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose, like an old monk in meditation, with an indifferent expression on his face. After a long while, Wu Yi sighed. You will be able to return to Gloom Star in another month. You should rest well. I think you have not recovered completely during this period of time. Did you hurt your foundation? You send some pills and holy crystals over here. Yang Kai nodded, and did not refuse. Not long after Wu Yi left, a martial artist came over with 10 high-grade saint crystals and a few high-grade saint-level top-grade pills, saying that the young lady was going to send them over, so that Yang Kai could recover before returning to Gloomy Star. Yang Kai thanked him and took it. Looking at the 10 pieces of saint crystal and the few saint-grade top-grade pills that he usually doesn't like, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. The last time Wu Yi robbed 500 high-grade saint crystals from her, but as far as Yang Kai knew, those high-grade saint crystals were not swallowed by Wu Yi, but she took them out and distributed all the saint crystals to herself of the men. Although everyone didn't get much, they were all beaming. Yang Kai immediately knew that the lives of these people were not rich. Now Wu Yi sent someone to send 10 pieces of holy crystal, which shows her kindness. The life was unremarkable. Yang Kai has been recovering in the room, storing his Saint Yuan, and would come out and walk around from time to time. Although this small battleship is not high grade, it looks like something old, but it is charming. Yi's men took good care of it. The floor inside the battleship was cleaned spotlessly, and the windows were wiped every day. They cherished this battleship far more than their own lives. Yang Kai is not from Wu Yi, so he can't go to some confidential places on the battleship, such as the power room. Except for these places, he can walk around at will, and those warriors are gradually familiar with Yang Kai, a foreigner. Those who were curious even inquired about the outside situation with him, and everyone got along happily. As time passed, the battleship got closer and closer to the Gloomy Star, and the moods of dozens of warriors became inexplicably high. They went through life and death, ran to the mine star to mine, and experienced hardships along the way, and now they are about to return with a full reward, so they are naturally beaming. Even Wu Yi was infected by this kind of celebration, and he didn't run to Yang Kai these days. Finally, the huge Gloomy Star appeared in everyone's field of vision, and shouts and yells suddenly sounded in the battleship. Yang Kai, who was meditating and recovering in the room, was alarmed and went outside, looking out through the corridor window. An unimaginable superstar appeared in the eyelids, and Yang Kai was slightly moved, so big. The size of the Gloom Star is unbelievable. Yang Kai has been in the star field for several years and has seen many cultivation stars, but none of them can be as magnificent as the Gloom Star. The star is more than 10 times larger, just like a huge monster lying across the starry sky. In the distant position, there is a larger sun star, emitting a scorching light, covering the dark star. And near the dark star, there are 7 or 8 moon stars constantly revolving around it, and each moon star has the size of a rainwater star. I heard that Gloom Star is the biggest cultivation star in the star field, is it true? Wu Yi stood beside Yang Kai at some point, very satisfied with his surprised expression. No matter how much she wants to leave Gloom Star to expand her horizons outside, this star of cultivation is her homeland after all, and she is proud of the hugeness of her homeland. I don't know if it's true, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to find a cultivation star comparable to Gloom Star. Yang Kai replied seriously. Actually, the world aura of Gloomy Star is not bad, it's just that it's too big, so compared with other stars of cultivation, it seems a little thin. Wu Yi said faintly, and I heard that a long time ago. We also had many cultivating stars had not cut off contact with the outside world at that time. But for some reason, some changes happened in this starry sky, and some smaller cultivating stars disappeared, leaving only the largest dark star, the various crises on the road, the lack of supplies, especially the lack of holy crystals, made it impossible for us to regain the glory of the past, and even the communication with the outside world was cut off, unless people from the outside came to us. The people on the dark star people rarely go outside. She was rambling on. Yang Kai didn't interrupt, just listened quietly. Wu Yi suddenly changed the topic, with a confident smile on his face. My wish is to reopen the connection between Gloom Star and the outside world, so that our people can go outside whenever they want, and will never do it for Sheng Jing, worry about the lack of it. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and gave her a thumbs up. People with ideals are worthy of respect. Compared with Wu Yi, I don't seem to have much idea now, I just want to get stronger quickly. My family is not strong, I can't get my family to support these. Yang Kai, please help me. Yang Kai, who was looking at Wu Yi approvingly, was stunned, and smiled bitterly. The last sentence is your purpose, right? Wu Yi spit out her pink tongue, which is a tacit consent. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, thinking to himself that it's no wonder Wu Yi looked a little sentimental today. It turned out to be his own idea. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, I'm just a warrior who has entered the holy 3rd level, what can I do for you? I don't know what you can do to help me, but at the very least, you are from the outside world, you know the outside world, and you know which forces we can find cooperation with. It doesn't matter if your strength is lower. She looked at Yang Kai with a sincere look. Yang Kai frowned. He had a good impression of this woman. She looked soft and weak on the outside, but in fact she was very strong inside, and she also had the belief in pursuing her own ideals. But he really doesn't want to get involved in other people's affairs. To Gloomstar, he is just a passerby, and he may leave soon. It is irresponsible to rashly agree to others, but looking at her clear eyes, Yang Kai couldn't bear to hit her. After pondering for a while, he said, I heard you say that your family is a peripheral family attached to a power called Shadow Moon Palace, right? Yes, Shadow Moon Hall is one of the biggest forces on Gloomstar. Our Heike family is attached to Shadow Moon Hall. There are many families like ours on Gloomstar. It is impossible to survive without being attached to a big force. I understand. Yang Kai nodded lightly. This kind of thing is common in Tongshuan continent, but the Heike family that Wu Yi belongs to is a peripheral family. It is estimated that the status is very low, and the family should not be powerful. Which one is the strongest in your family? Yang Kai asked again. Although he didn't understand what he wanted to do, Wu Yi pointed to the side. Chengqi worship is considered one of the strongest. Yang Kai was stunned. Not even the void return stage. Wu Yi couldn't help but gave him a blank look. Do you think the void return stage is very good? Are you going to help me or not? Yang Kai smiled wryly. Your wish seems very far away. If you want to realize such an ideal, it is impossible to do it without a strong man. Well, you should become the head of your own family first, and then I will think about it. Think about it. Wu Yiqi's flowery branches trembled, and he sincerely invited him, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so perfunctory, biting his silver teeth and wishing he could gnaw off a piece of flesh and blood from behind him. Well, when you really take charge of your family, if you still have such ambitions, I will help you. Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. It's a deal. Wu Yi immediately smiled, and stretched out a small white hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly, and lightly slapped her 3 times, which was an agreement. Just wait, in 2 or 3 years, I will be able to become the head of the clan. Wu Yi was full of confidence. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai really couldn't bear to tell her that when she became the head of a family and considered issues from such a height, she would find that her thoughts at that time were somewhat different from her current thoughts. Now she is simply pursuing her dream without any fear, but in the future, she has to consider the livelihood of the entire family, and all kinds of restrictions will tighten her wings even more. Time will wear out a person's vigor very well, and make a passionate person become old and sophisticated. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1099 Wu Yi's Wrath. The battleship flew a lot under the clouds of the gloomy star, and finally descended slowly, finally landing on a huge square. At the square, people who had heard the news were waiting here. Wu Yi, who was standing by the window, saw a familiar face waving his hands, greeting this side, and said happily, it's Uncle Howen and the others. Yu Feng grinned. Our trip this time can be regarded as a lot of hard work. Senior Howen will naturally come to greet him in person. Young lady, after returning, there will be no shortage of rewards, right? You will know the reward. Wu Yi rolled his eyes at him, and said with a light smile, don't worry, the ores that are mined this time are all scarce things, and your benefits are indispensable. Hearing what she said, the warriors gathered around suddenly cheered. Accompanied by a dull sound, the warship landed steadily on the square, the hatch slowly opened, Wu Yi was the leader, Changqi followed closely behind, a large group of people mighty like soldiers returning from a victorious battle they, loaded with honor and victory, stepped off the battleship with their heads held high. The old man named Howen came up quickly, followed by several warriors from the Heike family. They approached and bowed their hands. Miss, you have worked hard all the way, everyone has worked hard all the way. We should do it, Uncle Howen is being polite. Wu Yi smiled. Miss can come back safely, the old man's heart that has been holding on is finally let go. Howen's expression of fear, everyone knows how dangerous it is to drive a battleship into the star field. It was a year or two, and many people who cared about her had trouble sleeping and eating. Howen was one of them, and greeted warmly, "Miss, please go back to the family quickly, the head of the family and the elders are very worried about you. If they see you safe and sound, they will be very happy." Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled, shook her head and said, "No hurry, first remove the ore from the battleship, and then it will not be too late to go back." Hao An's expression froze slightly, and he restrained himself quickly, forced a smile and said, "Young lady doesn't need to preside over this matter, someone will naturally handle it." Wu Yi stood on the spot and thought for a while, then nodded and said, "That's fine." Saying this, he shouted behind him, "You guys help transport the collected ore back." "Yes." Yu Feng and the others agreed loudly. "No need, we can do it ourselves." An abrupt voice sounded suddenly. The moment he heard this voice, the smile on Wu Yi's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by thick vigilance and disgust. Beautiful eyes turned look aside. In the direction of the source of the sound, a group of warriors are rushing towards this side. The leader is a short young man. The young man's height is appalling, it only reaches Yang Kai's chest. Although the man is short, he walks like a tiger, with a majestic appearance. The martial artists who followed him also had a smug expression, and their eyes were full of undisguised contempt. "Xie Hongwen." Wu Yi's black and white pupils shrank, and she shouted, "Why are you here? Why can't I be here?" The young man named Xie Hongwen chuckled, "Although this is the square of your Haike family, it is also the site of my Shadow Moon Palace. I can come whenever I want." Sister Wu Yi, this trip has been hard. I heard that you have gone deep into the star field this time and collected a lot of rare ores. What does it have to do with you? Wu Yi immediately became vigilant. Why doesn't it have anything to do with me? Xie Hongwen laughed, pointed at the battleship and said, "The ore inside belongs to my Shadow Moon Hall now, did no one tell you?" Wu Yi's face turned pale, and Yu Feng and the others also had ferocious faces, becoming extremely angry. Wu Yi turned her head to look at Howen, expecting him to give an explanation. Howen had a guilty look on his face, and it took a while before he sighed. "Miss, let's talk when we go back, the patriarch will give you an explanation." Explanation? Wu Yi sneered, and instantly understood the cause and effect. Her fiery heart cooled, and said coldly, "In order to collect these ores, there were more than 100 people when we went, and only half of them came back. I don't know what kind of danger we have encountered. Did they know that we have been attacked by waves of black rock beasts? Did they know that we are almost unable to return, almost wiped out? Who are we desperately collecting? These ores. Now that we have returned with a full load, why can't we enjoy the fruits of our hard work? Is all we can get is a statement?" A series of questioning left Howen speechless, and the shame on his face became more intense, as if he wanted to find a hole in the ground and go down. Not only was Wu Yi furious, her delicate body trembled, but the more than 50 warriors behind her also shared the same hatred. Looking at Xie Hongwen almost bursting into flames, everyone's power was secretly surging. Xie Hongwen remained motionless, with that disgusting smile still on his face. He looked at Yu Feng and the others provocatively, as if he wished they would do something and make things big. "Miss, this is the family's decision." After holding back for a long time, Howen finally choked out a few words, looked at Wu Yi sincerely, and said in an almost pleading tone, "Please, Xiaomo's sister puts the overall situation first. After all, Wu Yi is not a little girl who doesn't understand anything. Although she knows that the family has no choice but to make such a decision, she knows that if she doesn't compromise at this time, it will only bring greater disaster to the people behind her." Clenching a pair of pink fists tightly, the anger on his face turned into helplessness, and he sighed heavily. "I see. Miss," Yu Feng shouted heavily, as if he had something to say. "Go back. Your rewards will not be less, even if the family doesn't come out, I will give it to you." Wu Yi gave him a hard look. Yu Feng was about to burst into tears, and lowered his head dejectedly. Gently applauded, Xie Hongwen, who had been watching the show, laughed and said, "I have heard that Sister Wu Yi has a good command, and I saw you today, and she really deserves her reputation. So many big men are obedient to you, a little woman, brother admire. Who is your sister? Whose brother are you?" Wu Yi looked at him with disgust. "Xie Hongwen, let me tell you, the ore on this battleship is soaked with the blood of my Heike family members. I mind it with my own life. I hope you will not have nightmares at night and not be entangled by resentful spirits when you take it back." Xie Hongwen's face turned cold, but he quickly smiled. "Wu Yi, I know you are dissatisfied, but so what? The only fault is that your family is too weak. Well, one day your family will the surname is Xie, you will also become a woman surnamed Xie. I will leave the words here, you can wait and see." After finishing speaking, he burst into laughter, waved his hands and said, "Go to move the ore, anyone who dares to stop him will be killed without mercy." The warriors behind him rushed in aggressively one by one, and entered the battleship. "Go back." Wu Yi didn't want to see his ugliness. With a cold and pretty face, she led dozens of warriors away from another direction. After working hard for a year or two, going deep into the star field, the ore collected through hardships fell into the hands of others as soon as they returned to the dark star. This is a kind of torture and destruction for everyone. The atmosphere of the team was extremely oppressive. Yang Kai clearly saw that their eyeballs were red. It was a crazy look. He believed that as long as Wu Yi gave an order just now, these people would desperately attack Xie Hongwen, attack and defend the fruits of your hard work. Yang Kai wanted to say goodbye to Wu Yi when he thought of Gloom Star, but now is really not a good time, and it is not good to say goodbye without saying goodbye, so he had no choice but to walk forward in the team. After thinking about it, he touched Yu Feng's side and asked softly, "Then Xie Hongwen has a grudge against your young lady?" Yu Feng's anger hadn't subsided yet. Upon hearing this, he glanced at him with red eyes, shook his head and said, "No hatred, it's just that he wanted to marry young Miss a few years ago, but was rejected by young Miss, and since then he has become angry from embarrassment and harbors a grudge, targeting our family everywhere. That guy is very powerful. What is he?" Yu Feng was very disdainful. "If there is no umbrella of Shadow Moon Palace, I can kill him at any time. It's just that his father is an important person in Shadow Moon Palace, so he can be so unscrupulous. And the Heike family is just a peripheral force of the Shadow Moon Palace. No matter how much he bullies, no one will uphold justice." "What are you asking so much? You are really curious. I warn you, don't grab the clothes from me, otherwise your mother won't even recognize you when you beat me." Yang Kai was stunned, and sneered, "Don't worry, I won't rob you. Well, I have many women." Yu Feng's eyeballs were almost protruding, and he shocked Yang Kai into a heavenly man. He glanced up and down at him. "Isn't it true that there are many women with you just because of your virtue? What do you use to protect them?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much. As if he had discovered a new continent, Yu Feng excitedly ran to the front, walking side by side with Wu Yi, looking mysterious, and he didn't know what he was talking about. After a while, Wu Yi turned her head to look at Yang Kai. Her eyebrows frowned, her face full of disbelief. Yang Kai's face was ashen. He knew that Yu Feng had sold himself, but after being teased by him, Wu Yi seemed to be in a better mood, and his tense face gradually stretched out, and there were even some unbearable emotions. Perceived smile. The manor of the Heike family was not far from the plaza where the warship was moored, only about 50 miles away, and after a while, everyone arrived at the manor. Wu Yi naturally went with Howen and Chong to meet the important figures of the family, and asked them to give an explanation, but the rest of them rushed into the manor, scattered in all directions, and soon disappeared without a trace. "Where did you go?" Yu Feng and Yang Kai were left alone looking at each other. Yu Feng scratched his head, and said in a muffled voice, Miss, she said she wanted me to treat you well, but after thinking about it, I don't know how to treat you. I don't have any experience in this field." Yang Kai laughed and said, "You can do what you want, I can just walk around." "That's up to you, I just have a free time." "Well, don't go to Nizhuang. That's where the clan's family lives. You can just walk around in Weizhuang. If it's really boring, there is a Tianyan city 200 miles away from here. You can go shopping there." "Okay," Yang Kai nodded. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1100 Landing. There is a big difference between Gloom Star and other cultivation stars, that is, the huge gravity of the Earth's center. Yang Kai had discovered before that the larger the cultivation star, the greater the pull of the center of the Earth. It seems that there is a proportional relationship between the two, and the pull of the center of the Earth of the dark star is particularly violent. There is no comparison between the stars and here. Practicing in this environment, the benefits you can get are definitely greater than those in other cultivating stars. Moreover, the aura of heaven and earth here is not as thin as imagined. Compared with Yupixing and Shuiyuexing, it is indeed a bit inferior, but Yang Kai is from Tongshuan continent. Compared with Tongshuan continent, this place is simply a paradise on earth. He is very happy here. After wandering in the star field for several years, he felt that he should also find a place to be stable for a while and practice hard. Only when he is strong enough can he have the real strength to do what he wants to do. In the vast star field, he wanted to find Su Yan, which was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But from his previous path, he saw a feasible method. That is to make his own name known, so that everyone in the entire star field knows his existence. In this way, no matter where Su Yan is, he will definitely take the initiative to look for it, and there is no need for him to run around and work hard, searched. On the Tongshuan continent back then, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier, sisters of the Hu family, were able to find the Nine Heavens Holy Land and ask for help because they heard her name. This process may be very long, but it is much more feasible than running around like a headless chicken. Yang Kai is going to spend more than 10 years or even hundreds of years to achieve this wish. He doesn't care about time, because no matter how long the time is, the relationship between him and Su Yan can't be erased. The same goes for the little senior sister. When she is strong enough, she can return to the Tongshuan continent and bring them into the star field. And Gloom Star was the stop he decided to stop at. Walking around the Heike family's manor was boring, and when he was considering whether to go to Yuncheng to take a look, a star shuttle's light suddenly rose from the manor and rushed out. Yang Kai clearly saw Wu Yi's figure standing on the star shuttle. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai sent Xing Shuo to follow, a few miles behind Wu Yi. Wu Yi didn't know what happened, she seemed very wronged, she flew all the way, and Yang Kai could still hear the sound of sobbing. She flew a little aimlessly, and after a while, she landed on a barren mountain, alone sitting on the top of the hill. She was dressed in green, hugging her knees with her hands, and buried her head. Yang Kai fell to her side, and he didn't know how to comfort him, so he stood there, waiting for her to recover. Wu Yi's fragrant shoulders trembled slightly, as if she sensed someone approaching. She looked up, and when she found out that it was Yang Kai, she ignored it and cried even louder. Yang Kai is as big as a bucket. After a long time, her crying gradually stopped, wiping the corners of her eyes with both hands, squinting at Yang Kai and saying, "Don't tell anyone else." Yang Kai nodded gently. "It's so wrong," Wu Yi said while choking. "Those ores were mined after so many people died, and those people in the family gave it to that bastard Xie Hongwen without even a decent reward." Quote, "The small family has the sorrow of the small family. Isn't this kind of thing happening once or twice? Why do those powerful people like to bully the weak? Is there no fairness and justice in this world? If I were in a high position, I would never do this." Wu Yi yelled angrily, as if to vent her anger. "They don't know that this will chill people's hearts. Once the hearts of the people are gone, the family will be gone. Why are they so short-sighted? Do they have to bow their knees and linger? When you really stand in that position, maybe you will be able to experience this helplessness." Quote, "Which side are you on?" Wu Yi stared at Yang Kai bitterly, annoyed that he didn't speak for himself. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand. Okay, tell me, I'll shut up and just listen." Wu Yi seemed to be encouraged, her red lips squirmed, and she began to talk endlessly, pouring out all the grievances and injustices she had suffered in these years. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing to listen or not, the cowardice of the family made her sad, affecting her. The strength of Yuedian made her helpless, and her own weakness made her sad. She seemed to have endured a lot of pressure and torture. After rambling on for a long time, Wu Yi's emotions finally eased up a lot, except for those eyes that were swollen like peaches. She changed the subject, and suddenly asked Yang Kai, "Did you make that golden spear?" Yang Kai shook his head decisively. This woman was still a bit skeptical. After all, she knew all about her subordinates. The only thing she didn't know was Yang Kai, who was picked up on the way. "It's really not you." Wu Yi seemed a little disbelieving. "Why do I always feel that you are not as weak as you appear on the surface?" It has to be said that this woman's intuition is terrifying. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I am a third-layer saint. Even if I have some hidden means, how strong can I be?" Wu Yi stared at him blankly, and slowly shook her head. "I don't know, I just feel that you are not easy to mess with. If I fight with you, the person who loses may be me. This is a feeling, I am very trust your feelings. You think too much of me." Yang Kai denied it, and changed the topic. "By the way, I want to say goodbye to you. Farewell." Wu Yi was stunned. "Where are you going? Is there anyone you know on Gloom Star?" "No, but don't win me over, I won't join your family." Wu Yi smiled. "You must look down on our small family. Although your cultivation level is not high, but after all, you are from outside and have seen strong winds and waves. Well, how about this? Don't say goodbye to me. I'm not trying to win you over, but we still have an agreement, so don't forget it." "Of course I haven't forgotten." "Then don't go." Wu Yi stood up gracefully, stretched her waist exaggeratedly, and murmured like a cat meowing in her mouth. Her curvy figure was clearly revealed. She didn't mind Yang Kai's weird eyes. He stomped his feet and said, "What will this barren mountain give you?" "Give it to me." Yang Kai was stunned. This Longshe mountain is an industry under my name. It has a radius of thousands of miles. Although there are no geniuses, treasures, or rare ores, the aura of heaven and earth here is not inferior to other places. I often come here to retreat and practice. The scenery it's not bad, Yu Feng and the others will come here from time to time. Anyway, you don't have much place to go, so just stay here. As long as you want, from now on, this is your place. Yang Kai frowned and looked at her, and found that she didn't seem to be joking. He was surprised. Such a large place, if you say give it to me, just give it to me. Wu Yi laughed. What do you know, on Gloom Star, such a site is worthless at all. Gloom Star is too big. Even if our Heike family is a small family, we still have a territory with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, just a small hill. What? You haven't encountered this kind of situation on other cultivation stars, have you? Yang Kai nodded. Only then did he realize that such a land is worthless on Gloom Star. Why are you trying so hard to keep me? You won't be looking at me. Yang Kai was a little vigilant. Wu Yi looked at him, suddenly laughed and trembled. Yang Kai's face darkened. What are you laughing at? Wu Yi kept waving his hands and said, I know you have many women, and those women like you, but you don't want to feel so good about yourself. I just want to revitalize the family, and don't think about men and women for the time being. Even if you think about it, you won't fall in love with a guy with many women. That's good. Yang Kai snorted uncomfortably. Dealed. Wu Yi looked at him with a smile. I'll stay here for now, I have nowhere to go anyway. Yang Kai shrugged. Actually, this place is pretty good. Look, Tianyan City is 50 miles away from here. It's convenient if you want to buy something. Oh yes, you seem to have nothing now. I'll ask Yu Feng to send it to you in a few days. I'll give you something to help you fix the place, so you can live here with peace of mind, and don't think too much about it, just treat it as a place to stay, and when I take charge of the family one day, I will come to summon you. When the time comes, don't even think about refusing. Yang Kai curled his lips, a little disapproving. He felt that it would take at least a few decades for Wu Yi to take charge of the Heike family. Following Wu Yi and the two in the mountains, they came to a deep cave in a short while. There were some traces left by meditation in the cave. Wu Yi explained that it was her masterpiece. The cave seems to be very deep, extending in all directions, straight into the middle of the mountain, and there is a clear mountain spring inside that converges into a pool, which is crystal clear and sweet. The conditions are a bit more difficult, so you can leave now. Well, if you want, you can actually live in my manor. Yu Feng and the others are here. No need, this place is very good. Yang Kai shook his head. Anyway, it's just a place to stay, it doesn't matter where it is, although the manor is lively and not lonely, but the aura of heaven and earth there is incomparable with this place. Yang Kai is very satisfied here. Then you should get familiar with them first. I have to go back, I haven't given them the reward I promised. Wu Yi said and left. After Wu Yi left, Yang Kai carefully looked at his shelter. Although there are mountain springs in the cave, the environment is not humid and it is very suitable for living, but the cave is formed naturally, with 9 bends and 18 bends, and there is no decent stone room. The spiritual consciousness spread, and the situation in a radius of thousands of miles was suddenly invisible. Yang Kai found that this place was just like what Wu Yi said. There were no spiritual herbs and medicines, and there were no mineral veins worth paying attention to. Apart from the spiritual energy here, it was a barren mountain. No wonder she gave it away as soon as she said it, and she didn't mean to feel distressed at all. Yang Kai knew why she kept him. It was just because he came from the outside and knew the outside world better. This was what Wu Yi valued the most. As for her own strength, maybe she hadn't put it in her eyes yet. Wu Yi has a big ambition, which is to revitalize the family, and Yang Kai also has a big ambition, to be famous in the star field. The two have different goals, but they both need years of hard work. He suddenly felt that this place might be a good springboard. Through the Heike family, through the Shadow Moon Hall, through the Gloomy Star, he would make his name known and spread it widely in the star field. At that time, he would not be afraid that Su Yan would not hear his name. Don't be afraid that she won't find herself. With this in mind, Yang Kai is full of hope for the future. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1101 Artifact Refining Pavilion. Yang Kai simply tidied up the cave and found a better location, which is his bedroom. Immediately, he left the cave and walked around the Longshe mountain with a radius of thousands of miles, recalling in his mind all kinds of large formations used to gather spiritual energy from heaven and earth. He has come into contact with this type of formation a lot. He has seen it in Tianshaozong in Tongshuan continent, in Nine Heavens Holy Land, in the residence of Ghost Ancestor in Shuangkong continent, and in Youku Xingzonggao's territory a few years ago. Such a formation. Since he decided to stay here, it is natural for him to have a more comfortable cultivation environment. Yang Kai didn't do much research on formations, he knew the most about the spirit formations used for alchemy, but one formation has thousands of paths and leads to the same goal, and after years of experience, he also knows how to arrange a formation of chi-gathering spiritual formation. This requires the cooperation of the location, supplemented by some materials, and arranged by various means, and then a decent formation can be formed. Although the area of Longshe Mountain is not large, Yang Kai found that the natural conditions here are very good. Near the cave that Wu Yi was looking for, there are several peaks, and those peaks surround the cave. If they are the foundation, can be nicely furnished. While walking in the mountains and plains, he kept thinking back to some things that Grand Elder Shu Wei once told him when he was the Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Item. Soon, he had some concerns. He didn't go back to the cave, but went directly to Tianyan City, 50 miles away. Sky Fate City can be regarded as the power of Shadow Moon Palace. Even if the Haike family is nearby, they do not enjoy control over Sky Fate City, because the entire city is considered very rich, and it is not something that a small peripheral family can occupy. The Haike family just ran a few businesses in the city and earned some training materials from the past warriors. Entering the Sky Fortune City, Yang Kai found that there are many people and shops here, and the prosperity is not inferior to the cities on the Rainfall Star or the Water Moon Star, and even worse. Most of the shop owners are disciples of the Shadow Moon Hall, and there are also people from the affiliated forces of the Shadow Moon Hall. They are here from all over the world, making a lot of money every day, and making a lot of money. Every shop is a cash cow. There are no guards at the city gate to collect crystals, and the Shadow Moon Hall allows anyone to enter and leave the city freely. Yang Kai walked all the way, full of interest, walking at a leisurely pace, wandering among the shops. Soon, he was surprised to find that in this city, or even on the entire Gloom Star, the value of Saint Crystal was much higher than that of other cultivation stars. For example, a bottle of Wen Yuan Dan for cultivation needs 300 low-grade holy crystals on other cultivation stars, but only 200 yuan is enough here. Things worth 500 low-grade holy crystals only cost around 400. The isolation from the outside world allows Gloom Star to have its own set of value calculation methods. The scarcity of Saint Crystals makes the value of Saint Crystals even greater, and very few Saint Crystals can be exchanged for many things. Yang Kai was very excited. Because in his black book space, there are more than 47,000 high-grade holy crystals, and the conversion between different qualities of holy crystals is 1 to 5, that is to say, 1 high-grade holy crystal can be exchanged for 5 middle-grade holy crystals. 1 mid-grade saint crystal can be exchanged for 5 low-grade saint crystals. Calculated, he has more than 1 million low-grade holy crystals, and he can buy whatever he wants. He only bought some ores and materials that he needed. Then he went to a place called Refining Pavilion with great interest. There is such a place in any city that specializes in helping people refine weapons. Whether it is in the Tongshuan continent or in the Star Field, as long as it is a city with dense warriors, this kind of place must exist. Because not every warrior knows how to refine weapons, they will often seek help from skilled refiners when they need it. In this way, those refiners will not only have the opportunity to practice their hands, but also get a lot of money. The Artifact Refining Pavilion in Tianyan City can be regarded as a subordinate organization of Shadow Moon Hall. Most of the dozens of artisan refiners sitting in it are from Shadow Moon Hall, and some are hired. Dividends from the palace, although the remuneration received will be divided by the Shadow Moon Palace, but such people are relatively free and can leave at any time without being under the jurisdiction of the Shadow Moon Palace. When Yang Kai came here, he was shocked by the lively scene inside. At the very least, nearly 200 warriors of different strengths are waiting in line, waiting for those refiners in the refining pavilion to refine secret treasures for themselves. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, there were one after another cold or hot eyes cast towards him, and some people were even quite vigilant, as if they were afraid that Yang Kai would jump in line. This scene involuntarily reminded him of the crowds outside the 9 Peaks when the 9 Heavens Holy Land helped people make alchemy. Alchemists help alchemy. At this moment, in this situation, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel the helplessness and anxiety of those people back then. You won't have to wait long, will you? He couldn't help frowning. A man who looked like a buddy walked by, not young, but not very strong. It seemed that he had given up his own cultivation, and he was just here to play as a helper to earn some money and make a living. He enthusiastically handed Yang Kai a piece of stuff, and said with a smile, "Look for yourself, choose for yourself, if you don't understand anything, just ask me." Yang Kai took it suspiciously, looked at it for a while, and suddenly found that the paper contained the names of dozens of refiners in the refining pavilion, their abilities, charging standards, and a number behind it. Only after Yang Kai asked did he know that those numbers indicated how many warriors were waiting for the refiner to refine the secret treasure. He glanced at it, and found that the most powerful person, there are already more than 30 warriors waiting, and the greatest ability of this person is the ability to refine the top-grade secret treasure of the Holy King. No wonder there are so many people asking for him. Just like alchemists, craftsmen have their own level system. The higher the level, the more high-end secret treasures or elixirs they can refine. It is not easy for warriors to find materials. It is more difficult to collect the materials for a secret treasure than to collect the materials for an elixir. Therefore, when choosing a refiner, you will be extra cautious. You would rather choose expensive ones than choose poor. The fee for this refiner who can refine top-grade Holy King level secret treasures is not low, but his level is there, and naturally those warriors will flock to him. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the names of those artifact refiners one by one, and quickly stopped at the name of an artifact refiner named Yang Yan, frowning for a while, and then beckoned to the guy. "Have you selected a refiner to be in charge of refining your secret treasure?" The guy ran over with a smile. "Is the above information wrong?" Yang Kai asked. The clerk still grinned. "Guests, don't worry too much, our artifact refining pavilion is the property of Shadow Moon Hall, and most of the artisans here are disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, and their methods and abilities have passed the Shadow Moon Hall. The assessment, the price is fair, there is no deceit, and there will never be any suspicion of falsification." Yang Kai looked at him deeply, handed the piece of paper in front of him, pointed to it and said, "Look at this guy named Yang Yan charges such a high fee, and he also said that he can refine the void-grade secret treasure, why is no one patronizing him?" The number behind Yang Yan is clearly 0, which means that no one is waiting in line for his refining. Compared with his leisure, the other refining masters are like a bustling bustle. The man smiled strangely, and said, "Guest, it's like this, the credit guarantee of the artifact refining pavilion is only for those alchemists who were born in the Shadow Moon Palace. As for the alchemists hired from outside, we don't guarantee the accuracy of the information, we don't have such a spare time. When Master Yang Yan came to the artifact refining pavilion, we told him so, but he insisted that he can refine the virtual level secret treasure. If you can't believe it, don't choose him. If there is any loss, we won't pay, we still have more other refiners to choose from." Hearing what this guy said, Yang Kai immediately understood that this should be regarded as a way for Shadow Moon Palace to suppress foreign refiners. The reputation of the artifact refining pavilion does not guarantee the quality of those hired artisans. In this way, warriors who come to refine secret treasures will have concerns and basically will not choose them. Other refiners. Yang Kai frowned, shaking his head slowly. The schedules of other refiners are full, and the fastest one may take more than 10 days. Is the customer in a hurry? If you are in a hurry, you can leave the materials here, and you can pick them up after refining. The man made a suggestion. Yang Kai didn't answer, but instead asked, "Has anyone practiced with this guy named Yang Yan?" "Have." What was the result? The guy's face suddenly twitched, his expression was weird, and he held back for a long time before saying, "Guest, I still suggest that you go to find other masters to refine secret treasures, and their fees are also higher. Be more fair, and won't ask for such a high price." Even this guy doesn't seem very optimistic about the refiner named Yang Yan, which makes Yang Kai very puzzled, not knowing how bad this Yang Yan's skills are. While talking, a burly man came out of a room cursing, murderous, with a sledgehammer in his hand, looking majestic, and walked out while cursing, looking extremely annoyed. Anyone dare to scold a refiner? Yang Kai stared blankly. Artifact refiners and alchemists are both noble and extremely rare people. Warriors will not offend these two kinds of people if they offend anyone, because no matter what warrior they are, they need secret treasures and pills. Offending them is tantamount to breaking the law. Out of his own way. On the contrary, those warriors waiting in the hall seemed to be used to it, as if they had not seen such a scene once or twice. Not only were no one to persuade them, but they were still looking over there with great interest. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wajong Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1102 Master Yang Yan. The burly man walked out while cursing, and disappeared in a short while. Hey, Master Yang Yan is looking for scolding again. Someone in the hall laughed gleefully. Without diamonds, I don't do porcelain work. I can't even refine a holy king level secret treasure. I have the nerve to boast that I am a virtual level refiner. If all the refiners in the world are like this, then how can the quality of our secret treasure be? To guarantee. Yes, I heard that a few days ago, someone came to Master Yangan with a secret treasure that he had used for decades, and asked him to refine it. It was originally an excellent holy king level top grade secret treasure. After being refined, the grade dropped by 1 level, and it became a middle grade holy king level secret treasure, and the owner of that secret treasure cried to death, pitiful. What's the matter? I also heard that someone asked Master Yangan to refine a sword-shaped secret treasure, and he just refined it into a thick machete. Hey, how can a refiner who can't meet the requirements of our warriors be considered qualified? A craftsman, I think his level is also very limited. How could the refining pavilion hire such a poor craftsman? This has nothing to do with the artifact refining pavilion. Master Yang Yan was only hired. All those who go to find his artifact refining pavilion will tell the truth, but some people are still deceived. I can only say that those people are stupid. It's nothing more than coveting the weight of that fake virtual level refiner. Quote, anyway, I'd rather wait for a few months than find that person to refine the weapon. ... All kinds of words came into his ears, and Yang Kai's expression became more and more strange. The guy also sighed at the side. Hey, Master Yang Yan is really independent. We have warned him many times in the artifact refining pavilion, but he is still stubborn and unrepentant. It seems that he will have to kill him in a few days. Left. Why? Yang Kai turned to look at him. If he does this, it will also damage the reputation of the artifact refining pavilion. Naturally, he cannot be tolerated here. But I see that the quality of the sledgehammer secret treasure that the big man took out just now is very good, and it also fits his body shape and the attributes of the holy element. Why is he not satisfied? The buddy laughed. What the strong man wants to forge is not a sledgehammer but a big axe. Yang Kai's face turned black, and he immediately understood why the big man was furious. It is true that as the voices of the discussion just said, an artifact refiner who cannot meet the requirements of a warrior is really not a good artifact artisan. Have you selected the guest yet? The man looked at Yang Kai and asked again. I have chosen. Yang Kai nodded and handed the paper back, Master Yang Yan. The man was stunned for a moment, and asked strangely, are you sure? Yang Kai smiled. What I want to refine is not some secret treasure, but some very simple things. No matter how bad he is, he can still refine them. Since this is the case, then I won't say much, please come here. The man no longer dissuaded him, and led Yang Kai to the room over there, and stopped in front of the room, signaling Yang Kai to go in by himself. Liao also said meaningfully, good luck. Yang Kai laughed dumbfoundedly, and walked in. The room is very large, covering an area of 100 feet. There is a huge furnace in the room. There seems to be a figure behind the furnace. Sitting there cross-legged, it should be the so-called Master Yang Yan. The big man's scolding just now didn't affect him at all. His breathing was steady, the ancient well was quiet, only the sound of even breathing came from there. Yang Kai walked to a futon in front of the furnace and sat down. Master Yang Yan's voice immediately came from behind the furnace, what do you want to refine? Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, and he couldn't help but tilt his body, looking at Yang Yan from the side of the furnace. Because he discovered that this craftsman named Yang Yan was actually a woman. And the voice is sweet and sweet, which makes people's spirits shake. He really wants to know what a woman with such a sweet voice looks like. At first glance, Yang Kai was very disappointed. He only saw a pair of bright eyes looking towards him in the darkness. Yang Yan was wrapped in a huge black robe and couldn't see facial features or figure. Everyone is like this, are you here to refine weapons or come to see people? Yang Yan muttered dissatisfied. Yang Kai looked awkward, and immediately understood that everyone who came here was probably as curious as himself, and said embarrassedly, sorry, I was a little curious, I thought Master Yang Yan was a man. Yang Yan didn't care, and continued to ask, what do you want to refine? Yang Kai replied, refining a few simple things is not a secret treasure, let me draw it for you. Saying so, he picked up the pen and paper that he had prepared beside the futon, and quickly drew a few strange shaped things. Warriors will put forward their own requirements when refining weapons, and they have their own ideas about what the secret treasure should look like, so paper and pens will definitely be prepared. After the painting was finished, Yang Kai handed it over. Yang Yan took it over and looked at it, and let out a light snort, as if surprised, and asked, "You want to set up a formation?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Just from the shape of this thing, you can see it." Yang Yan sneered. "What's so difficult about this? The few things you want to refine are useless except for arranging formations. If I can't see it, am I blind? Do you understand formations?" "Not very proficient." Yang Kai shook his head honestly. Although he was sure to arrange a formation, he couldn't guarantee the specific effect, maybe the effect was very subtle. "If you don't understand, don't mess with it. It's a waste of money. The ores and materials needed to refine these things are worth a lot of money," Yang Yan said lightly. Yang Kai suddenly became displeased. "Arranging the formation is my business, refining things is your business, and I will pay you for it." He finally understood why this Yang Yan was so unpopular. She seemed to like to meddle in other people's affairs. Such a person is destined to be unlikable. To Yang Kai's surprise, the woman didn't intend to refute. She was silent for a while before suddenly saying, "Well, I'll refine these things for you, and even help you arrange a good formation. How will you pay me?" "Can you arrange formations?" "Meeting. It's not a lie, is it?" "What did I lie to you for?" Yang Yan said disdainfully. "It's okay to pay after I arrange it and you are satisfied." "Well, I don't want much. Seeing that your strength is not high, you should not be considered rich. How about 100 top-grade holy crystals? If you can take it out, I will go with you now." "You are short of saint crystals." Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant. He felt that this woman was a little too kind. He just came to ask her to refine a few simple things, and she offered to help him arrange the formation, which is very unusual. "What? I'm a craftsman, so of course I'm short of holy crystals." "You need a lot of holy crystals to buy those refining materials. Aren't artifact refiners very rich? How could they be short of saint crystals?" Yang Kai was confused. If he wanted to say that the richest person in the world was either an artifact refiner or an alchemist, these two kinds of people would never do it for him anyway. "Worrying about money matters, at least I have never had such an experience. Alchemy is a rare craft, and you can eat it wherever you go. Look at the situation here. Does it seem that there are many saint crystal people?" In the darkness, Yang Yan gave Yang Kai a white look. Yang Kai immediately understood that if no one came to find her for refining, she would naturally have nothing to gain. The vigilance in my heart eased a little, and I asked worriedly, "Is there any problem if you just leave like this?" "It's no problem. I'm only in an employment relationship with the artifact refining pavilion, and I can leave at any time." Well, they still hope that I will leave early, so as not to ruin their reputation, a bunch of mediocre people. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay, if you can really arrange a formation that satisfies me, I will pay you 100 high-grade saint crystals." "Then let's go," Yang Yan said, then put the huge furnace in front of him into his space ring, and slowly stood up. Yang Kai looked her up and down, although he still couldn't see her face clearly, but he found that this woman was petite. Her head only reached his shoulders, but she had a pair of luxurious twin peaks, trembling and towering, really eye-catching. Exquisite and plump. Yang Kai took a few more glances without any trace. Out of the room, Yang Yan asked Yang Kai to wait outside, and she went to a room in the artifact refining pavilion alone, and after a while, she walked out with ease, signaling Yang Kai to lead the way. Yang Kai didn't talk nonsense. Imperial envoy Xing Shuo flew out, followed by Yang Yan. After the two left, there seemed to be a burst of cheers in the artifact refining pavilion. Many warriors were celebrating that Grandmaster Yang Yan had finally left, no longer harming people's secret treasures, misleading his children. Even the buddy who had received Yang Kai couldn't help but heaving a sigh of relief. He stood at the door of the refining pavilion and kept waving to Yang Yan, as if to say goodbye, as if to let her go as far as possible. On the way to Longshe Mountain, Yang Kai and Yang Yan walked forward side by side, but strangely, he always felt that the woman's eyes were looking at him intentionally or unintentionally, and the flashes in those beautiful eyes were all eager to try. Yang Kai didn't care at first, but she always looked at it like this, and Yang Kai felt a little unnatural, and couldn't help asking, "What do you think I am doing?" Yang Yan raised his eyelids, curled his lips and said, "Who's looking at you?" "Then you're staring at me. I see the star shuttle under your feet." Yang Yan snorted. "The high-grade star shuttle of the Holy King level is not bad. Do you want me to refine it? It is guaranteed to improve its performance by another 10%. The premise is that if you can find enough materials, well, you have to pay me a certain amount." Yang Kai almost fell off the star shuttle, managed to stabilize his mind, looked at her suspiciously and said, "You can't really be a void-grade artifact refiner. Refining a secret treasure is a completely different job from refining a secret treasure. The former is more difficult. A person who can refine a holy level high-grade secret treasure is at least a virtual level low-grade refiner." The fact that Yang Yan dared to say such a thing meant that she had the ability. "Of course I am." As soon as he mentioned his level as a craftsman, Yang Yan straightened his towering chest, his pretty face was full of complacency and pride. When he got outside, Yang Kai discovered that this woman's appearance was as sweet as her voice. She belonged to the kind of innocent and harmless appearance, which was easy to be liked by others. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1103 Formation. Yang Yan's face was harmless, but Yang Kai was not familiar with her after all, so naturally he would not naively believe what she said. "Since you are a void-level craftsman, why are you doing so miserably?" "Because no one believes it." Yang Yan pouted her red lips aggrievedly. "No one dares to ask me to refine high-grade secret treasures, and the ones who come to me to refine are all rubbish. Naturally, there are very few. I was in the hall of the artifact refining pavilion just now, and I heard someone say that you refined someone else's high-grade Saint King level secret treasure into a middle-grade Saint King level." Yang Kai looked at her with a strange look. "Yeah." To Yang Kai's surprise, Yang Yan nodded and admitted, dancing and saying, "That guy's cultivation is only at the 3rd level of the saint, and the realm is there, even if he has a Saint King level top-grade secret treasure in his hand. He also can't fully display his power. The mid-level Holy King is his bottom line. I lowered the level of the secret treasure, but when he starts to fight, his combat power will increase. When he improves his cultivation base, he will come to me again. The grade of the secret treasure can also be improved. I also heard that you refined the long sword requested by others into a machete. What does he know? The skills, martial arts, and even the attributes of the Saint Yuan he cultivated are all open and closed. The long sword is too elegant to fully exert his advantages. The machete is the kingly way. Wait for him to use it for a while, you know my intentions are well-intentioned, and he will definitely appreciate me by then." Quote, Yang Kai sighed, and didn't know if he should believe what this woman said. If what she said was true, then she was really a void-grade artifact refiner, an extremely rare talent, after all her age is here. It is also because she is too young and looks younger than Yang Kai, so no one will believe that she is a void-grade artifact refiner. Which is true and false, Yang Kai can't figure it out. "Yang Yan, you can't do this. As a craftsman, the most important thing is to meet the warrior's own requirements, not to help him refine the secret treasure according to your ideas. You are not someone else, how do you know what others want most? What? It is easy to cause problems if you make such a claim." Yang Yan seemed even more aggrieved, and murmured, "But I can't see those people ruining good materials." Yang Kai shook his head and said no more. After a while, the two arrived in front of the cave in Longshe Mountain and landed on the ground. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Yu Feng was leading a group of people in and out of the cave, as if they were transporting something. Seeing Yang Kai coming, Yu Feng ran over with a big smile on his face, and patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. "I heard that young lady said you want to stay." "Kindness. It's good to stay. Anyway, you are unaccompanied on Gloomy Star. Stay and follow the young lady to do some business, and you will be able to honor your ancestors in the future." "Well, the young lady asked us to help you decorate the cave, brothers all I'm busy." Yu Feng pointed to the warriors who came in and out of the cave and said, "Those people were all warriors who were on the battleship back then." He took out another space ring and handed it to Yang Kaidao. "This is the ring you wore before, and it contains a little bit of love from the brothers. Everyone has joined together, and we will be a family in the future. There are not many things, so don't dislike it." Yang Kai took it, swept it with his spiritual sense, and found that there were hundreds of pieces of low-grade saint crystal and a few bottles of commonly used healing pills. There were really not many things, and it was not at the same level as the one he was robbed, but he solemnly accepted it and nodded his thanks. It wasn't until this moment that Yu Feng seemed to have discovered the existence of Yang Yan. He exclaimed, and looked at Yang Yan with straight eyes, with an ambiguous smirk on his face. "You kid is really powerful, you have just gone from here in such a short time. Brought a woman back from outside. Where did you find it? It's really good, tell my brother, I'll look for it too." Yang Yan's face turned cold, and he gave Yu Feng a hard look. Yu Feng laughed all of a sudden. Yang Kai explained, This is Master Yang Yan. Master. Yu Feng was stunned. What master? I invited back from the artifact refining pavilion. She is proficient in artifact refining, and she came to help me arrange a formation. Artificial refiner. Yu Feng immediately restrained his frivolous smile. His attitude was quite correct. He looked Yang Yan up and down, cupped his fists and said, Ms. Yu is being abrupt, don't blame me, girl. Although Yu Feng looked at it as unscrupulous and unreliable, he also knew that the status of a craftsman was honorable. Although Yang Yan looked young, he didn't dare to treat her carelessly, because no one could guarantee whether this woman would be an outstanding woman in the future. A perfect refiner, maybe I will ask others for it in the future. Yang Yan's complexion was slightly hazy, and he nodded slightly. Yu Feng said again, since the girl is a craftsman, can you refine a secret treasure for me? Yes. Yang Yan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she readily agreed. What grade? What kind of secret treasure do you want to refine? You guys talk, I'll go in and have a look. Yang Kai couldn't bear to see Yu Feng's expectant expression, so he found an excuse and got into the cave. Many warriors came in and out of the cave, and they were very busy. During the few months on the battleship, Yang Kai got along well with this group of guys. They came to help Yang Kai tidy up the cave, and they didn't have any resistance, but they were very enthusiastic. People kept saying hello to Yang Kai, and Yang Kai responded with thanks one by one. Turning around in the cave, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling slightly warm. The cave has completely changed. In the stone room Yang Kai chose as his bedroom, there are more beds, chairs and benches. The corridors are dotted with strange stones for lighting to dispel the darkness inside. Other places have also been more or less rested. The corridors became wider and more livable. It can be seen that they worked very hard, and some guys even smiled and patted Yang Kai's shoulder, telling him that if he suffered any grievances or bullying in the future, even if he came to the Heike family's manor to find them, they would stand up for Yang Kai, etc. Yang Kai smiled and agreed. After walking around in the cave, Yang Kai walked out after being very satisfied with the interior renovation. Yu Feng stood there, muttering something, but Yang Yan disappeared. What about the woman? Yang Kai walked up and asked. Oh, she said to check the nearby terrain, and she will be back in a while. Yu Feng responded casually, and suddenly his face turned bitter. Yang Kai, I will ask her to help refine a spirit-level secret treasure. What is the material? I have found all of them. Why did she charge me 50 low-grade saint crystals? Is this a bit too high? You get what you pay for. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, admit it, you came to the door yourself, it's too late to regret it now. Yu Feng was very annoyed. I knew that I would go to the artifact refining pavilion in Tianyan City to find someone to make it, and the reward would only be half of it, so I'm a loser. That's all. Look at that girl's destitute appearance, let me pity her as an uncle, take care of her business, I hope she won't spoil my secret treasure. It's not enough to refine it, but I don't know what it will be refined. By the way, what do you want a spirit-level secret treasure for? Yang Kai was a little confused. Yu Feng was a warrior at the first level of the Saint King realm. He can't use the secret treasure at all, it's something only a warrior in the True Origin realm or Immortal Ascension realm would use. Give it to a little guy. Yu Feng grinned. After waiting for a while, Yang Yan really came back. Without saying a word, he took out the pen and paper from his space ring, and then drew something on the paper, frowning from time to time, lost in thought. Yang Kai and Yu Feng stood aside, and did not bother. After a cup of tea, Yang Yan looked at the things in his hand, nodded in satisfaction, and handed the paper to Yang Kai. According to the mark on it, modify the nearby terrain a little bit, I see that there are so many of you, if you do it together, a day will do. Yang Kai took it, and Yu Feng looked over. Yu Feng didn't see any tricks, but Yang Kai was startled, and immediately understood that Yang Yan did have some skills. No matter how good she was in the art of refining, she was definitely much better than herself in formations. If the terrain is modified according to the marks above, the layout of the formation will become simpler and easier, and the effect will be more outstanding after the formation is completed. Understood. Yang Kai put away his things, looked at Yu Feng and said, I have to trouble you for a day. Yu Feng said carelessly, you're welcome, since the young lady has ordered us to help you, it's natural to do our best. Just wait, I'll call someone. After Yu Feng left, Yang Yan said, do you understand the mark on it? Seeing Yang Kai nodded, she nodded. Then you go and direct them to do things, I will first refine the things that need to be used, well, give me the materials. Yang Kai took out all the materials he bought before and handed them over to Yang Yan. Yu Feng led a group of people and ran out of the cave. Yang Kai said what he was going to do later, and everyone said that there was no problem. Dragon Cave Mountain suddenly became lively. Dozens of warriors were in groups, some were digging ditches, some were flattening hills, or some were cutting down redundant trees. According to the blueprint drawn by Yang Yan, they meticulously carried out what she asked for, remodel. Everyone is not an ordinary person, so things like changing the terrain are naturally quick, and they are all completed in less than a day. When everyone returned to the cave, Yang Yan had already prepared the final work. Seeing her running out with some strange objects, everyone was at a loss, not knowing what she was going to do. She just nodded to Yang Kai, and then flew out. Everyone only saw her petite figure shuttle in the mountains, landing on a mountain from time to time, busy. Yufeng scratched his head, and asked with a puzzled expression, Yang Kai, what kind of formation are you setting up, why are you so generous? I'll find out later. Yang Kai didn't say anything, just waited with a smile on his face. He is now full of confidence in the array arranged by Yang Yan. When Yang Yan came to the last mountain, after being busy for a while, everyone saw her flying up, standing in midair and waving a small hand in this direction. It's done, Yang Kai shouted, raised his hand to respond, and Yang Yan quickly flew back from there. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1104 Can I live here too? The direction of the aura between heaven and earth seems to have changed subtly. The tens of miles of land surrounded by 6 peaks around the cave is slowly exuding an invisible attraction, gathering the aura of heaven and earth around here. Not violent, but continuous. Yufeng's face changed, and he shouted, you are setting up a gathering spirit array. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Amazing, can you set up a spirit gathering array without using holy crystals? Yufeng shouted, and the other warriors also looked at Yang Yan who flew back from a distance with admiration. The Haike family also has some secret places. Those places are full of aura and are specially used for the cultivation of disciples in the family. However, the layout of those places has cost the Haike family a huge amount of money, manpower and material resources, and a lot of holy crystals and other rare materials to maintain the effect. However, Yufeng and others participated in the arrangement of the spirit gathering formation on Longshe Mountain, and they didn't see Yang Kai and Yang Yan use too many materials, nor did they see Saint Crystal, which is a bit unbelievable. The terrain here is good, and if the terrain is not good, it can't be arranged. Yang Kai explained casually, and the effect is still to be tested by time. Yang Kai really didn't know what the effect of the newly arranged formation would be. It might be unsatisfactory, but this place was just his foothold, he didn't put too much effort into it, and he wouldn't be disappointed even if the effect was not good. Time. As long as there is enough time, this place will become the place with the strongest spiritual energy within 1,000 miles, and as time goes by, the spiritual energy here will become more and more intense. Masterpiece is full of confidence, you warriors here are very blind, this mountain is a very powerful place for crouching dragons, and you don't know how to use it. The land of crouching dragon. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. The name of the special terrain. Yang Yan replied casually, if I explain it to you, you won't understand it. You just need to know that this place is very suitable for setting up the spirit gathering array. It's called Dragon Cave Mountain. Yufeng nodded aside. Well, it's not without a reason for the name, it's just that I haven't met anyone who knows the goods. Yang Yan raised his face slightly, extremely proud, as if he was the only one who knew the goods in the world. Yang Kai and Yufeng looked at each other, and after a while, Yang Kai said, do you want to tell Wu Yi what happened here? She said that she gave this mountain to me. If she wants to take it back now, I will not mind. Although it's inconvenient for me to make decisions on behalf of the young lady, I think that the things sent by the young lady will not be taken back. Yufeng grinned, you can live here with peace of mind. If you need anything, you can come and find us at the manor. If the aura here is really strong in the future, I will live here too. Brother, just don't chase people away. Quote, Yang Kai smiled and agreed, expressing that he is always welcome. Only then did Yufeng and a group of warriors return to the Haike family in a mighty manner. The formation has been completely arranged, and Yang Yan's work is over here. According to the previous agreement, Yang Kai took out 100 pieces of high-grade Saint Crystal and handed it to her, which is considered as her reward for helping him arrange the formation. Yang Yan took it unceremoniously, counting the holy crystals one by one, with a silly smile on his face. Yang Kai shook his head, ignored her, turned around and came to the cave, entered the only stone room, took out the 7-colored spirit-gathering flag, and arranged it nearby according to certain rules. This spirit-gathering colorful flag is a secret treasure obtained from the middle-aged woman of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce branch on the Rainfall Star. It is specially used to assist cultivation, and the effect is surprisingly good. The reason why Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to Yang Yan's formation was because of the spirit-gathering colorful flag. If the formation was not effective, he could still gather spiritual energy through this secret treasure. If the formation was effective, it would naturally be more well. With a two-pronged approach, the gathering speed of spiritual energy will be faster by then. Just after setting up 7 small flags of different colors, Yang Yan appeared silently, with a wide robe covering her whole body, squatting down, staring straight at one of the flags. Her beautiful eyes glowed a different kind of expression, looked a little scary. "Why didn't you leave?" Yang Kai was surprised. "I also want to refine a spirit-level secret treasure for Yu Feng, as agreed before." Yang Yan replied quickly, then looked at Yang Kai with a fiery gaze, and asked hastily, "Shufeng low-level secret treasure. Where did you get it? You only have the cultivation base of the 3rd level Holy Realm, how can you have such a high-end secret treasure?" Yang Kai frowned. "It was given by someone else. Do you want to refine? Do you want me to help you refine these 7 small flags? Oh, there are a lot of impurities in them. Let me refine them. I can increase their effects by at least 15%. Her eyes changed. "It's getting hotter, even a little crazy." Yang Kai's face darkened, and he finally found out that this woman is like a different person when she sees a high-end secret treasure. No matter what kind of secret treasure it is, in her eyes, it can be refined, and it can improve performance, and it doesn't matter. Know whether it is true or not. Yang Kai didn't know what she was capable of, so naturally he wouldn't take any risks. This spirit-gathering colorful banner would be the biggest boost to his future cultivation, so how could she let her refine it casually? Hastily shook his head and refused. Yang Yan couldn't help showing a disappointed look, and pouted his small mouth, muttering dissatisfiedly, "You don't believe in his ability. You don't even want to try, how do you know how powerful he is?" What she said was extremely pitiful, and she looked like she was wasting her blood. While she was talking, she still took a look at Yang Kai, as if expecting him to change his mind. "Do you have nowhere to go?" Yang Kai asked suddenly. Yang Yan was stunned for a moment, and the topic was changed naively. "If you have nowhere to go, just find a place to live here. Anyway, I'm the only one here now." "Can I live here?" Yang Yan was pleasantly surprised. "Say it first, don't bother me if you have nothing to do." Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Yan ran away immediately, and after a while, Yang Kai felt a familiar force coming from somewhere in the cave. That is the fluctuation of Yang attribute power. This woman is practicing a Yang attribute technique. Yang Kai's eyes showed a look of surprise, but it's not surprising that she really didn't know that she was a Yang attribute skill as an artisan. What was strange was why she was so miserable. No matter which art or alchemist, as long as if you seek refuge with a decent force, you will be well taken care of, have a high status, and have a bright future for development, but this woman is clearly extremely poor. She even agreed to refine Yu Feng's spiritual level secret treasure, just for the reward of 50 low-grade holy crystals. I have to ask another day if she committed some taboo and was expelled by some force. If this is the case, it will be a troublesome thing to take her in, and I have to cut off contact with her as soon as possible. Let go of spiritual mind, and soon, Yang Kai found that Yang Yan was somewhere in the cave, using his own power to melt the cave wall, and she looked like she wanted to make a stone room out. Regardless of her, Yang Kai began to check his supplies. Ever since he entered the body-tempering divine pool and was wrapped in the blood-red crystals, Yang Kai didn't have the time to check what he had gained at that time, and it was only now that he was free. He took out space rings one by one from his bosom, and there were 3 in total, which belonged to the dead Gush, Luo Yao and Ganji respectively. In Gush's space ring, there is a birdwood with thunder attribute. It is the crystallization of the energy and spirit of the 10th order monster Lei Luan. After the death of Lei Luan, can definitely refine a thunder-type secret treasure with huge lethality. Those dozens of leaves that are crystal clear and full of lightning power are also treasures. Yang Kai was overjoyed to see it, and put this birdwood into the magic mystery tome. He also took out a purple hard shell from Gush's space ring, which is the hard shell of the 9th level monster red-tailed purple armored scorpion. It is also good to refine a defensive secret treasure, which will continue to be included in the magic mystery book. Taking things out one by one, putting them away one by one, Yang Kai was very excited. The harvest of that adventure is basically obtained by him alone. Except for the large pincers of a red-tailed purple-armored scorpion assigned to Ji Ping, including the tail of the red-tailed purple-armored scorpion, all kinds of inner alchemy, and materials from various monsters, all of them are now in Yang Kai's pocket. In addition, there are countless medicinal materials collected by the three of them along the way. They themselves were not very rich, and some of the secret treasures that were originally placed in the space ring were not high grade, so Yang Kai didn't like them, so he threw them into the magic mystery book and didn't pay any more attention. The harvest is great, but these things are temporarily useless. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that if Yang Yan is really a qualified void-grade artifact refiner, he really has something to ask of her. At the very least, the hard shell of the red-tailed purple-armored scorpion can help her refine it into a defensive secret treasure, which is what Yang Kai wants. It's just that her ability has yet to be tested. One day later, Yu Feng came again, took away from Yang Yan the spiritual level secret treasure that she asked her to refine, and left happily. In the following days, Wu Yi's subordinates came here in small groups every now and then, bringing all the materials they collected or their own secret treasures, and asked Yang Yan to help refine them. Everyone is looking forward to it, everyone's requirements are fully met, Yang Yan doesn't know where to get the hang of it, and he will never change the form or grade of the warrior's secret treasures on his own initiative, all strictly according to their personal preferences. Willing to help refine. It received rave reviews for a while. Almost everyone in the High Cave family knows that there is a craftsman living in the cave of Dragon Cave Mountain. Although the salary is a bit more expensive, the technique is very good. There is no secret treasure refined by her hands. Not very sophisticated, her refined secret treasure can also increase the power by at least 20 to 30%. Yang Kai didn't care too much, because he lived in the inner part of the cave, and people who came to ask Yang Yan for help in making weapons would not bother him. The only thing that makes Yang Kai feel indignant is that this woman will find a chance to come to him every day, looking at the colorful flag of gathering spirits eagerly, asking if he wants to refine union, although every time he gets a negative answer, but enjoy it, seems to feel that his sincerity will one day be able to impress Yang Kai. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wajong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. 3. The change is completed, ask for a monthly ticket. The ranking of the monthly pass has been dropping, only the top 15 will be rewarded, and now it has reached the 17th, please ask for a few monthly passes, I want to explode other people's chrysanthemums. Readers, please check your monthly tickets to see if there are any new or unvoted ones, and please support Xiaomo if there are any. To be continued, go to Chapter 1105 give you a chance to prove. Yang Yan is a very weird woman. Apart from being interested in high-level secret treasures, her greatest interest is saint crystals. Every time Yang Kai came out and passed her stone room, he would see her counting his saint crystals, take the trouble piece by piece. The stains on those low-grade saint crystals were wiped clean by her, and the shining bright luster seemed to satisfy her greatly. Every time at this time, Yang Yan's face was filled with crazy smiles, waiting to find Yang Kai when looking at her with a strange look. She would put away the saint crystal at an extremely fast speed, lest she would be snatched away by Yang Kai. This woman is insane. Yang Kai made up his mind. With the passage of time, fewer and fewer people came to the cave to find Yangan's refining tools. The requirements of those who came had been satisfied, and Yangan's business was gradually unable to continue. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly heard Wu Yi's call from outside. Wu Yi didn't know what he was busy with recently, and he hadn't appeared. After hearing her voice, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the cave. Seeing her standing outside, he hurriedly greeted her with a smile. How is it here? Wu Yi asked with a smile. Very good. Yang Kai nodded, looked at her face thoughtfully, and found that she seemed a little unhappy. I heard from Yu Feng that you and a woman set up a spirit gathering array here. Wu Yi turned her head and looked around, feeling some of the aura of heaven and earth here, took a deep breath and said, the effect seems to be very good. If I knew this place was so good, I should have found someone to set up the formation. Yu Feng and the others still need a certain amount of contribution or the payment of holy crystals to enter the family's practice room. Regret. Yang Kai looked at her leisurely. Wu Yi rolled her eyes, and said coquettishly, do I seem to be such a stingy person? Since I said I gave this mountain to you, it is yours. No matter how good this place becomes, it has nothing to do with me, so you can rest assured living here, no one dares to do anything to you. Yang Kai was about to say something more when he suddenly frowned, turned his head and looked in one direction. There was a blue light flashing over there, Someone was flying back and forth over the Dragon Cave mountain on a star shuttle, as if he was checking something. People from your family? Yang Kai looked at the figure and asked. Well, you don't need to pay attention to a manager in my family. Wu Yi was also a little displeased. He came this time to find that craftsman named Yang Yan. Why are you looking for her? Yang Kai was stunned. She is a refiner, why do you want her? Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled. For a small family like ours, it is not easy to train a refiner. Although there is a wandering refiner who is not very old, but it is still worth recruiting. I heard from the disciples in the clan that she can refine holy level secret treasures. Quote, during this period of time, the warriors who came to look for Wu Yi were not very strong, and the most powerful ones were people like Yu Feng. Naturally, the level of secret treasures they required to refine would not be too outrageous, so people in the Hai K family always thought that Yang Yan he is a holy level weapon refiner. There is a single craftsman nearby. No matter what the level of the craftsman is, the Hai K family feels that they should show their sincerity, maybe it will bring huge benefits to the family, so they sent someone over. What's your relationship with that woman? I remember you said you didn't know anyone here, why did you abduct a beauty in such a short time? Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai teasingly, as if she believed that he had something to do with Yang Yan's ulterior relationship. I don't know her very well, I just asked her to come back to help arrange the formation, and then she just stayed here and didn't leave, and I'm too embarrassed to drive her away. Well, it would be best if you could recruit her, I'm about to be she's so annoying. Yang Kai complained incessantly. Whether it can be done or not depends on her own opinion. I don't care about this matter. I just came here today to see how you are doing. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled coquettishly, without delving too deeply into it. After a while, the steward of the Heike family flew over, nodded at Wu Yi and said, the aura in the mountain is not bad, I'm afraid it will be even better after a year or so. Did you give it to someone? Could it be him? Quote. Saying so, he sized up Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, his eyes full of contempt. Wu Yi frowned and said, Uncle Joe didn't come here for this mountain, did you have other missions? The warrior surnamed Joe smiled. I'm just asking casually, don't mind, miss. Glancing at Yang Kai again, he put his hands behind his back, and the old god walked towards the cave on the ground. It's really annoying to have to take care of everything. I haven't seen them care so much about this place before. The family's territory, which is tens of thousands of miles away, was assigned to me because I was a woman. Now I see the benefits. I want to intervene, I'm so mad. Wu Yi said angrily. Yang Kai remained silent, it was really inconvenient for him to express his views on other people's internal affairs. Wu Yi didn't complain anymore, she chatted with Yang Kai about her recent life with a smile on her face, and asked him if he needed anything. The two chatted happily, and Wu Yi looked forward to her future ambitions, her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. After half a cup of tea, the steward surnamed Joe came out of the cave suddenly angrily, and said angrily, little girl, I don't know how to flatter you, HMPH, I really think I'm great. I'm just a saint-level craftsman. Can't my Haike family cultivate it? It's a joke to say that you are a virtual level craftsman without shame. He walked out angrily, without saying hello to Wu Yi, the imperial envoy Xing Shuo flew away. Wu Yi opened her small mouth slightly, as if she didn't expect that the craftsman named Yang Yan would reject the family's invitation. She also read the letter of appointment when she came here, and felt that the conditions offered by the family were not too bad, although they were more expensive than not a big power like Shadow Moon Palace, but it is considered a good treatment among small powers. The woman you brought back seems to be very demanding. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai. Guanzhou said that she is a void-grade artifact refiner. Isn't she only in her 20s? I don't know, she claims to be a void-grade artifact refiner. Yang Kai shook his head. Interesting. Wu Yi pursed her lips and laughed. Forget it, he is a craftsman and has the right to choose, but it's not flattering to talk like this. Well, I still have something to do, so I'll look at it later you. After saying goodbye to Wu Yi, Yang Kai thought about it, walked back to the cave, came to Yang Yan's stone room, and walked in. Yang Yan pursed his lips and looked at Yang Kai, a little unhappy. Why does no one believe that I am a void-grade artifact refiner? How do you make people believe you? Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. Give me a chance to prove it. As long as they find some virtual level materials, I guarantee that I can refine a virtual level secret treasure. Yang Yan yelled, his plump chest heaving, looking very aggrieved. Do you think that virtual grade materials are very cheap? Only big powers can get this kind of grade. The Heike family is just a small family. Even if they have them, they are extremely rare. How could you easily use them to prove your ability? What if you destroy their materials? If I tell you that I am a top-grade Saint King alchemist, would you believe me? Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Yang Yan's beautiful eyes flickered, he looked him up and down, curled his lips and said, "It's up to you." Immediately, the flowers trembled with laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yang Kai's face was dark. He suddenly understood why no one believed Yang Yan's words, just like Yang Yan didn't believe his own words. He and her age were too young, not worthy of that kind of honorable title. Saint King level alchemist, virtual level weapon refiner, which one is not very old? After figuring this out, Yang Kai immediately realized that Yang Yan might not have lied, nor had she intentionally used a false title to improve her status. She might really have that ability. Let me seriously ask you once, are you really a void-grade artifact refiner? Yang Kai looked at her with a burning gaze. Don't let me keep talking about this title, okay? Yes or no, you can just find some materials. Or, let me refine your star shuttle, or the 7 small flags. I will. If refining fails, you can deal with it whatever you want. You only look good with this figure. Yang Kai dismissed it. If you sell you won't be able to compensate for the failure of refining. Yang Yan immediately clenched his silver teeth, making a creaking sound. What can you refine from these materials? Yang Kai waved his hand, and a large pile of materials suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yan. He felt that it was time to verify this woman's true abilities. Yang Yan, who was gnashing his silver teeth and looking at Yang Kai bitterly, suddenly widened his eyes, and threw himself in front of the materials regardless of his image, picked up one material after another in surprise, and shouted, "The teeth of the 8th level monster Thunder Cloud Leopard, the single horn of the scorching Jade Flame Rhinoceros, the wings of the magic Cloud Butterfly, my god, and the tentacles of the Vajra Dragon Beetle." Every time she picks up one, she can accurately call out the source and name of these materials, and she enters a state of madness in an instant, ignoring the unpleasant smell emanating from those materials, holding them in her arms like a baby in the middle of the day. The little arms were full of clothes, and they kept picking them up from the ground, picking up one and dropping another, making them feel at a loss. Picking up and shouting and picking up, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that her eyeballs were red, and big tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, and slid down her cheeks to her chin. Why are you crying? Yang Kai was speechless. He found that the woman's mind was indeed abnormal. I haven't seen so many precious materials for a long time. Yang Yan's fragrant shoulders trembled slightly, and he choked up. They all thought I was lying, and the materials they brought were all below the holy level. The same is true for secret treasure. I am not lying. Don't cry, I will give you a chance to prove yourself now. I don't care what you want to refine, what kind of shape you want to refine, all these materials are yours to mobilize. Really? Yang Yan raised his head, looking at Yang Kai with red eyes. Yang Kai nodded, and said lightly, I also want to know whether you are talking big or not. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 1106 Boarding a Thief Ship. Hearing Yang Kai say that so many high-level materials are mobilized by himself, and can be refined at will, Yang Yan immediately regained his spirits. With a frightening light in his eyes, he wiped the corners of his eyes vigorously and took a deep breath. He said in a tone, I will not let you down, the materials in my hands will never be wasted. I'll try and see. Quote, so many materials, where did you get them? Your strength is not high, it is impossible to kill so many 8th level monsters. Yang Yan became curious again. I picked it up, Yang Kai said casually. It can be regarded as picking up. These things are obtained by hunting monsters with Gui Che, and the others originally belonged to several people, but after they died, the space rings were picked up by Yang Kai. Where did you pick it up? I want to pick it up too. Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai eagerly with an expression of emotion on his face. Following Yang Yan's instructions, Yang Kai took another trip to Sky Fortune City and bought a lot of ore from Sky Fortune City. After all, not only a part of the monster's body is needed to refine the weapon, but also various ores are necessary. After obtaining these ores, Yang Yan immediately devoted herself to the great business of refining equipment, and the stone room she lived in was completely sealed, as if she didn't want to be disturbed by others. Yang Kai could clearly feel that strong yang energy fluctuations came from her stone room every day, but he didn't inquire about the specific progress. As long as he has the result, he can judge Yang Yan's ability through the result. The materials that Yang Kai took out before are all those that Yang Kai thought were useless and could only be sold. If Yang Yan can really refine them into secret treasures, their value will definitely increase, and he can also get them when he sells them. It doesn't matter if more saint crystals are destroyed, anyway, Yang Kai is not bad for those things. For a month in a row, there was nothing wrong with each other, and there was no disturbance from Yang Yan. Yang Kai lived an extremely leisurely life during this time. The formation on Longshe Mountain was in effect all the time. The mist is a symbol of spiritual energy gathering, although it is not dense, it already makes Longshe Mountain look like a spiritual mountain. Over time, the aura here will become more and more abundant and richer. Wu Yi came over twice. It seemed that she was very unhappy in the family, and she didn't do anything every time she came, just chatting with Yang Kai to relieve her mood. A month later, Yang Kai was meditating in the stone room, when he suddenly heard the door of the stone room where Yang Yan closed his weapon refining was opened, and immediately the sound of rushing footsteps came towards him. Looking up, I saw Yang Yan's blushing face, holding his big black robe in both hands, panting while standing at the door, looking at Yang Kai with excited eyes. His face was full of expectations. Look. Can I come in? Yang Yan probed his head and asked worriedly, since one day she annoyed Yang Kai by entering without invitation. Yang Kai pinched her neck and threw her out. Yang Yan didn't dare to do whatever he wanted. Step into this stone room. Yang Kai nodded, and couldn't help asking with some anticipation, finished. Yang Yan smiled without saying a word, and said mysteriously, you close your eyes first, I will give you a surprise. Now that I've said it all, what surprises are there? Yang Kai's expression was weird, and he closed his eyes following her words. The next moment, he changed his expression, because in the stone room, there was a wave of energy fluctuations belonging to the Holy King level secret treasure. He opened his eyes and saw Yang Yan pointing at the neatly arranged things in front of him with a flamboyant expression. A few secret treasures. I didn't waste the materials you provided and the ore I bought back. All the results are here, a total of 4 Holy King level secret treasures. Yang Yan sat down cross-legged, and picked up a mace-shaped secret treasure as if offering a treasure. Secret treasure, opened the mouth and said, let me introduce, this one is made from the teeth of the 8th level monster Lion Leopard, combined with ore. Those ores are refined into a stick body, which is fused with the Thunder Cloud Leopard's skull by the way. The teeth of Lion Leopard are strong and sharp. I refined them into the barbs on it. Such a rough secret treasure is suitable for the kind of strong man with big arms and round waist. Holding this thing is majestic. Well, it is a low-grade secret treasure of the Holy King. After finishing speaking, he handed the mace to Yang Kai. As a result, Yang Kai examined it carefully, nodded lightly, and could see that Yang Yan had already used everything to its full potential, and he had refined this secret treasure very well. As long as it could find a suitable owner, it would not be difficult to bring out its full potential, own power. This dagger is forged from the horn of the scorching jade rhinoceros. Although it is not very sharp, the horn of the scorching jade flame rhinoceros itself has some very unique functions. It's the best, so its function is not to kill the enemy, but a must-have good thing when taking risks. I think many people will buy it. By the way, it is also a low-grade treasure of the Holy King. Yang Yan said, then handed over a dagger with light blue light in his hand to Yang Kai. He picked up another one and said, this soft whip is made from the tentacles of the Vajra dragon beetle as the main material. It is the most difficult to make. If you are not careful, the material may be destroyed. Fortunately, I did it. If you are the craftsman next to you, cry now. This thing is suitable for girls. Since you have got the tentacles, you should know the horror of the diamond dragon beetle. Let me tell you, once you are whipped by this soft whip in the middle, it is not the flesh that hurts, but the muscles and bones. If you pump it a few times, even the bones may break. This is a Holy King level middle grade secret treasure. Yang Kai took the soft whip from her hand again, poured his true energy into it and swung it a few times. The shadow of the whip was heavy in the stone room. Yang Yan's face turned pale with fright, fearing that Yang Kai would accidentally hit him. After finally waiting for Yang Kai to put away the soft whip, she excitedly picked up the last secret treasure. Her movements were very careful, as if she was holding a work of art. Her beautiful eyes were full of obsession. This is my most proud work this time. Yang Kai looked over and found that the thing was a pair of wings that were only the size of a palm. The wings shone with a blurred light, and the colors were constantly changing, which was truly beautiful. Needless to say, this secret treasure should be refined from the wings of the Wanyan butterfly, and it is also of the highest grade, enough to be a top-grade Holy King. The materials you gave could only be refined into middle-grade Saint King grades, but this time I performed a little supernaturally and raised its grade to a full level. My God, I have long wanted to refine a pair of winged ones. Secret treasure, it's a pity that I haven't found a suitable material. Yang Yan held it, looked at it from front to back, left and right. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was, but he didn't hand it to Yang Kai, and took a glance at Yang Kai from time to time while looking at it. Blind people can see the deep meaning in those eyes. Yang Kai stretched out a hand to her, and Yang Yan reluctantly put the wings on his hand, and said nervously, "Be careful, don't break it." "Is this my thing?" Yang Kai looked at her amusedly. "It's your stuff, but it's made by me. It's my responsibility to protect it. You're so lavish. Saint King level top rank secret treasure, can it be broken so easily?" Yang Kai chuckled. Yang Yan opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say, so he changed his words. "Although there are star shuttles when rushing, but when fighting, these wings can increase the speed of warriors and they can also be used at critical moments. Defense, this thing is worth at least 30,000 high-grade holy crystals. If you take it to auction, it will only sell for a higher price. Maybe it can be sold for 40,000. There are too many rich people in this world, it is really abominable." Quote. As she spoke, she waved her small fists, as if annoyed why she was so poor. 30,000. Yang Kai frowned, remembering that he spent 12,000 high-grade saint crystals when he bought the star shuttle of the same level, and he bought it on Shuiyuexing at that time. Although it is of the same level, the value of this secret treasure of wings is undoubtedly much higher than that of Xingchuo. It is not surprising to have such a price, and its appearance is also extremely beautiful. Presumably many men will be willing to pay a large price to buy it back and give it to their favorite ones. Woman. Will you buy 30,000? Yang Kai looked at Yang Yan and asked. Yang Yan turned his head into a chicken pecking rice. Sold you. Yang Kai threw the wings to her casually. Yang Yan caught it stupidly, and after a long while, he said in an infinitely shy way, "I don't have so many saint crystals." Her face was red. "I know, I don't want you to pay it off immediately, I owe it first. Well, I will find you for refining, you can deduct your own reward from the 30,000 top-grade holy crystals. When will you finish deducting? What? Then you will be free, before that you can be regarded as my special refiner." The reward of 30,000 high-grade holy crystals. Yang Yan was taken aback. "Do you know how much I should charge for the secret treasure I refined for you this time?" "How many?" "I'm going to charge you 1,000 yuan for top-grade holy crystals. This is my monthly salary, 30,000 yuan, so don't I have to refine it for 30 months without rest, 2.5 years. Her face turned pale. Can't help giving birth to a feeling of being on a thief ship. 2.5 years is not long, and there will always be a time to pay it off. What if it's still unclear? Yang Yan was about to cry. She had never had so many saint crystals, and she didn't dare to imagine the concept of 30,000 top-grade saint crystals. Then you are ready to make a promise with your body. Yang Kai grinned evilly, looked her proud figure up and down, nodded and said, "Yes, I am more interested in a type like you." Yang Yan's little face became even whiter, looking at the winged secret treasure in his hand. He wanted to slam it on Yang Kai's evil face, but he couldn't bear it. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said seriously, "Let me ask first, do you have so many materials for me to refine? Since you use my salary to pay off the debt, then you have to continue to provide me with materials. If you don't ask me to refine the secret treasure, I will be free in the year of the monkey." The little girl is not stupid. Yang Kai originally wanted to fulfill his identity as a creditor, but Yang Yan looked stupid, but suddenly became shrewd. "You don't have to worry about the materials. Well, let's refine these," Yang Kai said, and took out a large pile of materials and placed them in front of Yang Yan. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1107 Business. When I was with Goosh and the others, I killed a lot of 7th and 8th level monsters, and naturally got a lot of materials. The useless materials were not taken last time, and now they are finally cleared. If Yang Yan's performance satisfied him again, Yang Kai decided to ask her to help him refine the void-grade secret treasure. Looking at the material from the body of monsters all over the floor, Yang Yan hesitated for a long time, but finally compromised. Isn't it just 30,000 top-grade holy crystals? She feels that she will always earn enough one day. After collecting all the materials into his space ring, Yang Yan once again made a list and handed it to Yang Kai. "Go and buy these ores. I have to rest for a few days before I can refine them." Yang Kai took it and didn't go to see what kind of ore she needed, just nodded and went out. Yang Yan asked cautiously from behind, "Can I recover in your stone room? Your aura is more abundant here." Out of Longshe Mountain, Yang Kai flew directly towards Sky Fortune City. According to the list given by Yang Yan, it only took half a day to purchase the ore on that list. Yang Yan seems to know what kind of ore there is in Tianyan City, so everything on the list can be found here, so you don't have to worry about the source of goods. While checking the quantity and quality of the ore with the guys in the ore selling business, a smiling and chubby old man walked over, looked at Yang Kai with great interest, and asked kindly, "Little brother bought so much ore. Go back, but do you want to refine weapons?" Yang Kai frowned and glanced at him, and the guy immediately introduced, "Guest, this is Qian Tong, the shopkeeper of our firm." Yang Kai nodded lightly, and did not speak. This fat old man looks harmless to humans and animals, but his strength is not low. He should be a strong man in the Void Return realm. Less talk is better. Qian Tong didn't take it seriously, and still smiled and said, "Don't worry, little brother, our firm's price is fair, and we will never do any unscrupulous business. Well, we also buy secret treasures. If there are secret treasures to sell, little brother, we will sell them to you. You can sit down and talk, the price will definitely satisfy you." "How are you sure that I have a secret treasure to sell?" Yang Kai glanced at him again, puzzled. Qian Tong laughed loudly and said, "A visitor is a guest, that's what Lao Shi said to every guest. I really have a secret treasure to sell." Yang Kai laughed. He came to Tianyan City this time, one is to purchase the ore on Yang Yan's list, and the other is to sell the secret treasure refined by the woman by the way. Anyway, it is useless for him to keep it, whether it is the mace or the dagger. Or the soft whip is not suitable for him to use. Putting it in the space ring is just a waste of money. It is better to exchange some holy crystals. It really cost him a lot of holy crystals to buy those ores. He originally wanted to ask Wu Yi to help sell those secret treasures. After all, he is not familiar with the market here, but Wu Yi's own situation is not good, and her strength is not high, some unnecessary trouble. Now this smiling fat old man took the initiative to find Yang Kai's arms. The opponent's strength is not weak, but Yang Kai is not afraid, the worst is to tear the space and escape directly. If he has the means to save his life, he will naturally have the confidence to negotiate. "Oh, so the old man's vision is not bad, haha, little brother, please." Qian Tong signaled, leading Yang Kai to walk aside. After a while, I came to a secret room. It can be seen that this secret room is specially used for trading. Many people don't like to be seen by others when they sell things, and they don't like to be seen by unrelated people. People see what they are selling, so there are often some masked people coming to the store to trade. The existence of this secret room can avoid these problems very well. The door of the secret room is closed, and only Yang Kai and Qian Tong are left in the whole room. Even the spiritual sense seems to be isolated and cannot be explored. Yang Kai looked left and right, his expression unchanged, peaceful. A gleam of light flashed in Qian Tong's smiling eyes, and he was secretly startled, wondering whether this young man had a big nerve or was really happy and fearless. He is a businessman, so he was surprised, but he didn't say much, and asked, "I don't know what kind of secret treasure the little brother wants to sell. And what grade?" Yang Kai took out the 3 items refined by Yang Yan. Qian Tong took a look, picked up the 3 secret treasures and checked them one by one, and nodded slightly after a while. Although the old man is not proficient in refining weapons, he can tell that these 3 things are the best in the same level. They should come from the hands of the same craftsman. What price does the little brother want? Yang Kai was very satisfied that Qian Tong only talked about business matters and didn't inquire about any miscellaneous information. "I don't understand the price, how do you usually buy it?" Yang Kai asked back. Qian Tong was stunned, some didn't expect that Yang Kai would hand over the initiative to himself, which one of the people who came to sell things didn't hold the initiative tightly. "I am afraid that I will sell at a loss, not only will I praise my things without principle, but will also try to increase the price. Even after the transaction is successful, many people will secretly worry about whether they have sold at a loss and so on." This young man is free and easy, and he doesn't seem to mind whether he is at a disadvantage. Smiling, Qian Tong Dao, the price of the Holy King level secret treasure usually starts at 5,000 high-grade holy crystals, and there is no bottom line. Among the 3 things, little brother, 2 are low-grade holy kings, and 1 is middle-grade holy kings. The work is quite good. Those 2 low-rank old men bid 6,000 high-grade holy crystals. How about the 8,000 high-grade holy crystals of the mid-level Saint King? A total of 20,000. Yang Kai frowned, the price seemed a bit lower than what he thought. But after thinking about it, the value of the holy crystal on the Dark Star is higher than that of other places, so it is relieved. Literally. If the little brother thinks the price is too low, we can still discuss it. Business, isn't it just a matter of raising the price on the ground and paying back the money when it lands? Qian Tong smiled slightly. Give me those ores outside, and the business will be done. Yang Kai stretched out his finger and pointed outside. Qian Tong laughed in surprise. Little brother is really shrewd. The total price of the ores you bought is not low, a total of more than 3,000 high-grade holy crystals. Forget it, just treat it as a friend. If you still have secret treasures to sell in the future, please choose our firm first. Deal. Yang Kai nodded. The speed of the business is very fast. Yang Kai left the 3 secret treasures, and after a short while, he got 20,000 high-grade saint crystals and all the required ores, and left Sky Fortune City directly. After he left, Qian Tongkai looked at his back with a smile. Interesting. Elder Qian, this business is losing money. Give him more than 3,000 high-grade saint crystal ores, and we won't make much money if we do this. The guy who received Yang Kai just now came over and complained. Qian Tong smiled. Well, I think I have earned a lot. The buddy looked blank, counting back and forth with his fingers, but still felt something was wrong. What do you know? There should be a very powerful refiner behind that kid. He also bought some ore last time, but it was not here. I happened to be in that shop that time, so I have some impressions of him. He is quite shrewd. He actually knows to buy ore from another shop, but most of the shops in Tianyan City belong to my Shadow Moon Hall. It took only a month. He came to buy ore again, and brought. What do you think this means? Qian Tong was in a good mood, and rarely talked to the clerk a few more words. Seeing his bewildered look, he couldn't help laughing. He will come again. If he comes again, please notify me as soon as possible. If you can't contact me, you can trade with him. It doesn't matter even if you lose a little. The important thing is to satisfy him. Qian Tong warned. Disciple understands. The guy responded quickly, although he didn't know what Elder Qian Tong meant, but it was absolutely right to listen to his orders. Qian Tong immediately left the firm, rushed to a palace in Tianyan City, found another old man in the palace, and handed over the 3 secret treasures. The old man gently stroked the secret treasure. His eyes were closed tightly, as if he was perceiving something. After a while, his expression changed, revealing a surprised expression. After half an hour, the old man put down the 3 secret treasures and opened his eyes. Master Green, what do you see? Qian Tong asked immediately. The one who refined these 3 secret treasures is a virtual level craftsman. The old man named Green took a deep breath. Void level. Qian Tong's eyeballs immediately widened, although he deduced from various signs that there was a powerful craftsman behind Yang Kai, but he didn't expect that it was actually a void level. Well, the virtual level ones are no worse than the old man in terms of ability, and the materials used are basically the body parts of 8th level monsters. Who refined this? Is there such a person near Sky Fortune City? Green asked curiously. I don't know who made it, but a young man sold it today. Qian Tong shook his head. Have you tracked down his whereabouts? Green asked again. I didn't dare to act rashly. To avoid misunderstanding by the people behind him, the gain outweighs the loss. Green nodded. Well, that's true. Such a person can only be wooed, not offended. Being able to kill an 8th level monster shows that the person's strength is not low. He can fight and refine weapons, but he is much better than the old man. Thank you. Pay attention to that young man. As long as he is sincere enough, it will not be difficult to figure out the identity of the person behind him. That's what I think, and he should come again. Today he bought a lot of ore with the quality of the Holy King, which should be used for refining secret treasures. You did a good job. I'm old, and I probably won't live for a few years. If that person can take over my position, when your secret treasure is broken, someone can repair it. Green smiled wryly. The refiner was not focused cultivation, not focusing on fighting, so the vitality is not strong, and the lifespan is generally much shorter than that of warriors of the same level. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Ren Shishiluo 6. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1108 The Magical Use of Golden Blood. Looking at Yang Yan, who was lying in his own stone room, lying on his back with no image in his sleep, Yang Kai shook his head helplessly. A month of refining seemed to make her extremely exhausted, lying there, breathing heavily, her whole body stretched into a big character, regardless of whether she would seduce Yang Kai. Those towering and magnificent twin peaks were extremely proud, exquisite and graceful. His figure is really eye-catching. The noise when Yang Kai came back didn't wake her up. Turning around, he walked out of the cave again, caught some game on the mountain and came back, set up a fire outside the cave, and roasted it on the fire. Yang Yan's physical and mental exhaustion is severe, and eating something will help her recover. Only halfway through roasting, Yang Yan ran out sniffling, squatting beside him with arms folded and smiling, staring straight at the roasted golden rabbit, waiting to be eaten. Have you rested? Yang Kai glanced at her. It's not bad, it will take a few more days of rest. Yang Yan replied casually, and then shouted coquettishly, turn it over, it's all burnt, oh, I'm so stupid, let me do it. Shouting like this, he couldn't help but snatch the things from Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, sat aside happily, looked at her suspiciously and said, you are a void-grade artifact refiner, why are you so miserable? This is what he couldn't understand. Yang Yan has abilities. As long as she shows her abilities, she can live a superior life. Any force on Gloomstar will accept her with generous treatment, and will breaking the scalp and looting. Yang Yan pouted. What do you know? You think I should seek refuge with those powerful forces, right? Yang Kai nodded. I don't want to rely on them. Yang Yan snorted. They are not good things, I will not refine weapons for them. As soon as she said this, Yang Kai understood. Without the support of big forces, a woman like Yang Yan would not be able to display her true abilities, because she could not find high-grade materials to refine weapons, and if she entered a place like the artifact refining pavilion, her abilities would be questioned. What she asked her to refine were also some low-grade secret treasures. Even if she keeps saying that she is a virtual-level craftsman, no one dares to use virtual-level materials to verify her ability. Under the vicious circle, she will be miserable. Even Yang Kai wouldn't believe it, and deliberately took out some materials that he didn't need to give her. You have enmity with them? Yang Kai asked. I just don't like it, but I don't have any hatred. I heard that no matter which faction you are in, there are intertwined rights and entanglements of interests. I just want to refine the weapon in peace, and I don't want to be involved in those troublesome things. What this said is true, the more powerful the craftsman is, the more he will be favored and wooed, and each faction is not monolithic. Small families like the Heike family have constant internal divisions, not to mention shadows. It's as huge as the Moon Palace. Once Yang Yan entered it, he would probably be annoyed to death by those people. The smell of meat filled the air. Yang Yan looked at the roast meat in his hand with satisfaction, tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Yang Yan then put it into his mouth unceremoniously, satisfied. I sold the secret treasures you refined. Yang Kai said casually. Oh, it's yours, do whatever you want with it. A total of 20,000 high-grade holy crystals were sold. The price is still fair, I didn't suffer a loss. Yang Yan nodded casually. How many saint crystals do you have? Yang Kai asked again. Why? Yang Yan immediately became vigilant, and covered her space ring without any trace, with a face full of fear that Yang Kai would attack her saint crystal. Thinking about it, she thought it was impossible, and murmured, more than 2,000 yuan, right, a low-grade saint crystal. So poor. Yang Kai was speechless, shook his head and sighed, took out some high-grade saint crystals and a few bottles of recovery pills from the space ring and handed them over. The refining tool consumes a lot, these are for you. Yang Yan wiped his hands and was not polite to Yang Kai. After taking the saint crystals, he stuffed them into his space ring, opened the bottle and sniffed, and couldn't help being moved. Saint King grade medicinal medicine. She didn't seem to have expected Yang Kai to be so generous. A bottle of Saint King grade medicinal pill was worth a lot, and these few bottles were worth half of the secret treasure she refined. You seem to be very rich. Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai strangely. He took out countless materials of 7th and 8th level monsters, and sent a few bottles of Holy King level medicine pills, as well as Holy King level pills. High-grade star shuttle, colorful flag of virtual level secret treasure. It's hard for Yang Yan to imagine that a warrior who has entered the holy 3rd level can actually have so many good things. Comparing myself with him, I'm on a different level. Where did he get these things? It doesn't look like he has a background. Don't save on pills, come to me when you run out, I have a lot. Yang Kai said. He has a little understanding of Yang Yan's personality. He is the kind of person who is very frugal and regards money as his life. He is really afraid of this. Women don't use pills to restore their own consumed power. You are such a good person. Yang Yan was so moved. After speaking, he picked up the barbecue and continued to bite. His mouth was full of greasy food. A few days later, Yang Yan recovered completely, and started refining the weapon again. This time, Yang Kai asked her to start working directly in his stone room, and arranged colorful flags of gathering spirits in his stone room, which was also of great help to her recovery. It can also save her refining time and improve her efficiency. The scorching yang attribute power is bursting out all the time, and this kind of power fluctuation makes Yang Kai feel very comfortable. He was not idle in Yang Yan's refining tool, and came to the place where Yang Yan lived to practice in seclusion and accumulate Saint Yuan. It has been at least 4 or 5 years since he broke through to the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. Although Yang Kai spent most of his days sealed in the blood crystal in the past few years, he could not feel the passage of time, but with the birth of the 100 drops of demon god's golden blood, Yang Kai clearly felt that his own strength had improved again. When I was unconscious, the realm had already climbed to a very high level. He faintly felt that the Saint King realm was within reach, and he was not lacking in understanding of the Tao of Heaven and martial Tao. While accumulating Sage Yuan, he was also studying the magical effect of the golden blood. The last time he used a drop of golden blood, turned it into a golden spear, and resolved the crisis of Wu Yi and others, which made Yang Kai realize the powerful power of his own drop of golden blood. He really wanted to know, besides being used for fighting, what other functions could his golden blood have. Recalling the scene and his own feelings at that time, Yang Kai's expression moved, and a novel idea suddenly came out. He squeezed out a drop of golden blood without hesitation, and popped it out with his fingers. The golden blood escaped into the void, disappeared in an instant, and was already thousands of miles away when it reappeared. The same wonderful feeling as at that time was born. Yang Kai was in the cave of Longshe Mountain, but his eyes could clearly see the scene thousands of miles away. That drop of golden blood seemed to have an inseparable connection with him. His consciousness could switch between the physical body and the golden blood at will, and through the golden blood, one can easily see the scene of that area. He immediately entered an ethereal state, observing the surroundings with the movement of the golden blood. He saw cities passing by below, and mountains were quickly left behind. The movement speed of golden blood was extremely fast, more than several times faster than Star's shuttle, and it implied the mystery of space that Yang Kai had comprehended. Golden blood can break through the shackles of space, which is more terrifying than the spread speed of divine thoughts. The huge energy and blood power radiated from the inside of the golden blood without any cover. Wherever it passed along the way, many strong men on the gloomy star were alarmed. The eyes of countless strong men followed the direction where the golden blood passed, with expressions of horror on their faces. They don't know who is exuding such a fierce breath of life, and they don't know how strong that person is. It's even faster than their divine thoughts, and they just disappeared in a flash. It's impossible. Probing. The high-level leaders of many forces gathered together to discuss whether there is any possibility of enemies coming to the door. There were also people who chased after the flashing golden light in disbelief, wanting to get closer to see it clearly. Yang Kai didn't know that his unintentional action caused the entire gloom star to panic. He was only immersed in the wonder of the golden blood for a long time and couldn't extricate himself. In just 3 days, that drop of golden blood flew around the gloomy star and flew back from the opposite direction. However, the power of qi and blood inside the golden blood has not weakened much. It seems that this strange journey has no pressure on it. Yang Kai was secretly moved. His mind followed the golden blood, and traveled around the entire gloom star, knowing that this star of cultivation is huge. If it is flying with a star shuttle, it will take at least 4 months to circle it. It flies back and forth. But the golden blood only took 3 short days, which shows its terrifying speed. Where is its limit? What is the furthest distance you can connect with it? Yang Kai felt the need to figure it out, and with a thought, the golden blood that just flew back flew straight up, and soon rushed out of the clouds, rushed into the starry sky, and headed towards the vast and boundless star field. Yang Kai's mind was immersed in that drop of golden blood, and he saw lifeless stars one after another, a large sea of meteorites, and black rock beasts haunting the sea of meteorites. This is a rather peculiar experience. I am afraid that even a strong person in the Void King realm cannot do this while traveling in the starry sky. Golden blood is indeed miraculous. After Yang Kai entered this ethereal state, the speed at which his body absorbed the spiritual energy seemed to suddenly accelerate, accumulating his own Saint Yuan at a faster rate than before, and the effect of cultivation was surprisingly good. He didn't relax his vigilance on the surroundings. Now there are only him and Yang Yan on Longshe Mountain. Yang Yan is concentrating on refining weapons. Naturally, he can't take it lightly, otherwise he will not be able to guard against anyone who wants to harm him. Fortunately, the mind can switch between the physical body and the golden blood at will. Just like a soul has 2 bodies, Yang Kai pays attention to the movement of the golden blood from time to time, but it is very leisurely. After a long time, he also slowly lost interest. Although he had been flying in the starry sky for a long time, the power of qi and blood contained in the golden blood seemed to have only weakened a little bit. Yang Kai estimated that it could last for several years at least. Time will disappear. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at vansh.saran. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Chapter 1109 He Comes Again. Yang Yan took a long time to refine the weapon this time, it took a full 2 months. But on the day she left the customs, she brought out 7 Holy King level secret treasures. Both the upper, middle and lower grades are available. Perhaps it was because of the pills and saint crystals that Yang Kai gave her to help her recover, but this time she was not very tired. After handing over those secret treasures to Yang Kai, she was even in the mood to calculate how much saint crystals she still owed to Yang Kai. Counting with fingers is extremely serious. He has a lot of skills in refining weapons, he has no heart, he has a good temper, he is also pretty, and he has a good figure. Most importantly, he is paid very cheaply. Yang Kai felt that he had picked up a treasure, and became more and more determined to keep Yang Yan as his own special refiner. He gave her a few bottles of pills and some top-grade holy crystals, and Yang Yan smiled happily. While putting the pills and holy crystals into his space ring, he asked, "What are you going to refine in the next batch? Do you take the materials? Give it to me first, and I will see what kind of ore is better." Yang Kai casually took out the red-tailed purple-armored scorpion's carapace, tail, and a large pincer, and threw it in front of Yang Yan. The little girl's eyes immediately stared straight, her beautiful pupils burst into a frightening light, she squatted down and picked up these things one by one, stroking them with her small hands, muttering to herself, I don't know what she was saying something, seems a little lost. After a while, she raised her head, looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Will you give me these things to refine?" Yang Kai nodded. "You have proved your ability, and I also believe that you are indeed a void-grade artifact refiner, so these things will naturally be handed over to you. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with something?" Yang Yan still couldn't believe it. This is the body material of a 9th-level monster, something that can be used to refine a void-level secret treasure. "Give it a try and see if I can catch you back." Yang Kai grinned. Yang Yan pouted. She didn't like Yang Kai's unreasonable self-confidence, as if everything was under his control, really annoying. "Don't worry, I'm not a person who breaks my promise. I will bring out these few things of yours, but the ore to be purchased this time is also different from before. You have to be prepared to bleed." Yang Yan straightened his face. "It doesn't matter, you write the list." Yang Kai nodded, and added, "Right, I have a request. Just say what you ask for. The carapace, you help me refine it into a defensive secret treasure, I will use it myself, and handle the rest as you like." "I see. Do you have the inner alchemy of that monster? If you have its inner alchemy, please also give it to me. I will use it when refining the weapon." As soon as Yang Yan's voice fell, a fist-sized inner alchemy with 2 attributes of climate and soil was thrown over. She took it with satisfaction, and then started to write it. After a while, she made a list and handed it over. To Yang Kai, he said eagerly, "You go and come back quickly, I will start refining after a few days of recovery, it is great to be by your side, there are so many good materials waiting for me to process." She seemed impatient. In Tianyan City, in the business house, Qian Tong sat in the room on the 3rd floor, sipping tea, looking at the direction where Yang Kai left 2 months ago, with a hint of anxiety and helplessness between his brows. Although he concluded that Yang Kai would come here again, what he didn't expect was that this wait was actually 2 months long. Until today, that young man has not shown up again, which makes Qian Tong very depressed. At that time, I was worried about leaving a bad impression on the expert behind the young man, so I didn't send anyone to follow up, and I didn't dare to inquire casually. I just wanted to understand step by step, and slowly lead the expert out of the water through the young man. Now it seems that it may not be appropriate, at least you should express to the young man that you want to recruit the masters behind him, as long as the young man is smart enough, he will definitely bring the words. At that time, if the expert is willing, he will naturally come to Shadow Moon Palace, if he is not willing, it will not be too late to invite him. Such a master craftsman, the sooner he recruits, the sooner he will benefit the palace. If it is too late, he may be discovered by other forces. At that time, there will definitely be snatching. Once the situation develops to that extent, it's not a matter of killing 1 or 2 people. Thinking about it, Qian Tong's mood became irritable, the teacup in his hand was crushed and he didn't notice it, until the hot tea overflowed the back of his hand, he suddenly woke up. Looking at the messy desktop, Qian Tong couldn't help but laugh. He is not young, and his cultivation level is not low. It seems that there has been nothing that upset him for many years. Picking up the fragments of the broken teacup and drying the spilled tea, Qiantong took a breath to calm down his impatience. Suddenly there was a hasty knock on the door. Qiantong said displeased, "What's the matter?" "Elder Qian, the young man who came to sell the secret treasure 2 months ago is here again." The guy who received Yang Kai last time outside the door respectfully replied, but there was no response after waiting for a long time. He was suspicious, but I heard Elder Qiantong's excited voice from inside, "Please." As soon as the words fell, he said again, No, the old man will meet you in person." There was a whimpering sound, as if the tables, chairs, benches and the teapot on the table fell to the ground and broke. The guy's face darkened. He didn't know what the origin of the young man was, but Elder Qiantong treated him so seriously that even the furnishings in the house were knocked over. The door was opened. Qiantong blushed and walked downstairs quickly. The man looked inside the house with his head poking his head, and found that, as he had guessed, the furniture inside had been completely damaged and a mess. On the first floor, Yang Kai was a little impatient. When he came last time, the guy received him graciously. It can be said that he served him meticulously and thoughtfully. This time, he was barely a regular customer, and he brought secret treasures for sale as agreed last time, but he didn't want that the guy actually asked himself to wait and then disappeared. After waiting for a while, the chubby old man named Qiantong came over in a hurry, with a radiant face and laughed loudly. "Oh boy, I have waited for 2 months, but I am looking forward to you. Come here, please come inside." Saying so, he took Yang Kai's arm very affectionately, and led him towards the secret room of the last transaction. In the commercial bank, a group of warriors who were trading were stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai's back, unable to speak for a long time. Many of them know Qiantong and know that he is a high-ranking elder in Shadow Moon Palace, but such a big man treats Yang Kai so kindly, everyone can't help but look surprised. After the two disappeared, they whispered to each other, guessing Yang Kai's identity in whispers. "What's the origin of this guy?" Elder Qiantong greeted him personally and treated him with such enthusiasm. Heck, even if the heads of the nearby families came over, it wouldn't be worth Elder Qiantong's enthusiasm, right? "I don't know, I haven't seen this guy before, and he doesn't look like a big shot in terms of his clothes. The cultivation base is not high, only the 3rd level Holy Realm. It's inexplicable. Last time the head of the Karui family came to discuss business in person, Elder Qiantong didn't come forward. Ghost knows what's going on." In the secret room, Qiantong enthusiastically arranged for Yang Kai to sit down, and then asked someone to offer tea and a fruit plate, pointing to a few bright yellow fruits on the fruit plate and smilingly said, "These fruits belong to a family of My Highness Shadow Moon. It is a special product. Only the soil in the entire Gloomy Star is suitable for the growth of that kind of fruit trees. The fruit only matures once every 10 years, and each time you can only harvest less than 500 pieces. Although it cannot make people quickly improve their cultivation, it tastes delicious, that's right. It can also clear your heart and energy and replenish your holy energy. It's most suitable for someone like you who is about to break through. If you don't mind it, you might as well try it." He could tell at a glance that Yang Kai was on the edge of the Saint King realm from the 3rd Saint realm, and he would be promoted to the Saint King realm in a short time. Taking out these fruits would complement each other. Yang Kai glanced at him intentionally or unintentionally, but he was not polite, let alone guarded. He picked up a fruit and ate it, leaving the fragrance on his lips and teeth, nodded and said, "It tastes good. If Elder Qian doesn't mind, I want to take these back. It can quickly restore Saint Yuan, which is just right for Yang Yan to use when refining weapons." Qiantong's eyes flashed brightly. He laughed and said, I don't mind. If the young man likes it, I'll ask someone to prepare some more, but it's a pity that there are not many." He didn't care at all that Yang Kai was so cheeky and wanted to take the spirit fruit back, because he spied a piece of news that made him excited from this move. What did Yang Kai do with the fruit back? It is clearly used to honor the expert behind him. This made him more and more affirmed his previous guess that there was indeed a powerful craftsman behind this young man. Elder Qian just said that he has been waiting for me for a long time. Is he waiting for this? Yang Kai said while taking out the 7 freshly baked secret treasures from the space ring. Qiantong stared wide-eyed. Every time Yang Kai took out one, his breathing would become heavy. Until all 7 pieces were taken out, Qiantong's expression became ferociously excited. He can conclude that Yang Kai came to buy ore 2 months ago to refine these secret treasures, and in just 2 months, he refined 7 Holy King level secret treasures, which shows that the expert behind him really deserves his reputation. Even if Master Green is allowed to refine it, it is impossible to refine so many excellent secret treasures in such a short period of time. Taking a deep breath, Qian Tong's expression recovered, and he smiled and said, waiting for these secret treasures is only one aspect, but in fact, the old man is waiting for you. I don't know what to call the young man. Yang Kai, old man Qian Tong, I think you should know, if you don't mind, how about calling you a good nephew? Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Given Qian Tong's seniority and age, calling him a good nephew is not an insult to him. Qian Tong smiled pleasantly. Nephew Yang Xian is young and promising, with a dignified appearance. He has almost reached the level of the Saint King realm at a young age. He is really a formidable young man. As he said that, he looked at Yang Kai's reaction without any trace. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Hongmen Zanshao. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 11:10 Qian Tong Solicitation. Young people like to be flattered and praised by others. Qian Tong felt that with his own status and cultivation level, he should be elated if he praised him so unsparingly. Who would have thought that Yang Kai had a face of indifference, as if he should have gotten these compliments, and he didn't want to show his humility at all, just sat there with a big thorn, not moving. Qian Tong coughed lightly, without changing his expression. He continued to ask, where is nephew Yang Xian? Yang Kai smiled. Since he came in just now, Qian Tong treated him so enthusiastically. Yang Kai had vaguely guessed what he was up to. Now that he heard him ask this question, the guess in his heart became more certain. Looking at Qian Tong, Yang Kai said, Elder Qian, if you have something to say, you might as well speak up. Qian Tong's face was serious, and he said kindly, nephew. Don't blame me, I don't have any malicious intentions, it's just that a handsome young man like you appears in front of this old man, and I can't help but feel a little bit solicitous. Well, if you want, I would like to invite you to my Shadow Moon Palace. I can assure you that I will provide you with the most abundant training materials and the best training environment, and with my nephew's qualifications, I will definitely accomplish a lot in the sect in the future. He found that Yang Kai didn't seem to be a person who talked around the bush, but rather straightforward, and he stopped probing and immediately reported his own conditions. Qian Tong is an old man, so he naturally knew that it would be impossible for him to recruit the artifact refiner behind Yang Kai as soon as he opened his mouth. An artifact refiner of that level is arrogant, and it is definitely not something that can be persuaded by just a few words. That's why he put his mind on Yang Kai. In his mind, as long as Yang Kai is willing to enter the Shadow Moon Palace, no matter whether the expert behind him will be recruited or not, he will always form a relationship with the Shadow Moon Palace. When everyone gets familiar with it in the future, it will be a matter of course to propose a solicitation. I have to say that Qian Tong made a good plan. After finishing speaking, he quietly looked at Yang Kai's reaction, and what disappointed him was that Yang Kai was still indifferent. He secretly sighed in his heart, as expected of a person next to a void-grade artifact refiner, although he didn't know if Yang Kai was that expert's disciple, but it seemed that this young man's vision was very high. He seemed to have a high opinion of himself. That empty promise is not tempting at all, so let's take some strong medicine. By the way, there is a magical stone in the main hall of my Shadow Moon Palace. Anyone who touches it will be guided into a strange world. In that world, the mind can be purified and sublimated to break through the shackles of martial arts. It is of great benefit to many disciples in my hall. When they encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation, they will ask to go to the sacred stone to meditate and retreat. However, those who have made great contributions to the sect will not be able to enjoy this kind of treatment. The old man will give you a guarantee, let you go to the sacred stone to realize it. It won't take long, my nephew will definitely be able to break through to the Holy King realm. After Qian Tong finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes. He believed that Yang Kai would never be able to refuse such a condition. Because his current cultivation is on the verge of breaking through, no matter who has such a good opportunity in front of him, he will firmly grasp it. But soon, Qian Tong's eyes changed, because he found that Yang Kai still didn't have any intention of moving. He couldn't help being shocked and wondered if this kid didn't know the preciousness of the God Stone, and he was about to explain it to him carefully. Yang Kai waved his hand when the divine stone was in use, and said impatiently, Elder Qian, your kind boy appreciates it, but I'm used to being free and lazy, and I don't plan to join any forces, so I dared to reject Qian Chong. I'm old. Let's talk about business, let's not talk about anything else. Qian Tong's face twitched for a while, and he was stunned for a while before he could laugh. Okay, let's talk about business, this old man is old and talks a lot, so don't worry about it, nephew Yang Xian. Although the solicitation was unsuccessful this time, Qian Tong is also a patient person, so naturally he will not be too frustrated. He feels that as long as his sincerity is enough, he will be able to succeed one day. The two sat down and immediately talked about business. 7 Holy King level secret treasures, with a total price of 59,000 high-grade holy crystals. Qian Tong offered the price readily, and Yang Kai accepted it readily. It was sold in a short time. I still need to buy some more. Yang Kai pulled out a list from the space ring. Qian Tong's eyes lit up, and all the disappointment in his heart was swept away. He yelled, and the man who had been guarding the door walked in immediately, and asked respectfully, Elder Qian, what orders do you have? Nephew Yang Xian has a list here. You can choose the ore he needs, and order 59,000 high-grade holy crystals from the warehouse. Yes, the guy took the list. Yang Kai looked at him and said, the money to buy the ore can be deducted from those saint crystals. You can see how much you need, and you can report it to me later. At the best price, you know. Qian Tong added with a dignified expression. Sometimes, showing kindness to others also needs to be shouted out for others to hear. Understood. The man nodded and walked out immediately. After he left, Qian Tongkai looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Nephew Yang Xian and us are also regular customers, so you are satisfied? Satisfied. Yang Kai also nodded with a smile. No matter what Qian Tong was thinking, in these few transactions, he did not take advantage of him. Yang Kai was naturally satisfied. Well, Elder Qian is busy with his affairs. I'll just wait here by myself. Qian Tong smiled and didn't bother, and said kindly, that's fine, but nephew Yang Xian must remember that next time if you have any secret treasures to sell, you must give priority to our place. I remember. Only then did Qian Tong leave. Yang Kai waited in the secret room for about half an hour before entering another secret room under the leadership of the guy. There were many rare ores and countless saint crystals in the secret room. Having received Qian Tong's instructions a long time ago, the guy naturally didn't dare to treat Yang Kai sloppily, and said respectfully, these ores are what you need as a guest, and the total price is 17,000 high-grade saint crystals, because they are regular customers, so I'll give you a 20% discount, which is 13,600 yuan. After deducting the holy crystals needed for the ore, all the 45,400 holy crystals you got this time are here. Do you want me to some for you? No need. Yang Kai shook his head, secretly surprised at the price of these ores. The ore he bought last time was only more than 3,000 holy crystals, but this time it was several times more expensive than last time. No wonder Yang Yan said he was about to bleed heavily. He believed that this shop would not play any tricks. After all, Qian Tong was still playing tricks on the craftsman behind him. The divine sense was released, and all the ores and holy crystals were collected into the space ring, leaving only 100 holy crystals untouched. The guy was all smiles. He gave Yang Kai a grateful look, and sent him away respectfully. Neither of them mentioned the 100 saint crystal. On the 3rd floor of the commercial bank, Qian Tong watched Yang Kai's back disappear from sight, and frowned. He didn't know what method to use to attract Yang Kai into the Shadow Moon Palace. He tried twice today but failed. People don't know what they like. It would be easy to know what they like, but they can't send people to follow them. It's really sad. There was another knock on the door. Come in. Qian Tong sat back on the chair. The guy walked in and immediately reported, Elder, when that person left just now, he left 100 pieces of holy crystal for the disciple. Oh, Qian Tong glanced at him in surprise, then you accept it? Well, the disciple didn't refuse, and he didn't say it clearly, but the disciple knows that he specially left it to give to the disciple. Elder, if I can't accept it, I will send it back to him now. He looked at the money carefully. He kept his normal expression, lest the elder would get angry because of this. Qian Tong waved his hand and said, no need. Since he gave it to you, you should accept it graciously. This young man likes to go straight. If you pretend to evade it, he will not be happy. Well, next time if you come to buy ore again, you should give him more, and then tell him quietly, do you understand? Understood. By the way, what ore did he buy this time? Is it the same as last time? The buddy immediately shook his head. He bought 17,000 pieces of high-grade holy crystal ore this time, and gave him a 20% discount according to your instructions, so I accepted him. 17,000 fast. Qian Tong's expression changed, as if he had realized something. He asked anxiously, is he buying virtual grade ore? Yes. Qian Tong's expression changed, and he suddenly burst out laughing. Okay, yes, it's true, it's true. Qian Tong seemed to be very excited, and kept walking back and forth in the room. The guy was confused and didn't know why Elder Qian was so happy. Outside of the 2 layers of virtuality, I have never been as happy as I am today. After a while, Qian Tong suddenly took out a piece of pure white jade. Poured his spiritual thoughts into it, and threw the jade piece to the waiter. Order, all the managers of my Shadow Moon Palace shops in Tianyan City must remember the appearance of this person. If he goes to the store, he must be received with all his heart. Don't make it too obvious, but give him a discount if he can get a discount. If someone who is not good at offending him, I will make him regret that he was born in this world. At the end, Qian Tong felt cold all over his body. The clerk took the jade block tremblingly, inspected it quietly, and found that there was Yang Kai's appearance inside the jade block, which was clearly engraved by Elder Qian Tong with his spiritual thoughts, of. Holding the jade piece in both hands, he immediately went out to inform the managers in the entire Tianyan City shop, without any delay. After the buddy left, Qian Tong swept the 7 secret treasures placed on the table into his space ring, and then rushed towards Master Green's residence without stopping. He was going to tell Master Green that things were as he said. There was indeed a void-grade artifact refiner behind Yang Kai. Although they had guessed before, they also knew that the secret treasure that Yang Kai brought was made by a void-level artifact refiner, but they were not sure if that artifact refiner existed. Maybe the secret treasure was obtained by Yang Kai inadvertently. Maybe. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Hongmen Zanshao. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 11:11 Which onion are you? Chapter 11:11 Which onion are you? But it's different now, since Yang Kai will buy virtual grade ore back, it means that all the conjectures before have come true. He has to discuss with Master Green to see if he can go out in person. After all, the refiner there is still a lot of common language between them. Maybe Green can find a way to please that person. Qian Tong rushed to the palace and told Green about the matter, and Green became a little excited, and the two discussed whether the next time Yang Kai came again, should Green come forward to talk to him, at least let the people behind him. The refiner knew that Green wanted to communicate with him. Longshe Mountain, when Yang Kai returned here, he found that Yang Yan was not in the cave, which made him a little stunned, and quickly went into the cave to check. The scene inside made Yang Kai's face sink, and the depths of his eyes burst out. Sen Lang's murderous intent. Yang Yan is a simple woman. It is impossible to leave here for no reason, and it is even more impossible to escape with her precious materials. And some traces of fighting in the cave are also a good illustration of this point. Yang Yan probably encountered some danger. Yang Kai was furious. Leaving aside the fact that I handed over the materials for the red-tailed purple-armored scorpion to Yang Yan, now that I have bought back a lot of ores, and when she refines a virtual-level defense treasure for herself, let's talk about Yang Yan himself. A virtual-level refiner. The teacher is conscientiously refining the weapon for herself, and she is still enjoying it, and Yang Kai does not allow her to have any accidents. Who did it? Is the Heike family nearby? There are not many battle traces left in the cave. Yang Yan should not have entangled with the enemy here, although she is a void-grade artifact refiner, but through these days of observation, Yang Kai also found that she does not have much combat power. If it was really done by the Heike family, Yang Kai would not even care about Wu Yi's face. He would definitely enter the Heike family and make a big fuss. Shen Yan let go, and soon, Yang Kai's monstrous anger subsided a lot. He found that the situation was not as bad as he thought. Yang Yan was safe and sound at the moment, but it seemed that he was being chased and killed by someone, and he fled all over the mountains and plains. In a ravine dozens of miles away from the cave. After learning about Yang Yan's location, Yang Kai immediately left the cave and hurried over there, his Saint Yuan surging secretly, his eyebrows grim. A moment later, Yang Yan's cries reached his ears, making Yang Kai's heart sink. Yang Yan. Yang Kai flew straight to that side, and the man yelled halfway. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, Yang Yan, who was fleeing desperately, froze for a moment, and then a light of surprise burst out of her beautiful eyes, holding her black robe in both hands, and hurried towards this side. Outside her body, there was a layer of fiery red halo, which was extremely hot. This is clearly a very high-grade defensive secret treasure, and the energy fluctuations flowing from the halo, Yang Kai estimated that even if he shot with all his strength, he might not be able to hurt Yang Yan at all. Yang Yan's condition is also not bad. Apart from his flustered look, he doesn't have any scars on his body, which made Yang Kai feel relieved. Wu, Yang Kai, help me, someone is bullying me. Yang Yan cried and ran to hide behind Yang Kai. Don't be afraid. Yang Kai gave a sigh of relief, looking forward coldly. Several figures quickly flew over from there, and one of them shouted angrily, "Baby maid, if you dare to hurt me, you will die." Before he finished speaking, a huge sword light flew over there. The sword energy was fierce. Where the sword light passed, the ground cracked, and the trees were destroyed and turned into dust. The sword light was full of cold murderous intent. Obviously it was not just for deterrence, but really wanted human life. Yang Kai snorted coldly, pulled Yang Yan sideways, and avoided the sword light's attack. 5 figures descended, surrounded Yang Kai and Yang Yan. Yang Yan's delicate body trembled, tightly clutching Yang Kai's clothes, with a frightened expression on his face. No matter how good she is in refining weapons, she is only a girl in her 20s, and she has no combat experience, let alone encounter 2 dangerous fights. This experience frightened her, although Yang Kai had already arrived, but seeing the ferocious expressions on the faces of the other 5, she couldn't help being a little frightened. She didn't know if Yang Kai could cope with the situation in front of her. After all, she also knew that Yang Kai's strength was not high, and it seemed that he was only a 3rd-level saint, environment only. Yang Kai turned his head to look at those people, and couldn't help being a little stunned. Because he found that Yang Yan who was hunted down was unharmed, but the 5 people who chased Yang Yan were all wounded, especially the young man standing in front of him who was about his age, with more than a dozen sinister faces. The blood hole was injured by some kind of attack, and his face was covered in blood, which looked extremely terrifying. The other 4 people also had more or less blood on their bodies. The most serious one was scorched in the abdomen, the pain was unbearable, and the forehead was covered with cold sweat. The injury should have been burned by extremely high-temperature flames. What's the situation? Yang Kai was confused, and turned his head to look at Yang Yan. Yang Yan's face was still pale, his teeth were trembling, and he said in a crying voice, "I don't know. I was resting in the cave, and they broke in. That guy said he wanted me to accompany him, but I don't want to. He came up to pull me, and I sacrificed the sunshade, and hit the bone-cold nail, wounding him, and then those 4 people also rushed over fiercely. I took the dragon's beard rope, the Wanwo handkerchief, Luluan, and Xuanyan gold thread were all shot out, and then ran away, and then, they started chasing me. I kept running and running, and then you came." Hearing what Yang Yan said, the 5 people gathered around couldn't help but feel embarrassment and anger at the same time. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while, imagining the situation at that time in his mind, imagining that Yang Yan was in a hurry, and sacrificed all kinds of high-end secret treasures, and the secret treasures in the cave were brilliant and generous, beating these 5 people crying. Yang Kai suddenly wanted to laugh. It's worthy of being a virtual level refiner. Yang Kai has never known that Yang Yan has so many backgrounds. Although her fighting power and courage are really not flattering, but with the dazzling array of luxurious secret treasure equipment on her body, she can't be bullied casually. If you intend to kill these 5 people may have died long ago. Even though he was worried for nothing, Yang Kai was still a little annoyed. Knowing that the secret treasures on Yang Yan's body are emerging endlessly, the 5 of them are still chasing after each other. This is a bit too much. The smarter ones have already withdrawn. He took a fancy to Yang Yan's secret treasure. The latter may be greater. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression became even colder. The young man with a bloody face was still a little afraid of Yang Kai's sudden appearance, but when he realized that he was only a warrior who had entered the 3rd Order Holy Realm, his expression immediately became arrogant and shouted, "Boy, it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter who you are. What is your relationship with this woman? It's none of your business here. If you don't want to die, get out, or don't blame the uncle for killing you together." Yang Kai laughed. "This is my territory, you are playing wild on my territory, and you still want to touch my people, you say it's none of my business." "Your territory?" The young man showed a look of sudden realization. "You are from the Heike family, right? If this is the case, it will be easy to handle." His expression suddenly became extremely relaxed. With a high-spirited face, he pointed to himself and said, "My name is Shu Tian's." After finishing speaking, he waited triumphantly for Yang Kai's reaction, as if his name should be very intimidating. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai just looked at him indifferently, without any reaction. Shu Tian's was stunned for a moment, and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Hey, you don't know me, do you?" "I should know you." Yang Kai snorted coldly, "Which onion are you?" Shu Tian's looked at his 4 subordinates in astonishment, and laughed loudly. "The people of the Heike family are living more and more, and some people don't know me, Shu Tian's. Master, this guy's strength is not high, and he doesn't seem to be an important figure in the Heike family. It's likely that he has never heard of your name," a person next to him said. This explanation made Shu Tian's look a lot better. He couldn't even take a guy who is not on the stage in such a small force as the Heike family. He really couldn't take it seriously. The only thing he was afraid of was that petite woman in a big black robe. This lowly servant girl is full of messy secret treasures, and she has suffered a lot just now, so it's fine if she doesn't know this. After knowing this, Shu Tian's will naturally not let it go. Those secret treasures are really eye-catching. And this woman doesn't seem to know how to fight, she only knows how to run away. In this case, I have a lot of confidence in getting money and sex. This woman is really the best. Those breasts, those buttocks, even the big black robe can't hide its proud demeanor. Shu Tian's could already imagine what it would look like after stripping this woman naked, and he couldn't help feeling a little distracted and excited. I never thought that I just passed by here unintentionally, seeing that the aura of this place is good, and I came down to wait and see, and there was such a big harvest. Seeing Shu Tian's eyes staring at him fiercely, Yang Yan grabbed Yang Kai's clothes subconsciously, then hid behind him, and said softly, "Yang Kai, they have 4 Saint King realms, let's run away." Quote. The Saint King realm is amazing. Not 1 or 2 Saint King realms died in my hands. Yang Kai patted Yang Yan on the shoulder. You can kill the Saint King realm just because of you. Shu Tian seemed to have heard some joke, and laughed loudly. I don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth. Do the members of the Heike family talk without thinking? Shu Wei, go up and show him some color. Look, let him know what the Holy King realm is. Understood, young master. The martial artist whose name was called grinned grinningly, and walked forward step by step, shaking his neck while walking, making a crackling sound, and said with a grinning smile, "Boy, mess with my young master, the end will be dire. If you mess with me, your fate will not be so good. After you die, you can regret it slowly." Yang Kai looked at him lightly, and when his voice fell, a group of pitch-black flames suddenly appeared, which was too fast to cover his ears. The momentum attacked the warrior named Shu Wei. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Mobile Network to subscribe and reward. Your support is my biggest motivation.